He qualified with a 6.99. Nearly 800ths of a second above the index, which is set on the Australian record. Racing for race, glides and transmissions. The Chevy Corvette, definitely one of the slipperiest race cars here today. Peter just going through his pre-race procedure. We'll see the car, once he's in pre-stage, will come up on the two-step. The car will pop and bang a little bit, and Pete will let go of that button and just hang on for the ride. Hear those big Goodyears screaming for traction. A nice pass for the Corvette.
Whoa.
653 with a 7, 653 with a 7, 213 miles an hour there. Went 107 to the 60. Shoots out and around the corner safely is that Chevy Corvette. There we go, over 0.2 of a second under the national record for that class.
Pat Ferrilio comes in at the Chevrolet Camaro in the aeroflow lane. He's in with a 8.1. Darren Ramon over in the Ford Mustang, he's in a 7.45.
Yeah, so the handicaps here with these classes are determined by the Australian records. There is no breakouts in Supercomp. So it's up to the drivers and crew to extract as much horsepower out of these cars as possible within the rules of the category, because they can't self-nominate the handicap. The handicap is based on the Australian record. So if you can build a car that can run quicker than the Australian record, you've set yourself up fairly well in going rounds, as long as your competitors aren't able to go under the Australian record by more, which is often the big challenge. So Pat Friolo in the Chevy Camaro, 397 cubic inches of Chevy power plant, running on an index for A modified production. 819 is his ET that he's looking for, or quicker. Peter Mamone, B altered production. So both cars are manually shifted. 745, the index for Peter Mamone in the rocket lane. So the Corvette's going to, the Mustang has got a fairly hefty chase on its hands.
I'm sure Peter knows, but hopefully doesn't jump as soon as Pat goes and then remembers he's got his own turn.
It will be a little bit tricky because that Camaro will be out and gone, and the big chase will commence.
Both locked in.
Or 004 in the tree for Pat Friolo. The Mustang, I don't think he's going to catch him from here. No. The shoots out early for Pat Friolo. Runs an 829 with a 9, 149 miles an hour. Peter Mamone, a 756 with a 5, 181 miles an hour. He was chasing him down as best he possibly could, but a 004 in the tree.
That brings us into the end of our Supercomp. We bring it down to the track there. Matt Kavanagh, have you got us there, mate?
Yeah, mate, this will be the end of our stream across all of our social medias for the moment. But of course, we are going to go to the PDRC Pro Drag Racing YouTube channel. So make sure you get across to that as soon as possible, because we are about to go live. That is at PDRC Pro Drag Racing on YouTube, where you're going to see everything this afternoon and tonight, all the action, especially of this very exciting round 1 of the Pro Drag Racing Championship here tonight. And it all gets underway very shortly with Pro Stock Motorcycles, so make sure you change over to that YouTube channel. Once again, it's PDRC Pro Drag Racing. All the action's about to get nice and hot this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt Kavanagh. My name's Rusty Gregory. Great to be here with you at Sydney Dragway on this, what has turned into quite a beautiful afternoon here in Western Sydney. It was a little bit ordinary to kick things off this morning, but it has certainly turned around here this afternoon. We're in some nice sunshine now, and what we will be doing is saying goodbye to our Facebook viewers at the moment. We will be ending the Facebook stream if you are watching on there. We're going to be going over to the PDRC Pro Drag Racing Facebook YouTube channel, I should say. The link is on the Facebook bio, so if you jump over there, you'll be able to follow all the action as well. We will be saying goodbye to the Sydney Dragway official YouTube stream as well as we move into the professional categories here a little bit later on this afternoon. But don't stress, that feed will be back up a little bit later on tonight once we get back into the sportsman category. So without too much further ado, we're getting into it. Stephen Bush, you're up here with me in the commentary box at the moment. It's been a great day of racing so far, but we've got even more coming our way.
It has been a fantastic day, Rusty. There's plenty of championships to be decided, of course, in the Speed Adict Clothing Co Grand Final, which of course is today, but we're all waiting to see what will happen with our professional categories here this afternoon and what will unfold.
Well, the first of our professional categories that we do have coming up is Pro Stock Motorcycle here this afternoon, which has seen a little bit of a carnage through a couple of competitors, it's safe to say, but also some licensing issues for a couple of our races as well. So basically, we've come down to 6 races now. As you can see up there on the screen at the moment, these are your round 1 matchups. Luke Crowley will be taking on Paul Andrews. Tony Frost will take on Locky Island, and Jason Lee up against Scott White. You'll notice there's a couple of names missing from that list, and that is Callum Gadisi and Brendan Sanders, unfortunately not able to secure their Pro Stock bike licence in time for this event. They did come out, they did try and do it. The plan was, obviously, with the test pass last night and the qualifying pass, the plan was to do the licensing last night, but unfortunately the weather had other plans. And as a result, what we've got is that 6-bike field. So talking about it, we did catch up with Luke Crowley a little bit earlier on today. He touched on quite a few different things. He's actually got an engine over in Scott White's motorcycle this weekend. Scott White wasn't even on the entry list a week ago. They decided, you know what, we need to make up some numbers in Pro Bike. So Luke Crowley has actually got an engine in Scott White's bike. It's going to be really, really cool to see how that plays out this afternoon, that is for sure. So Pro Bike's certainly looking like a category to keep an eye on as we see Trevor Birrell and Jason Lee walking out on the start line just to inspect things. Obviously doing a little bit of a track prep out here as well. The track has been in absolutely top flight form. Considering the weather we've had in the lead up to this event, to have the track as good as it is today is a credit to not just the Sydney Dragway track crew, but also the PDRC crew as well, Steve Bush.
Yes, that's exactly right, Rusty. It's a big team effort here. And, of course, sometimes the little bit of precipitation sometimes aids in just making sure that racing surface is completely spotless in that it actually gets washed down. But, of course, we would have preferred to do a little bit of racing last night, of course. But they're just going through a little bit of extra track prep now before our professional categories hit the racetrack.
Absolutely, and Matt Kavanagh did catch up with Luke Crowley a little bit earlier on today. Here's what he had to say.
Luke Crowley, well, you're last year's championship winner and you've been a dominant force in pro bike in Australia. What does the first season of the PDRC bring for you?
Hopefully it brings some fast times. It'd be good. Obviously we want to come out and run like we did last year and run at the front. There's going to be a whole bunch of new guys coming back that will run with us. So we've got to get on the front foot and make sure that we get the data we need and get down the track and run the times we need to run to keep in front of them.
It's not just about running faster. You're a massive supporter amongst the category, and we've seen that with the lights. You're actually lending Scotty White an engine this weekend. Tell us how that came about.
Well, we had a guy that had to pull out. He broke his foot, so Rab couldn't make it, and then the field was going to look a little bit dismal. So we thought, well, Scott's bike, he's got some new engines in the works at the moment, and they weren't ready to put together. So I said, look, let's drop our 699 motor from the bend in it. I can't use that motor at the moment in my bike now that we've gone to the 4-valve. So it was sitting there doing nothing, and his bike was sitting there doing nothing. So it was like, oh, well, let's put it together and go racing. So, I'd rather see some, obviously more people on the track, and I want to see fast times on the track, not just from us, but, I want to see everyone step up and start running 7.0s more consistently and hopefully 6.90s more consistently. So it makes us look better. So.
Good words there from Luke Crowley, and Pro Bike will be the first of our PDRC classes up in the not too distant future. We've also got Pro Stock coming your way as well. 10-car field in Pro Stock. Was meant to be 11, but unfortunately Brian Purcell has had to withdraw due to some engine damage sustained in the warm-up today. So looking at your matchups here, Rob Dekert will be taking on Thomas Leake, the rookie who only just got his licence signed off this morning. Nothing like taking on the reigning national champion in the first round of racing. Rick Chilton, the championship number 2 from last year, will be taking on John Kaboura. Chris Sardis up against John Barbagallo, who I can see out there on the racetrack, or at least his crew out there on the racetrack, having a look at the racing surface before we get into this first round of racing. Mario Polito, who recently logged his first 6-second run in Pro Stock, he'll be taking on Clint George, and Tony Polito will be up against Ray Oxley. So some really, really cool matchups in the first round of Pro Stock here this afternoon for the PDRC. We're looking forward to getting into that one. A few names missing that we would have expected to see here this weekend, but unfortunately various circumstances have combined, and still a very, very solid field of Pro Stock cars, Bushy.
Yes, 10 cars is certainly a good field, and we can see those cars towing around the staging lanes behind the tower here, so not too far away from getting those carbureted small blocks out onto the racing surface, and seeing if we can see a number of 6-second passes here this afternoon from those cars. Of course, the racing always tight in Pro Stock, and as Rusty said, there'll be a few baptisms of fire within the first round at least, definitely.
Don't know how the butterflies would be for Thomas Leake at the moment, but he's been around this sport for a long, long time. One guy who's also been around the sport for a long, long time is John Barbagallo, and we caught up with him a little bit earlier on this afternoon.
Well, it's been a fair bit of travel to come from North Queensland down here with John Barbagallo. You're going to take on the PDRC for the challenge. It's been a few years since we've seen you. What's changed and got you back into Pro Stock?
Probably missed it. Come back, did the Winter Nationals a few years ago, and you run into lots of guys. John Zapier, Gary Phillips, all the Pro Stock guys, Peter Ridgway, all the guys that you class as mates because you were seeing them once a month. And then, for a few years you talk on the phone, but it's not the same. So you come back and you enjoy it. My son Adam's involved. My son-in-law Harry's involved. So you get to a point where you go, this is what we like doing. I'm never going to become a fisherman. Don't even know how to put bait on a line, So you sort of come in and say, this is a pretty happy place for our family. So in my partner Sri, the 2 girls have got junior dragsters. So it's just something we enjoy doing. So this year, we sort of thought, let's give it a crack, do the whole season. We've got a fairly new engine combo in the car that, is starting to show signs that we can maybe keep pace with some of the guys, So we thought, well, let's give it a full season, see if we can get back on track.
A lot of people looking from the outside in think it's all about the racing, but sometimes it's about coming together as a family, is it? The travel and just catching up with people.
Oh, look, that's the most of it. Last night, we're at Joe Polito's pizza night, it feels like just a bunch of old friends, but then there's the newcomers, the younger guys in there, and it was so much fun that today you sort of can't wait to drop the clutch next to one of them, and there's plenty of banter, who's going to do what and this and that, but I think that whole piece that we're back as a family, and you come here to enjoy yourself, but no one likes to lose, but there's a lot of enjoyment,
Well, good luck this weekend and hopefully at the pointy end.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
So some good news there for John Barbagallo. Some good news for the series, I should say, committing to the full championship as well this season. So all 5 rounds of the Pro Stock Championship. Going to be very, very cool to see him do that for the first time in a long while, Steve.
Yeah, I think to see that name in the field, and certainly we all know that he is more than capable of building an engine that will definitely get him into the field. I wonder if the junior dragsters have some sort of Ford componentries in them.
Nothing would surprise me.
I don't know.
Nothing would surprise me. JB, a man that bleeds Ford blue, that is for sure. In addition to Pro Stock here this afternoon, we've also got Pro Mod, which is by far and away the biggest category that we've got. 15 cars in the field here this weekend. Having a quick, looks like we've actually got Pro Bike rolling through the tunnel, so we might come back to the round one matchups for Pro Mod very, very shortly. But Matty Cav, it's all happening now. The excitement is starting to build. How are you feeling down there?
I'm pretty excited, Rusty, actually, to be quite honest. It's round one of the PDRC. It all kicks off here at Sydney Dragway. It's a fantastic afternoon. After yesterday, where it drowned our spirits out just a little bit, today has been absolutely gorgeous. Conditions are fantastic. They've been out taking track readings. They're really good. Look, Pro Bike's just going to kick things off. It's going to be a great afternoon here for the Pro Drag Racing Championship. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely wicked. And remember, we are racing for championship points in the NDRC national title as well. So it's going to be very cool to see it. Matty Cab's going to make his way back up here to the commentary box. And it's going to be awesome to see the first pair out, which is, unfortunately for Scott White, he hasn't had a chance to test the engine that's in this motorcycle. His first pass with this engine on board is going to be in competition up against Jason Lee.
Yes, nothing like... going into uncharted waters is there. So Jason definitely going to be, Scott going to be a little bit nervous. I think Jason Lee, definitely an experienced campaigner, and of course aboard that Trevor Birrell motorcycle is pretty much a force to reckon with in Pro Stock motorcycle.
Both of these guys former national champions in their own right as well. Scott White, now from Queensland, originally from Darwin. He was a proud Northern Territorian for a very, very long time. And he's going to be taking on Jason Lee, who won the 1999 Pro Stock Bike Championship. That's how far back he goes. So we're talking nearly 25 years. You look at him, he still looks like a young fella. You wouldn't think he's been around the sport for that long. But Jason Lee on the Serco TBR Tigon Welding motorcycle. Now, this is for championship points. Remember, winning is important, but also important is getting to the finish line with a representative time. The way the point structure works in this championship is wins get you points. Quick ETs get you points. And that is how you make it through to either the D, the C, the B, or the A final a little bit later on this afternoon. I want to say a big thank you to Steve Bush for jumping on the mic with me there. I'm going to welcome back to the microphone Matt Kavanagh for the first time this weekend. Mate, nice to see you.
It's fantastic to be here, Rusty. I'm glad I could be invited back here for some of the PDRC action. It's going to be a massive year, to be quite honest, with a great calendar you've got coming off. But let's check out all the action. Scotty White's away, though. Just having a look. Didn't get a reaction time. That red light, unfortunately for him, so we give the win away. Yeah,
left before the Christmas tree was activated there, unfortunately, for Scott White. So he will not record a time. And it actually looked like it was a pretty decent run, to be honest. Unfortunately for Jason Lee, 9.50, not exactly what he would have been looking for. It sounded like it was popping and banging. But you know what? The most important thing for him is those PDRC points. And guess what? He just got a bag full of them right there with that round win.
Yeah, Jason Lee, that's a 9.50. Is probably not what he's looking to kick things off with this afternoon. The crew will go back and have to really go over the data. Yesterday, obviously, with the afternoon of dampness that we had, it wasn't really what we wanted to happen for these bikes and cars that just want to come out and get their practice runs in. Of course, it was qualifying, but it's all about data. Today is a lot more humid. A little bit warmer out there as well on track, which is great for those conditions for the concrete itself, so they can make that nice and sticky down there for the traction. But it's just no data, really. And you know what everyone does after Winter Nationals? They change things. They add horsepower. They do something. They put a bar work in or something. That's
exactly right. And a lot of people were saying, why was there a test pass in the schedule last night? Well, that's because these guys haven't raced since June. You know, last season finished up at the Winter Nationals in June. And you know what? A lot of these guys have changed things. They've got different engine combinations in the bikes. They've got, you know, all sorts of different setups. So that's why there was a test pass to at least give them a little bit of a finding out run last night. The weather, unfortunately, had other priorities. The weather ended us pretty early on yesterday afternoon. Unfortunately, it wasn't a lot of rain, but it was just that really fine, misty stuff that just drenches everything. And also the track temp as well made it very, very difficult. So for a lot of these guys, it's going to be throwing the dart at the dartboard and hoping that it sticks here. Tony Frost will be up next, and he's going to take on Locky Island on the Johnny's Hog Shop motorcycle. He's had a bit of trouble getting through the burnout down there. Sounds like the bike maybe doesn't want to stay in gear.
Yeah, just trying to select gears. Couldn't you see him on the lever there for a moment? So he is trying to figure that out. He's still going to take to the start line because you never know what's going to happen Frosty, well, he was super keen to get out and racing this weekend. He's all over the PDRC merchandise as well. So
He is.
He's bought a few of those shirts.
That's what happens when you got a nice, bright coloured bike. You end up on the T-shirt. That's the way it works. So Tony Frost, the Force Wear Group motorcycle. A big shout out to Clint Myers. I'm sure he's watching. The man behind Force Wear Group usually has his sticker on a bunch of different bikes. And for Locky Island, he's not mucking about down here. Straight into stage for him. Tony Frost, experienced campaigner in Pro Stock now. He is not a rookie. You can't call him the rookie anymore. Clean green off the start line. 1:14 to the 60 is a pretty nice short time for Tony Frost. And he'll be across the finish line for a 7:47 at 179 miles per hour. Good speed, but the ET just not quite there. Looks like it went away a little bit in the middle of the racetrack there. And for Locky Island, that bike does not sound happy on its way down the racetrack.
Yeah, it really started with the burnout for him, didn't it, with Locky Island? We saw him trying to select gear, so something not right with that bike. He still managed to take the beams, though, just see if he can get that bike down, hoping for some data. Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off for Locky Island this time round. And the Victorian, well, he's just going to have to go back and have a think about how things are going, because really when we look at the field of pro bike here this afternoon, it really could be anyone.
Oh, and that's exactly right. I mean, Luke Crowley is the man to beat without a shadow of a doubt. He's into the 6-second zone. He's been pretty consistently in the 6-second zone over the last little while, and it's going to be tough for anyone to get past him if he runs absolutely to his potential. Now, if he has problems, it then opens the door up for just about anybody else in this field. He's going to be taking on Paul Andrews, the 66-year-old racer out of Torquay in Victoria. Now, if you've been around drag racing for a little while and you recognise that name, that's because he has formerly raced Pro Stock bike, but it was a very, very long time ago. It was apparently 25 years between drinks, between riding pro bikes. He got back onto it last season, and he's absolutely discovered his love of these bikes yet again. And for Paul Andrews, racing for Andrews Automotive, he'll be looking to lay down a solid number. I don't think he's going to worry too much about who's in the other lane, because really, when you got Luke Crowley over there, you know that that's a quick bike. You really just got to focus on doing your own thing and getting the thing from point A to point B. Yeah,
I think with Crowley, we know that's a known number right there. Like, you know he's going to be coming out. He's going to cut a good light. As long as the bike does what it needs to do, he's probably going to be in the low 7s straight off the bat. We've just seen it from him so many times. I mean, the time he spent over in America for Luke Crowley really played dividends for him. And you can see it as he's come back to Australia now the last half a dozen years, and really putting that experience into the pro bike scene, like we've seen helping Scotty White out with an engine this weekend. But bike definitely makes enough power. He's got a new option on this one too, which he just spoke about earlier, and changed the engine configuration up, which is why he couldn't actually run that motor that he's lent to Scotty White. And we'll just wait and see if that really adds a little bit more horsepower, a bit more poke to this bike. Oh, the throttles are twisted and we take off. Look at the reaction times. They're pretty slow, actually, in both lanes, but Crowley's looks like a jet.
Yeah, he was fighting that bike early on in the run. It's still a 7.11. It's a good pass, 192 miles per hour for Luke Crowley. It's a good run in the end, but he was really fighting that thing in the middle of the racetrack. I'm not quite sure what was going on. Paul Andrews sounded like it really bogged down out of the hole. A 1.60 60-foot time there. And you'll hear Matty and I talk about the short times or the incremental times throughout the day, and that's because we do have the incremental timers on the way down the racetrack. They help the riders and the drivers and the crew chiefs tune the bikes. They can see where the bike is quick, where the bike might be lacking a little bit, and where they need to pick it up. And the same goes for all of our PDRC categories when it comes to all the different tuning aids that they've got at their disposal.
Yeah, it's not as simple as just standing on the accelerator going straight down the drag strip, like has been said before in the past for some races. When we get to these high horsepower categories especially, they will break the track down just a little bit.
Absolutely. We are going to move into Pro Stock now, and Pro Stock coming your way. First matchup will be Ray Oxley taking on Tony Polito. But let's have a quick look at the matchups here. Rob Dekert will be taking on Thomas Legg, the rookie. Rick Chilton up against John Kaboura. Chris Sardis up against John Barbagallo, the rooster. And Mario Polito up against Clint George. Tony Polito and Ray Oxley, the first pair out on track here this afternoon, though. Strong burnouts.
How sweet is the RPM from a Pro Stock car, really? We're revving over 10,000 RPM, a little 400 cube small block in the front chassis rails. They are a really exciting category to watch, not just because of the high screaming natural aspirated V8, but because we see how close they run in the times. There is probably only 10 horsepower difference across the entire field.
Absolutely, you're absolutely spot on. You know, you talk about these cars, they're making 3 horsepower per cube in these cars. That's not a stretch. It's probably well over that these days. So you're talking 400 cubic inches over 1,200 horsepower. It's incredible to think what they're doing with these cars. But that being said, they are one of the trickiest cars to get down the racetrack. That's goes without saying. Manually shifted 5 speeds in these cars. They leave off the clutch and very, very little downforce on these cars. So when they do get a little bit squirrely, you really need to be right on the wheel and right up on your game in terms of keeping the thing in the centre of the groove.
Well, think about this. Less than 1 second to get that first gear shift done. The moment they stand on the throttle, they have to feel that in the car. There is a shift light to aid our drivers, but it is all about feel when it comes to Pro Stock, exactly when you want to get through the gears, and they are well and truly into top gear as they go past the half-track point, and they've just got to run it out the back door. Pro Stock about to rev things up here this afternoon at Sydney Dragway. We've got him in full stage for Polito, just waiting for Oxley to bump in. Here we go. Time to get this race underway. Nice start from Polito, 0.37. Oxley having a bit of a sleep on the line, unfortunately, and Polito will run this out the back door and have a look at a 7.08 with a 4.
Look, in the conditions, I think they'd be very happy with the 7.08. It is a little bit humid out there. I don't know exactly what the air is doing at the moment, but I can't imagine it's particularly good with all the rain that we've had. At 7.08, 193 miles per hour, and the round win, more importantly, for Tony Polito, because that does mean more championship points. Ray Oxley, a 7.14 at 192 miles per hour is nothing to sneeze at. He was dead late on the tree, though. You can't get away with that in Pro Stock these days.
No, you have to put the entire, what we describe as a package together, really, don't you? You have to have a fantastic reaction time.
Yep.
You really need to run as fast as what the category can possibly run in the conditions that are available here this weekend.
Absolutely. It is Clint George and Mario Polito rolling up to the line now. Clint George in that beautiful red Pontiac GXP is going to be taking on Mario Polito, who knocked out his first 6-second pass at the Winter Nationals in the not too distant past, and that's a very, very unhappy sounding car of Clint George's down there, I think it was. Sounded like it almost backfired.
Yeah, there's a moment there. Still carbureted, these engines, which obviously is a fine art if you're involved in that world. You don't have the reliability. I think it might be Mario Polito's car because the door has just opened at the moment, and the crew will go there and check that out. Clint George will get his burnout done just past the start line there.
You're not sure what's happening down there. There's obviously a fair bit of attention around trying to get that car fired back up. For Clint George, though, he has actually taken his engine program back in-house now. Has been with a couple of different providers over the years and hasn't exactly had the kind of results that he was really looking for the investment that he was making. So Clint said, you know what, he's an engine guy by trade. He's got an automotive place up there at Long Jetty in New South Wales. He said, you know what, let's bring it back in-house. Let's do it ourselves. And he's got a few ideas that he's trying in this car.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The crew shut the doors. They fired up Mario Polito once again, and he has got the burnout done. Door is open. He's going to have to get this back very quickly, though, Rusty.
Yeah, it does sound a little bit lazy for Mario Polito. It's probably the only way to describe it. Didn't sound like it was getting right up there in the rev range, and it is so important, the rev range in these cars. You've got to keep them right up there, not just in the revs, but also in the torque band, which is when you shift gears, you want it to drop right back into that sweet spot so that the thing keeps on pulling all the way down the racetrack. And for Mario Polito, I mean, he's a pretty experienced guy now. He's been running Pro Stock for a couple of years. I would think that this isn't going to rattle him too much. Clint George, on the other hand, he's waiting pretty patiently over that side of the racetrack. And the really, really interesting thing here is there's a bunch of different teams down here from all the different Pro Stock teams and some from other classes as well, just having a good look at this racetrack and seeing how these guys are getting down the racetrack. I don't think there's any question mark over the racing surface. Once again, Sydney Dragway delivers an absolutely beautifully prepared racing surface.
Yeah, we'll probably talk about the amount of traffic on it as we go through our coverage, but it's exactly what the drivers want to see. They want to see some rubber laid down on this track. Traffic is key. It keeps the track nice and warm also, especially when we get a little bit overcast and as the evening breeze comes through here in Sydney. Already in pre-stage for George, just waiting for Mario Polito. It's a bit of a slow start there. Oh, no, look at that. That was really vicious. Still bumping around there for Clint George. I don't know what's happening. Mario Polito ends up leaving. George is well and truly early and got a red light.
Yeah, that was almost like Clint George. It was almost like he didn't have his finger on the line lock or something like that. I'm not quite sure, but it definitely, as soon as he put it up on the two-step, the thing just launched on him, which is less than ideal. I did see a little bit of smoke coming out of the car as he went on down the racetrack, so hopefully it hasn't sustained any engine damage there. For Mario Polito, got out past the 60-foot timers, 1:03 to the 60, and for the first pass of the year, it's probably not what they were looking for, but you know what? It's a win, and it's points in the bank for him.
Well, it all started badly, really, in the burnout where he stopped the car, and obviously the crew going in to reassure him that he could restart that car. A moment like that's probably not hugely detrimental, but then you've got to rush the process with the burnout. And, I mean, for drivers, they've got a process, don't they? Some like to stage early. They've got a certain length of burnout they like to do. They've all just got this feel for the car when they get out there, and if you just alter that slightly, sometimes it just can disrupt what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. It's drag racing is all about routine. It comes down to consistency, not just from a car perspective, but also from the driver. The driver needs to go out there and be able to do the same thing every single time. And a lot of that comes with experience. The more experience you've got, you know how the car feels, you know what's going on, and you know when something's wrong. And, you know, for drivers, they can be sometimes superstitious creatures as well. And it's a full moon today, so I'm not saying anything, but I'm just saying. John Barbagallo and Chris Sardis rolling up to the line now. John Barbagallo, that beautiful white Ford, I should say, the white and blue Ford down there, the Escort. And Chris Sardis, who is the owner of the current national record in a pro stock with a 685. A very, very experienced campaigner in his own right, and it's a pretty stonking looking car as well. That's a good looking thing.
It's a great looking car, and he's obviously had to come down from Ayr up there in North Queensland, so it's quite a bit of a drive for him to get down here for this championship. Takes a couple of days. He swung by and grabbed a couple of crew members in Queensland on the way down for Barbagallo. So
what, just anyone?
They're having just some guy. He said, I slowed down the school zone. He jumped in.
Jumped in the trailer.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So he's down here. But look, mate, it's great to have the crew, and I think that's what a lot of it is for some of these drivers. Is it's about the weekend. It's about your friends and your family being part of it, and it's really what the PDRC is all about as we kick off this season alongside Chris Sardis. Well, he's no stranger to pro stock racing. He has done quite a few laps and currently the lowest ET in Australia. Yeah,
he's got the quick ET, the national record at that 685. I don't think you're going to see anything close to that here, at least in the first session, unless the weather conditions change pretty significantly moving on for the rest of the day. But looking at it, I would say if you could get maybe something in the 700 high 690s, you'd be pretty happy with that in the conditions that we've got right here. Of course, Peter Ridgway doing the engine program on that car, as he has done for many, many years. Very experienced campaigner. First man into the 7-second zone, first man into the 6-second zone in a pro stock car. He now enjoys his pro stock from the outside, but he is just as involved as ever.
Well, here we go. Let's get this show on the road. The crew will come back behind those safety cones, and we are in pre-stage. How are these cars going to slightly move in? There we go. Barbagallo in first. Sardis steps in, and we're going to launch there. 0.28 for Barbagallo. He has been on the practice tree for sure.
Wow.
Have a look at this. He might get the win. 7.01 with a 4.
Whole shot win to John Barbagallo. That is why reaction time is so important, and he gets that championship campaign off to the best start possible. He had almost 0.3 of a second on the start line over Chris Sardis. 7.01 with a 194 miles per hour to a 7.01 with a 6. Chris Sardis absolutely schooled on the start line there. 1.03 to the 60 for him, and he would have been there right with him if he left the start line on time, but unfortunately for Chris Sardis, that was a day and a half late in pro stock terms.
And again, we talk about the package when it comes to getting down the track. You've got to add that reaction time to the elapsed time that the car runs. So they were 0.02 of a second difference in their elapsed time. That has all come down to reaction time. It was still pretty close at the far end. We're talking 0.3 of a second, the difference as they cross the finish line. But in pro stock, that's almost weeks.
For anybody who is watching and has been watching throughout the day on either Facebook, on the Sydney Dragway YouTube channel, or if you're watching now on the PDRC Pro Drag Racing channel, this is Heads Up Drag Racing. If that green light comes on, you got to go. That means get to the finish line first. That's what it's all about. And Chris Sardis, he knows that lesson, but he learned it again there.
John Kaboura about to come out in our left lane, taking on Rick Chilton out of Royalla in New South Wales, just over the border from ACT, so a few hours inland. Of course, Kaboura from Yonora in New South Wales, the JTS Towing, CJ Logistics Cavalier, just waiting to get the tyres up. There we go. Rick Chilton already got through his burnout routine at the moment. Great to have them back in the Pro Stock hot seat, thanks to Capital Bond Electrical.
Rick Chilton is a guy who has really done everything in Pro Stock, you know, except for maybe win a championship. That's about the last thing that's left on his list. But I say that with the greatest of respect, because when he came into Pro Stock, he was a part-time campaigner. He struggled along for a few years, was trying to do his own thing. He's now running at the other end of the field. He is right up the pointy end, finished second in the championship last year. It was only a matter, I think it was one round of racing between him and Rob Dekert in the end. And Rick Chilton in this Dodge Avenger is really starting to show some promise, a consistent 6-second runner. And looking forward to see what he can deliver here at round 1 of the PDRC this afternoon. John Kaboura, on the other hand, the JTS Towing, DKCJ Logistics Chev Cavalier. If you want to trip up at a commentator, that's the way to do it. Lots of acronyms. That's the way to do it. But John Kaboura, long-time sportsman, competitor here at Sydney Dragway, and certainly a guy who is yet to really make a name for himself in Pro Stock, but he's a dangerous one. That's sure.
There's another couple of names out there that a couple of seasons ago were pretty new to Pro Stock, but they'd made their way through the ranks. Rob Dekert being one of those. Didn't he really make an impact on Pro Stock, especially in his second year last year, the champion? I mean, so John Kaboura, well, I think he's just finding his groove at the moment. It's been a few months since they've been out on track. Both in pre-stage now, and here we go. Full stage for Kaboura. Oh, good lead.
Yeah, big reaction time advantage to John Kaboura, but I think Chilton's driven around him here. This is a good pass, 7:02 at 195. That's top speed of the event so far for Rick Chilton, 7:02, 195. That is a very, very solid first pass for him. And John Kaboura was right there as well, 7:34 at 190 in the losing effort. But for Rick Chilton, maybe left a little bit on the table on the start line there, 101 to the 60. We've seen a couple of guys in the 100s. So you take that 100th of a second, take it off the other end of the racetrack, and he's right there with Sardis and also John Barbagallo in terms of ET. So good run there for Rick Chilton, and he will go into the next round of racing off the back of a win, which is always so important. Well, next pair up, it is going to be Rob Dekert taking on the rookie, Thomas Leake. Now, this car usually campaigned by his dad, Bruce Leake, but it was such a late change that we don't even actually have a name graphic made up for Thomas in the system here. So I guess I'm going to be busy between rounds of racing, that's for sure. But Thomas Leake making his first ever Pro Stock start here this afternoon. And his reward for getting into this field, he gets to take on the champ, Rob Dekert.
You go and take on the #1 from last season. I mean, Thomas Leake, though, he has done plenty of laps here at Sydney Dragway, normally as part of the Sydney Championship rounds. We've seen him in Top Sportsman and the like racing out there. So I think it's just a matter of routine. He's been coming out doing his licensing as well. So we'll wait and see how he goes really when it comes to competition format. It's all about getting through those gears really quickly. Like I said, it's less than 1 second for the first gear shift.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a blink of an eye.
Absolutely. And I'm secretly hoping at some point today that Thomas Leake gets to race Rick Chilton because that's actually his father-in-law. That'd be cool to see. So if Thomas Leake gets to race Rick Chilton, but right now he's just focusing on getting this thing down the racetrack. Look, I think he'll just be happy if it goes from point A to point B and use this event as a bit of a learning experience. For Rob Dekert, this is not a learning experience for him. He's learned everything that he needs to know. He is the champ. He has got one of the quickest cars and one of the most consistent cars in this Pro Stock field. And I think anything less than a win here in this race would probably be a little bit disappointing for him.
Yeah, the unique body smash repairs. Pontiac GXP has definitely got some runs on the board now. You can't take away his driving either from Rob Dekert. He has been superb last season.
Absolutely.
We wanted to put that against Thomas Leake, who's, you know, like you say, a rookie in Pro Stock, but not in drag racing terms. And he's been alongside his dad, Bruce Leake, the entire time racing these cars as well, which has been a number of years. I mean, Bruce had a championship back in '94, I think it was. So you're talking 30 years ago.
It was a very long time ago. Thomas has grown up around this sport, and he knows what he needs to do here. Big hello to wherever you might be watching from on the PDRC Pro Drag Racing Championship official YouTube channel. That is the only place where you'll find the PDRC this afternoon. Make sure you do like, share and subscribe, because we're going to have some killer racing coming your way, including this right now. Thomas Leake, Rob Dekert. Leake with a good reaction time, but I think Dekert's just about driven around him. Great side-by-side pass here in a 7.02. That seems to be about the mark in terms of what we've come to expect here this afternoon. 7.02, 197 miles per hour. Big speed. That's the biggest speed of the weekend so far. And Thomas Leake, a 7.15. That's a personal best for Thomas Leake in the losing effort. 187 miles per hour. So it still went away a little bit at the top end of the racetrack. But for Rob Dekert, 7.02, 197. That is a very, very solid pass. So where does that put him in comparison to Rick Chilton? 7.024, 7.025. And the reason I ask that, so he will actually be the third quickest car out of this first round of racing. Fourth quickest car out of this first round of racing. So that means he's going to be a couple of points down on some of the championship hopefuls here this afternoon. We are going to move into Pro Mod now. And Pro Mod is absolutely mouth-watering here this afternoon. We have got, I'm just thinking, it was 7 turbo cars, and I think it was 8 supercharged cars this afternoon. You can't get much more of an even split than this. 15 cars in the field here this afternoon, and that is Steve Petrosky. He's going to be taking on the radial competitor Joe Gajic. That's a big burnout for a radial car from Joe Gajic.
Are we really surprised about that? I mean,
look,
he's been handed the keys. I mean, when your mate comes up and he says, you're going to miss the first round of Pro Mod, we know how much you love it. And Paul Mary goes, you know what, take the radial car Nova. You've helped build the car. You've raced it before. Get behind it. Run it on radials out of everything against these big tyre cars.
Absolutely. And you know, Paul Mary drove the car to pretty significant success at Jamboree recently up in Queensland. Actually top qualified in the Pro Mod bracket up there. So this thing is a consistent mid 580s car.
Well, they've actually said this ran 585 on a radial on a slick prep track already.
Yeah.
So it's done the time, which is what we're looking for. It's a 585 index when it comes to Pro Mod, as we really try to encompass so many different styles of cars into this racing. And not only that, that's like the fastest radial car of its type on a 315 to the 8th mile, I believe.
Yeah, it's an incredible piece of machinery. Steve Petrosky, on the other hand, he is a very experienced racer. It's had a little bit of time away, but that is a twin-turbo Hemi underneath the hood of that Camaro. That thing can run right on the number, and I would expect him to be right on that 585 fixed index. Remember, this is an index class, so Pro Mod 585 is a number. You want to go as close as you can to it without going under. If you go under, you're out of here. If you both go under, well, guess what? It's whoever goes under by the least. The idea being it's a great leveler. Doesn't matter what power adder you've got. Doesn't matter what engine combination. Only thing that matters is 585 on the boards.
Oh, no, up in tyre smoke for Joe Gajic.
Whoa. How's the drive job from Steve Petrosky? There's some bits of fiberglass coming off the car as he went down there through the 1,000 foot, but a 599 at 244 miles per hour. It shook the tyres a little bit early on in the piece, and a 599 at 244. That's a cracking way to kick things off here in Pro Mod this afternoon. Wow, that was way out of the groove. He was over near the wall, and there was definitely something that came off the car probably at around about the 1,000 foot mark. Only one parachute as well came out, having a look at the slightly delayed telecast here on the Sydney Dragway YouTube channel. So only one chute came out. He did get it around the turnout area down there without too many problems. But, man, that is a wild way to start things off. Joe Gajic was good on the tree, 038, but unfortunately just absolutely bombed the tyres. Probably needs to maybe look at a slightly smaller burnout next time. I'm just making a suggestion.
I don't
those
think
radial tyres don't like heat.
That's not a great suggestion from a crowd perspective.
No,
I actually quite like Joe going up there past the half-track mark. That'll be fantastic. One of the interesting things we saw the difference between our normal Pro Mod cars and a radial car was today when we went down and had a look at the car, the amount of lead weight he had on the diff.
Yeah, trying to get that weight back and really get the suspension loaded up. While we get a little break, we're going to have a quick look at the first round matchups here this afternoon. It's so big, we've got 2 pages. Craig Burns is going to be on a solo pass here in the first round of racing, courtesy of being the champion last year. Zoran Gajic taking on Danny Makdessi. You think there won't be some trash talk there. Frank Tarabay up against Craig Hewitt. The Turbo Boys up against the Superchargers. Joe Gajic up against Steve Petrosky, which we just saw with Petrosky getting the win. Rob Campisi up against Peter Lovering. And let's have a look at page 2. Greg Tsakiridis up against Nasser, Matta, Neil Murphy in the Corvette, in the Camaro, I should say, taking on Peter Gratz, and Daniel Camilleri to race Steve Smith. What a matchup in Pro Mod here this afternoon. Speaking of Steve Smith and Daniel Camilleri, guess who we've got on the racetrack right now?
They are our next pairing out as well as Smith comes forward. And this Ford Mustang out of Victoria Point in Queensland. And this is what we want to see. Some of the Turbo boys boosted up and taken on the Black Belt Brigade. However, Daniel Camilleri, well, he doesn't bring the massive big blocks and Proline engines. No, he brings 400 cubes, a small block Chevy. He goes, you know what? I'm going to rev it.
Yeah, he's got the baby little small block in this car, and look, he's running the numbers. I think he's got a PB of around about the 6.2, 6.1 second mark with this car. Very, very popular car as well in the pits. I mean, with a paint job like this, it'd be hard not to be popular. Such a cool looking thing with the Australian flag up over it. One trend that we've seen in Pro Mod this weekend is actually steel body cars making a big resurgence. You've got two of them out there on the racetrack at the moment with Steve Smith and Daniel Camilleri. You've also got Craig Hewitt out there, Danny Makdessi, Craig Burns. They're all steel body cars, original proportion cars in terms of the bulk of the body. So not exactly lightweights, that's for sure.
No, but I mean, I think when we run the 585 index, when it comes to Pro Mod, a lot of these cars pushing well over 3,000 horsepower. Some of them starting to nudge up well over 4,000 horsepower as well. When you take the big boys on, we've seen them run 270 mile an hour, 550s, a few of these cars. So to try and tame them down, I don't think it hurts them to have a steel body on it. It's just absolutely cool.
Oh, it is so cool, that's for sure. And as we see the sun really starting to beat down here on this Sydney Dragway racetrack, it's awesome to see it finally make an appearance just in time for the PDRC rounds this afternoon. As we see Steve Smith edging towards stage, we're not too far away. He'll bring it up on boost and bump that thing in. Great reaction time from Daniel Camilleri. He's out in front, but I think the top end of the turbo is going to drive around him, and it does. 627 at 236 gets the W. 717, it sounded like Camilleri's car was getting a little bit ugly down there. A 717 at 151. It did go away at the top end of the racetrack, but still, he strapped a whole shot on there. 011 on the tree.
He's definitely got the sugar and coffee ratio in the body absolutely correct there, because a 011 to lead the tree nearly had him, but at the half track point you could just see Stephen Smith wound up the horsepower in the turbo boy. Well, Stephen Smith drove around the outside of him. Those bull horns, the amount of pressure coming out of those exhausts, pushing the front end of the car down to try and keep its wheels on the ground. Great way to kick off this afternoon's racing. Of course, Pro Mod, so many cars here this weekend. We spoke about it before. 15 cars in the field, and an ever-growing field too, because the amount that are starting to be built in sheds and come out. I mean, we're talking about people like Craig Burns, who's building another car that can race in Pro Mod.
Well, quite truthfully, we would have had 17 cars entered in Pro Mod here this weekend. Unfortunately for Stuart Bennett, some parts didn't arrive in time from the US. He was supposed to be in this field as well. And Eddie Howich, who's racing in Pro Import here this afternoon, was supposed to be racing his Pro Mod Mustang, but had a little unfortunate incident in testing and unfortunately unable to make this race. So it was well within the realms of possibility that we were going to have 17 cars in Pro Mod, which is an incredible field. Absolutely ridiculous in terms of the field sizes. Now, it does sound like we fired them up down there, but we have shut them down. So I can see it will be Nasser Matta taking on Greg Tsakiridis, which is, again, when was the last time you saw a late model Mustang take on a 1937 Chevy business coupe? I can't remember.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Absolutely. Such a cool matchup, this one. Supercharger on board for Nasser Matta. Has actually done a couple of rounds of door slammer as well in the NDRC series. Obviously, being a Sydney local, he doesn't want to pass up any opportunity to race. So great to see the A-Civil team out here this afternoon. But Greg Tsakiridis, he's a front runner in this class. He has been a front runner for a long time, and he's got one of the biggest, baddest Mustangs out there with that Ice Group Ford Mustang.
Yeah, spoke to him earlier in the week, and he said, no, not too much to do on the car. The hardest thing is slowing it down to the 585, but we know he's been guilty of doing it, of course, when they came out in their first season where they were really just out here showing, I suppose, the capabilities of Pro Mod. It was really a showcase of Pro Mod coming out. He actually took that championship out, or really had the most points for the season. So he likes to make it reliable. He's super competitive. Had a little bit of time off a couple of years ago, and we didn't see him contest all the rounds last year either, but he is looking fierce this weekend. They got the trucks kitted out. They are ready to go.
Oh, yeah, they're ready to race, that's for sure. Going to be a great matchup, this one. And if you are watching on the PDRC Pro Drag Racing YouTube channel. Let us know where you're watching from. Apparently, Pomona got rained out today over there in the US, and we do have a lot of friends from the United States watching. So a big hello to wherever you are in the world, and we hope you are enjoying the coverage here of the very first PDRC race meeting, not just here at Sydney Dragway, but full stop.
Do you reckon there's a certain DJ probably watching wherever he is floating around the world?
Oh, I reckon there's a very good chance that if he's got phone service, he's probably having a good look. I'm sure we'll get a message from Coxie if he is watching. But right now we're focusing on what we got on the racetrack, and that is Greg Tsakiridis on screen, that beautiful Mustang. Has run as quick as 550s with this car at over 270 miles per hour, but Pro Mod, the great equaliser, we talk about that 585 index, and that is exactly how this type of car with 572 cubes on board can take on a car like, say, for example, Daniel Camilleri with the 400 cube small block. That's how it works. 585 is that great equaliser.
Oh, Nasser Matta, he's not mucking around. He's clear in the throat there of the 37 Chev.
Knocked out his first ever 5-second runs at Grudge Kings a couple of weeks ago here at Sydney Dragway. So they've got some pretty good data with similar conditions to what we've got on the racetrack right now. The A Civil Australia Drill Tech 37 Chevy Business Coupe.
Well, now it's business time. With an index, you can't afford to be sloppy on the tree either. You need to get a great reaction time. Nasser Matta, well, he's in on the blown car. You can hear the boost come up now for Tsakiridis, and they are away. Tsakiridis with a fantastic reaction time. With the car moves around, Nasser Matta looks like he's in front of the 1,000 foot and will get the win with a 596, and he goes back-to-back fives.
That is an upset. I'm calling it now. That's another 5-second run for Nasser Matta. Not to take anything away from Nasser, but with a 3:17 reaction time, he was late on the tree. 596 gets the win. Greg Tsakiridis went up in tyre shake pretty early on. He had to pedal it to get it to the finish line. It was a good race in the end. It was only a car length or two in it right at the stripe. But yeah, Greg Tsakiridis, a 6:45, not the way he would have wanted to kick off his championship campaign here this afternoon.
Oh, I reckon he'll be looking for a little bit of redemption down the far end, especially when the banter comes up between the turbos and the blower boys.
Oh, that's
another black belt win.
Absolutely. There is definitely some banter, that's for sure. I think to quote Craig Burns when talking about the turbo guys, and I'm not saying anything he won't put on camera, those turbo guys, they're weirdos.
Oh, it's a great crew of drivers down there as Peter Gratz will be coming out now in this gorgeous 71 Plymouth Cuda.
Now, sorry, mate.
You're all right. We've seen this one obviously taking on the world of Slammer as well. And Neil Murphy alongside the Queenslander. Great to have him back down in Sydney. He's had a couple of big moments in this car where it's done a little bit of damage, but the Chevy Camaro.
Way out of shape for Gratzy down there with the Cuda. Sorry, mate.
It's just burnout time, really. Does ProMod know that you don't have to do half-track burnouts?
No, don't tell them either. Don't tell them. So Neil Murphy, he's actually shot me a message and let me know that they were going to test some stuff yesterday with a new fuel system and a new stator in the torque converter. But he goes, well, I guess we're testing it in the first round now because they didn't get a chance to get it out on the racetrack. And as a result, round one becomes test session one for Neil Murphy. Now, for Peter Gratz, looks like he might have had a little bit of trouble grabbing reverse gear down there. This, again, is such a cool car. This 71 Plymouth Cuda. Gratzy's always had a bit of a thing for Mopars. He's always had Mopars in the shed. He's always had them. Of course, made his name back in the 90s in Wild Bunch and Top Door Slammer as well with the wild 57 Chevy that he had back in the day. And, yeah, just a really, really cool guy. Great to see him back in the sport, that's for sure. Neil Murphy, on the other hand, another guy who's dabbled in door slammer over the last couple of years. And, I mean, why wouldn't you? The car is absolutely gorgeous. It is legal for top door slammer competition. And, again, it's a great opportunity to test. For anyone who is running the door slammer championship, they can step across into Pro Mod and use it as an opportunity to get on the racetrack. But at the same time, it's pretty hot competition with Pro Mod. It's not like any of these guys are going to lay down.
Oh, definitely not. A couple of Queenslanders, though, here, which, you know, obviously coming up from north just a little bit, they should be a bit more familiar with the conditions when it comes to tuning the vehicle. A little bit of that water grains up here today in racing. As the RPM comes up, and look at, oh no, red light for Neil Murphy. He's gone a little bit too early. He's going to get a time, but something coming out the back of that car. I'm not quite sure what it is. Ends up with a 591, but he won't get the win after that red light.
Yeah, 591 thrown away with a red light on the tree. 030 red. It's not exactly really red, but red is red. Peter Gratz gets a win. Knocks out a 605 as well. That's pretty close to a PB for that team. That's a really solid pass for them. There was something coming out of Neil Murphy's car. I don't know what it was. It looked like it might have been a rag or something that was getting chewed up. He's also looks like he might have lunched a parachute down there as well. So a little bit of work to do for those guys between rounds. But let's say this. They were testing some stuff. I think it worked.
It's definitely quick, 5.911, and I believe that'll be our fastest mile an hour here this afternoon too, 2:49 so far. So we haven't seen the big mile hours as yet. You might have picked that up though. It does look very much like a bit of material.
It looks like a rag. Maybe they left something in part of the rotating assembly down there, or someone left it in the cockpit and it's just been munched. But whatever it was definitely getting shredded up on its way down the racetrack there. So. Look, we got a little bit of stuff to pick up down there. It's just nothing that's going to cause too many issues, hopefully, but we do need to get it up off the racetrack just to make sure that it is all clear. Next matchup, though, will be Peter Lovering in the 55 Chevy. You talk about cool Chevys. That is a cool Chevy. He's going to be taking on Rob Campisi in the Mustang. We've got variety in this like I don't think we've got in any other category in Australian drag racing in Pro Mod. You look at it, we've got everything from a 37 Chevy Business Coupe to your shoebox Chevys, right through to your late model cars, your Camaros, your Mustangs, all that sort of stuff. We've got superchargers, we've got twin turbos, we've got small blocks, we've got Hemis, we've got everything. This is what it's all about.
Pro Mod is the place to be. I mean, pretty much the rule we've got in Pro Mod is doors must open, car must go fast.
Yep. Must have safety gear. That's about it. That's about the only rules.
When it comes to Pro Mod. I mean, that's what we like. We have seen a nitrous car in the early years of Pro Mod as well, and we see it overseas. Barry Plumpton out in New Zealand had his here, and that it'd be great to have him back in something like this, just to maybe just show that the bottle boys can keep up with them.
There are still a couple of nitrous cars floating around that could come and run in Pro Mod. I'm just saying, there's Phil Relotta, I think, has got a huge cube Camaro down there in South Australia, Victoria, wherever it's from, but huge cube nitrous car which could come out and easily run on that 585 index. Barry Plumpton's another guy. He's probably watching actually at the moment. I know he tunes into a lot of what we do over here in Australia, so shout out to Barry if you are watching. We miss you, mate. We want to see that awesome car back over here in the not too distant future, but you know, we look at what we've got. We can't complain about the matchup we've got in Pro Mod all throughout the afternoon here.
Well, this one's going to be a great one. Peter Lovering in the shoebox 55 Chevy, all thanks to E1 Pool Certifiers. And basically, very much like you would see in Slammer form. Obviously, we don't mind a little bit extra boost when it comes to Pro Mod if they really want him, but that 585, very capable of running that. And Rob Campisi, well, he has been a pioneer, really, when it comes to the turbo cars, hasn't he, back in the day? And he was running so quick, well into the 550s in this car at over 270 mile an hour when they get it right, and they run it all the way out the back door. So Rob Campisi, he's just got his head around the last couple of seasons how to slow this car down just a little bit. And he's obviously on his home track here at Sydney Dragway. So they'll try and get that into the centre, because look how far he's gone off at the moment. He has ended up all the way to the left after that burnout.
Look, Campisi, he likes to take the long way back to the start line. It's very unusual, this car, in the fact that it is a right-hand drive Mustang. Most of the cars that you see that are built, obviously, for performance considerations and weight considerations, they try and put the driver on the left to counter the rotation of the engine, which obviously naturally wants to lift up the left front wheel. But Rob Campisi, he's comfortable in right-hand drive cars. He's grown up driving right-hand drive cars. So when he got Craig Burns to build this car for him, he said, why would I change something that works? Let's go with the right-hand drive Mustang. He was actually the first man in the world to go over 260 miles per hour in a turbo car as well. So he's broken some barriers in his time, Campo.
The car, it just looks a little bit pointed to the left for me as he
it does.
Gets into stage. We'll see how that goes on the start. There might be something they're used to in the car, potentially. Here we go now. It's time as the boost builds. He's deep stage, gets a red light. So Lovering will get the win, and a big pedal from both of them. But Campisi will get back on the gas and run it out the back. It's only, we say it's only a 654.
Only 654.
But 244 mile an hour.
With a massive pedal in the middle of the run. And Peter Lovering, with an 11.98, gets the win in Pro Mod. So that's 30 points in the bank for him. I don't know how many of the bonus points he's going to get for the ET with that one, but 30 points is 30 points. Unfortunately, just 098 red on the tree. It looked like Campo might have just gone a little bit deep when he staged the car. And after he staged it, it was in deep. which means he's knocked out the top light on the Christmas tree when he's staging the car, which means you're very, very close to rolling all the way through the beams. That's kind of the warning. If you roll so far that the top light on the stage beams goes out, that's your warning that, hey, you need to stop that thing before you go all the way through. Either way, the result is the same, but for Campisi, he will not record a win in the first round of racing. We've got more coming your way. It will be Frank Tarabay and Craig Hewitt by the look of it. The battle of the Red Monsters. Frank Tarabay with that awesome Kaboura. He's doing double duty this weekend in Enviro Waste Services Pro Import as well as Pro Mod here this afternoon. Two different types of car, but at the same time, two very, very fun things to drive. If you've got them both in the shed, you may as well pull them out and run. As we see Nasser Matta coming back along the return road. Put your hands together, guys, for the A Civil team. That was a really solid 5-second run. And I think they'll be absolutely stoked with that. We'll see them come back out a little bit later on this afternoon for round 2 of racing. Now, we did have the cars fire up down there, but then they were told to shut them off. So I'm not quite sure what the go was. Maybe a little bit of a clean-up required.
Yeah, in Lovering's Lane, they're just having a little bit of a look at the moment. Hopefully that's nothing to worry about, or maybe down the far end as they turn around. This will be a great little matchup, like you say. Frank Tarabay, who's just recently had this car back after it had a little bit of an incident where it brushed a wall, had to have a few repairs done on the side of the car, but comfortably in the 5-second zone if he really wants to go fast in it at the moment. We have seen it go into the 260 mile an hour.
Absolutely. And he's going to take on Craig Hewitt in the Red Ninja, as it's called, this car. Steel body, Holden Monaro. Don't you dare call it a Pontiac because he'll get very cranky with you. It is a Holden.
Look at him.
Also superstar in the Street Outlaws world as well when it was Street Outlaws versus Australia.
He gave him a good run for the money, didn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely did. This thing it's a wicked piece of kit. There is no getting around it. Very, very low 6-second car. He would love to get a 5-second pass. If he gets a 5-second time card with this thing, I think the party will be on down there in the Red Ninja pit area. Frank Tarabay, he's got plenty of 5-second time cards with that Camaro, and I think he's got a couple of win trophies as well in Pro Mod. This thing's been a very, very solid contender over the last couple of seasons. But it's going to be an interesting matchup, this one, because the conditions are a little bit different to what we've seen throughout the day. They probably had these things set up for a little bit of cloud cover, maybe a little bit cooler than what we thought it was going to be here this afternoon. But now the sun is really burnt through the clouds. The clouds have cleared and we have got beautiful sunshine and blue skies right above us, which is not what we've had for the last couple of days, Matty.
No, definitely all the jackets are off. People are in singlets. It's nice and warm here at Sydney Dragway this afternoon. Fantastic weekend to be here trackside. Pro Mod, well, we're into our 6th pairing now. Frank Tarabay, he's keen to get things underway and he is coming into stage. Hewitt going through his process. You can see that proud injector hat sits nice and high.
Oh, yeah. It's getting plenty of clean air up there.
Yeah, mate.
It's got mountain fresh air up there. It's so high.
He's letting everyone know he's part of the Black Belt Brigade.
Loud and proud?
Loud and proud. And that's the differential here. You hear a lot of noise coming out of Craig Hewitt's car as they prepare. Frank Tarabay, well, he'll probably come in shallow stage like he has and look for him to bring that car up on boost. And he'll bump it in. A little bump just as he goes into full stage. Craig Hewitt, well, he's ready to go. Here we go, full stage from both now. Up on the 2-step, Tarabay sideways, but it's to the right this time, and he gets it under control, and we'll get back on the loud pedal. But Hewitt drives to the end with a 6.15 at 226 miles an hour. Frank Tarabay, though, big round of applause for holding on to that.
Make some noise, Sydney Dragway. I don't know how he hung on to that and kept it shiny. That thing was sideways. Shook the tyres really, really hard. Got over near the concrete wall. And for the Red Ninja and Craig Hewitt, that is a win 6-1-5. That's a really solid pass for them, and that is 30 points on the board. And with a few of these other quicker cars seeming to strike some trouble in this first round of racing, that actually puts him in a pretty good position. Because remember, it's the 2 highest points earners after the first 2 rounds of racing that will go into the A final. That's what it's all about. Collecting those points in the first 2 rounds of racing. After that, it's just get the win.
And interestingly enough, that also not only do you get the race win, then we're going to look at the low ET of the round as well, and there's points given away for that. That goes all the way down to the top 8. So every little bit helps at the moment. They really need to look at their ETs as well. A few upset wins here at the moment, and we'll have to wait and dissect this a little bit later and see how it goes as we bring on our next pairing. Zoran Gajic, well, has a championship under his belt. He's been runner-up before as well. He's a tough racer. And I tell you what, he's one of the biggest men in pro mod racing as well. He is tall. He is you call him a gentle giant, but the man in the right-hand lane, Danny Makdessi and the Devil's Taxi, isn't it fantastic to have him back in drag racing?
You know what I love about Danny Makdessi? He usually does at least half-track burnouts. The only reason he didn't do a half-track burnout then was because the thing was pointing at the Christmas tree. It was at a 45-degree angle on the way through the burnout. Danny Makdessi is an entertainer, knocked out a 6-1-2 at Grudge Kings in the not-too-distant past. That was only a couple of weeks ago. He's taking on he's a champion. He's not the current champion, but he is a champion. Zoran Gajic, he's won a bunch of gold Christmas trees in Pro Mod, and he'll be looking for another one yet again here this afternoon. This is a really good matchup. You've got a bit good underdog versus the champ kind of storyline here. Danny Makdessi making, I don't think it's his first start in Pro Mod, but he certainly hasn't made a lot of them with this VC Valiant. Now, again, we talk about the steel body cars. This car was actually brand new to the Makdessi family when it came out from the factory. So this thing has been in the family for its entire life. Looks a little bit different now. Believe it or not, the big PSI supercharger, not a factory accessory. But very, very cool looking thing.
It would have been a great factory accessory though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Really?
Can you imagine?
would have sold a
drop
couple.
off with this?
It got retired for a little bit, this car. I didn't think they were going to bring it back out. He came out and tried another car and said, you know what, not as much fun. The Devil's Taxi. This thing gets wild. And Zoran Gajic, he'll be focused. The gas racing Ford Mustang. Have a look at it.
Make sure if you are watching on the PDRC YouTube channel that you do share the feed. Make sure you do subscribe as well, because we're going to be bringing you plenty more content over the coming months. Not just today, but as we get deep into this PDRC Championship. Remember, racing for National Drag Racing Championship points here this afternoon. So there's plenty to play for. It's not just about the event win. It's also about the championship. And Zoran Gajic, he wants to start this championship the right way.
Time to spool them up there for Zoran Gajic. And here we go. Bumps in and we're underway. Makdessi, the car, doesn't move around too much, but he's off it nice and early before half track. And look at Zoran Gajic out the back door. 5.917, 253.
That's just Zoran doing Zoran things. 591, gets the win, 253 miles per hour. That car is so consistent and so repeatable. It's incredible. Danny Makdessi sounded like he might have had a bit of trouble shifting gears there. I'm not quite sure what the problem was.
You'll have to wait, and hopefully we can get some word on that. But, yeah, they got down the track in the end, but got off it very early, which is what we're a little bit surprised about.
Yeah. Not quite sure what the issue was. It certainly sounded like there was plenty of bouncing off the valve train there. It was right up in the rev range, but it wasn't going anywhere. So,
for me, it was just strange that it was straight.
Well, that's true. He was probably thinking, what's going on here? But we do have, over 500 people watching online at the moment via the PDRC YouTube channel. So big hello to wherever you are watching from. Awesome to have you here yet again. Welcome into Sydney Dragway. My name's Rusty Gregory. Joining me in the box here, Matt Kavanagh. And we have got plenty more racing yet to come. Craig Burns, we can't call him the #1 qualifier because we didn't have qualifying. But how about we go like tennis style? We'll say he's the top seed, the reigning champion.
The qualifying was run over how many rounds last year?
Yes, that's right. Exactly. So if you are wondering how we seeded the field, we have basically done it on championship order last season. So the results from last season determined how they would start and where they would line up. If they hadn't scored points last season, we went really technical with it and we drew names out of a hat. To determine the bottom positions. You can't get much fairer than that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's fair. It's good for the sport. Craig Burns, obviously with this steel-bodied SF race cars, Ford Mustang competed in a bit of slammer as well. Hasn't changed anything from last season. He said it's been a bit of a freshen up. We did some testing. Heard a lifter in the car. That's pretty much it. So it's routine maintenance really when it comes to the engine and the car. They've got something new in the build in the background. So this thing doesn't need to change too much. Yeah,
Craig is a guy who's built, I reckon, 76% of the cars in this Pro Mod field. He's had a hand in just about everything out here over the years, and very, very experienced racer. Done a lot over the years. Very talented craftsman, as his two boys are as well, Corey and Joel. Both very, very good fabricators in their own right. So Burns, you'll be looking to lay down a number here. He's usually a guy who comes out, rolls it out of the trailer, and just knocks that 585 index right on the head. Now, given the conditions changed from when they towed out from the pits to when we're out here on the racetrack, maybe it might be a little bit of a tricky ask for him here, but we'll see how it goes. All eyes on our number 1 seed, not qualifier. This is racing now. Craig Burns in pre-stage, almost set for a start. Here we go.
Oh, 0.30 reaction time. It's just over a second to the 60 foot, which is a bit slower than we used to see him, but a 6.03 with an 8 at 2.35 is a nice solid run to kick things off this afternoon. There is no point to push it too much at the moment, especially with a solo run there. He'll get himself the win it, but it's all going to be about those low ET points and where he sits there.
Looked like it wasn't particularly happy staying in the centre of the track there. He was really trying to fight the car and get it back across into the centre of the lane, but either way for Craig Burns, that's a really solid pass. 6-0, he will get the 30 points for the win, plus a couple of ET points as well. And with that, we are going to move now into Pro Alcohol. So if you like funny cars, if you like dragsters, and well, we thought we were going to have an altered, but we don't. There's a story behind that. We'll get to that one. Here are your round 1 matchups in PDRC Pro Alcohol. Russell Mills, your number 1 seed, will take on Cameron Ambisi in the dragster. Chris Hargrave will take on Shane Phillips. Yes, Shane Phillips, not Gary. John Canoli up against Cruz Lovering. Wayne Price to take on Jake Donnelly, and Brett White will race Andrew Searle in the last of the matchups for this first round of racing. Now, the reason I said Shane Phillips, not Gary, was because all of the promotion in the lead up to this race meeting was Gary Phillips. Gary was bringing the altered. Anybody who saw the car run at the Winter Nationals last season, it was something to behold. This beautiful altered, the retro paint scheme, basically wheel standing its way down the racetrack. He was driving the thing like a sprint car, just trying to keep it in the centre of the lane. The thing is, drag racing runs in the blood. So for Shane Phillips, he actually had a brand new funny car sitting in the shed. They brought it out last week, tested it at Willowbank, and it went so well that they went, you know what, we're going to leave the altered at home. I'm going to start next week in Sydney. So he will be making his 2nd ever professional start in Pro Alcohol here this afternoon, and his first in a funny car. The first matchup, though, it is Brett White taking on Andrew Searle. Andrew Searle in the Acme Composites Mustang funny car. Brett White, Carlos, the Monte Carlo. Didn't have to stretch too far for that nickname, did they?
No, Carlos has done a few laps here at Sydney.
Absolutely.
And I know they've just actually put a brand new blower on that car this season. He said, we almost went on a family holiday to America, but instead we went the new blower option and said, yeah, we can't miss out on a race meet. So
yeah.
Brett White, I'll be interesting to see without practice yesterday whether he will run this the full quarter mile if it all goes well.
Yeah.
You know, the price of blowers on these things, I would assume that they will be looking for a data run at this point. Whether they're going to chase a championship, they can decide after this round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things. You don't want to go out and, you know, absolutely lunch the thing on the first run of the season. You want to try and make sure that you know, safe with the tune-up, that you're putting it down the racetrack. They have had their fair share of bad luck over the last couple of years as well. But for Andrew Searle, he actually went to, I think it was the final round of the Winter Nationals in the not-too-distant past. He had an incredible weekend with this car. Was knocking out 560s left, right and centre, and I think it was only a very, it was either a very slow or too quick reaction time off the top of my head that did him in the end. So for Andrew Searle, he's a bit of a dark horse this weekend. I think he will be a contender, and I would not be surprised to see him holding a trophy at the end of the day here in Sydney.
He does nothing slow, Superman Surly. He has been fast in slammer before, now in alcohol as well. And, you know, when he's not doing this, he's doing offshore super boats. So he just likes going fast
You've got to have
as often
hobbies.
as he can. He's got a couple of them. Brett White, he wants to get the RPM up. Wait for him to come into full stage. Here we go. They're going to drop the clutch. Plenty of dust down the back, bit of tyre shake for White, and he takes off. Yeah, and that is an early shut-off for him. And have a look at that, 588 at 201, and they have just got through that first run.
Yeah, 588, dropped the chutes early. I think he pretty much got it to 1,000 foot and went, yep, we'll plug it there. And 588 gets a win, 201 miles per hour. 985 for Andrew Searle. It didn't sound like it was happy. It sounded like it was labouring a little bit on its way down the racetrack. And a 985 is not going to get you too many wins in pro alcohol these days. Brett White, though, that's a win. That's some points in the bank, and they'll be pretty happy with that, and that's something for them to build on as well.
I don't think they were expecting it either. Obviously, with a 1,000-foot planned shut-off, they were discussing it a little bit earlier this afternoon, and I wasn't surprised. Obviously, the team's had a few ups and downs, I suppose, as they try to get this car down the track. And when it goes fast, they do get that in the 540s, that car. Carlos has been pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just they just can't seem to get that consistency. So it's all about going back to the drawing board and just finding that sweet spot for the engine combination.
You talk about another guy who was very, very quick, and that is Jake Donnelly driving the big number 95. Tell me if you see any similarities with a certain Lightning McQueen with the side of this car. I haven't managed to get a ka-chow out of Jake Donnelly yet, but I reckon he's got one in him.
Surely when he comes back past the crowd.
Is he going to make the noise, or is he just going to flash those pearly whites? Who knows?
He'll have the sunnies on, mate. He's a pretty cool character,
he
Jake
is,
Donnelly.
And he's on the comeback trail after what was a pretty significant accident, it has to be said, about 18 months or so ago, I should say, up at Willowbank Raceway. Had some issues with the parachutes and did not deploy. And when you're running 260, 270 miles per hour, parachutes are important. And found himself anchored pretty well in the catch net there at Willowbank Raceway. The great news is they're back with this awesome-looking Camaro funny car. I'm just stoked that the Donnelly family is here. They are great supporters of drag racing. They've got so many toys in the shed. But to have them here really just, it adds something to this pro alcohol field.
They've got a little community down there as well. If you go down, they've got all the RVs set up and the caravan. So it's really come down and enjoy a fantastic weekend here at Sydney Dragway as round one of the PDRC. I mean, that car has been rebuilt. They basically kept the back section of the chassis. Yep. The whole front's been rebuilt, brand new body, and Jake's been super quick. So 18 months ago that happened. He did a little bit of testing up there in Queensland recently, and hopefully we can see that Donnelly blasting Camaro out to the back, running back into the 550s, 540s.
Fingers crossed. He's up against Wayne Price, who has done a fair bit of work of his own to this car. Well, he hasn't done it, but his crew has. They've actually completely reshaped the body on this car since the last time you saw it, Matt Kavanagh. So this is a Dodge Avenger still. But what they've done, they've actually made it suitable for pro alcohol racing, because Dodge and Mopar never made an alcohol body for these cars. So what they've done, they've actually narrowed the body. They've done a little bit of scalloping in the sides. They've made it a lot lighter. They've narrowed in what they call the greenhouse or the cabin area on this car. On the surface of it, it looks like the same black funny car that we saw 2 or 3 years ago. But it is considerably different, the body on it, and it is super, super slippery through the air.
And light. It's the weight they've tried to take out of this car so they can try and get this down the track. I mean, Mark and the crew chief here this weekend, they've done a fair bit of work in the background. By day, a humble... Well, he's not a baker anymore. He just runs a lot of bakeries.
He's got a lot of bakeries.
He's got a lot of bakeries. But, you know, for me, it is the amount of tough street cars that Wayne Newby has sitting in his shed. He's got Monaros. He's got multiple...
Price.
Wayne Price, yes.
Yeah, Wayne Newby will get cracking
not
with
Wayne
you.
Newby, no, Wayne Price. He's got multiple Monaros sitting in his shed back at home.
He's got toys.
And he just loves muscle cars. He's a real muscle car fanatic.
He's got the ultimate muscle car out here now with the Dodge Charger.
Yeah.
And, yeah, awesome to see him out here yet again. This is an absolutely stacked field in pro alcohol this week, and we've got 10 of Australia's finest. You notice there is one name missing, and that is Daniel Reid, who is not here. And that is because they've got a family commitment overseas, and unfortunately they are not able to be here. Now, I dare say that there's a good chance that Daniel Reid is watching right now, as would be the rest of the family. So hello to the Reid family if you are casting your eye over things from wherever you may be sitting.
Especially seeing that we've seen Shane Phillips jump into the driver's seat.
Yep.
Daniel Reid will be absolutely beside himself thinking, mate, we grew up together. We kicked the ball together.
The next generation coming through. Wayne Price, right of screen. Oh, red light for Jake Donnelly. I did not expect that. Wayne Price is going to get the win here with a really nice 554. 554 for Wayne Price, 262 miles per hour. That's a really, really lovely run for him. Jake Donnelly left early, and it sounded a little bit weird. I think it was shaking the tyres, and it just was not a happy car. 015 red light, but in the end it didn't matter. 815 is the number up at the other end of the racetrack, but very, very good on the tree was Wayne Price.
Pricey was not mucking around. That was a 0.11 reaction time. It's not going to get much better than that for the boys here this weekend. They'll be super keen to get that car turned around for round number 2 of the all-run format, and that's the best thing, really, isn't it, that we're going to see these cars come out for 3 rounds of racing.
Now, here's the question. Is someone giving Wayne Price a Red Bull or something between rounds or before the first round of racing? Because, man, he was up on it on the Christmas tree there. It does look like we've got John Canoli coming out next. Is he on a solo pass? Didn't think we were supposed to have any solo passes in this first round of racing. So Not quite sure what the story there was. Obviously, whoever he was supposed to be racing. So apparently supposed to be up against Cruz Lovering, but Cruz Lovering not making it out for this first round of racing. So obviously some issues in the warm-up, and for John Canoli, JC, as they call him, he will be going on a solo pass. The A-Civil JTS Racing Chevy Camaro. Man, he's had a career over the years, hasn't he, John Canoli? He has won championships, he's set national records, he's also blown the body off the car a number of times over the years. He's Mr. Spectacular. He's our version of John Force. That's probably the easiest way to describe JC.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
He's an entertainer. He loves to trash talk, and but man, he can back it up as well. Can be a very, very tough racer. Has had a little bit of time out in the wilderness. I think that's safe to say. Has been struggling with this car for the last couple of seasons. But when you get a bye run, I mean, it's not a planned bye run, but when you get a bye run in the first round of racing, at the first round of the championship, that's not a bad way to kick things off.
There's going to be no planned shut-off for John Canoli, though. I could not imagine him sitting in the driver's seat of any car and being told that he is not going to try and run as fast as he possibly can. Crew will clear the smoke out of the cabin. He'll clear the throats. This 521 cube VAE blown V8 engine.
Absolutely. TFH on the side of the car as well. Paramount Performance. The Seng family supporting this car as well. Now, I'm trying to work out what would be a happy number for JC. I think he'd love to see something with a 550 in it.
You reckon? I really like a 540.
Oh, look, I think he'd be over the moon with a 540.
We've got a 54 ready from Price.
Yeah, that's true.
He's going to want to go low ET of the round, for sure.
True.
He's a competitive guy.
Well, you know, 554 is not a bad way to kick things off for Wayne Price. I actually think that's going to take some beating in this first round of racing.
Does he have it in him? We know he's going to try and drive the wheels off it. Oh, a little bit of shake maybe there, just past the 60, but he drives through it for a moment, and just after half track, he'll get off at 641, and that is not all the way.
Yeah, 641, but it was on a pretty good run up until then. Looked like it had a cylinder out on the right-hand side of the car. I mean, the right-hand side as we look at it from behind, it is. 641, the end result. 952 to the first incremental time, the 60-foot timer. So it was actually on a pretty good run up until that point. 952 is right up there with some of the quicker cars that we see in this pro-alcohol field. But at the same time, that is not what he would have been hoping for, I would suggest. So next up, it is going to be Russell Mills. And Russell Mills, we've got him down as a solo pass here, but I don't know who he was supposed to be up against. Cameron Ambisi, but unfortunately it looks like Cameron Ambisi not able to make it out for this first round of racing. So some carnage down there in the pro alcohol pits before we even get started this afternoon.
We've had that across a couple of categories, haven't we, this weekend, where things just haven't gone right for a couple of our racers and decided to not come out for their first round of racing. Russell Mills, obviously, with one of the most unique pro-alcohol cars. Is that the best way to describe it? It's been called a number of things. The Batmobile, the Streamliner, the Funster.
The Alt Funster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Goth Funster. There's just, it's different. Russell is a very, very original thinker. He's not a guy who tends to follow the rest of the herd, so to speak. He goes out there, he does his own thing, and this car, it's actually designated as a front-engine dragster. So that is the class designation, or a dragster, so to speak. But when you look at it, you can see that it's got elements of funny car. It's also got elements of altered with the open cockpit. He's kind of taken all the best ideas and all the stuff that works for all of them and just mixed it all together and come up with this. And it is successful, man. He won the championship last year. Very, very tough racer.
He forges his own path, doesn't he?
He does.
Mills?
Yes, and he always has. I mean, he ran his first foray into pro-alcohol, and this will tell you the kind of guy that he is. His first foray into pro-alcohol was a 1956 Crown Victoria funny car. So not too many of them floating around in pro-alcohol these days, and he won a gold Christmas tree with that car. So he's a guy who can make it work.
Well, Russell Mills, let's see if he can go back-to-back championship wins, because that name, Gary Phillips, is not here. Last year, obviously, we saw him with a big moment back here in Sydney Dragway where that car unfortunately torched something in the back of the head and caused a lot of oil to go all over the place, and we saw Gary out for most of the season, and probably one of the most formidable, like probably the biggest contender, I suppose. He's already been a champion 21 times in pro alcohol. Now, he's not here for round number 1 with Shane taking the reins, who's I'm expecting to be super competitive.
Yeah.
Russell Mills better watch out this season, because I reckon with Jake Donnelly back, there's going to be a few chasing that number 1.
Oh, look, I think if you have to pick a number 1 at this point in the season, I don't know that you could do it. With any kind of confidence, at least. Russell Mills would certainly be in the mix in that conversation. But at the same time, there's a lot of guys out there who are really gunning for that number 1 spot, that's for sure. If you are watching on the PDRC YouTube stream and you're here in Sydney, come on out, man. It's actually turned into a beautiful day. We want to see more people out here at the racetrack. And let's face it, I know we're putting on a pretty good live stream here alongside the guys from Overtaking Lane who are doing a fantastic job switching and working the cameras, but there's nothing like being at a drag race in person.
Yeah, I was so excited when I went down to the start line before, just to smell the race fuel, a bit of tyre smoke, It really puts the atmosphere around you as Russell Mills gets ready to go on this run. Can he go faster than a 54 that Pricey has already laid down? Wouldn't it be great to see those 2 unique bodies going at it? I know that Pricey's more like a funny car.
Absolutely.
But, this would be a great showdown between these two. The big RPM as he goes into full stage, and we are underway. You see a little bit of tyre chatter marks there. They go all the way out past 100 foot, and it's moving around, but it goes 552 at 263 miles an hour.
Now, I got to say, Russell knows that the pedal works both ways, right? It goes down and then it comes back up. That thing was way out of the groove down there. 552. Is that quicker than Wayne Price? It is.
Yes.
It's 200s quicker. So Russell Mills, the new low ET man of this first round of racing. And 552, that is a really solid pass for the reigning champ. 552 gets it on the board, and that puts him in a pretty good position heading into the second round of racing. Now, we've got an all-funny car matchup coming your way next. It is going to be Shane Phillips making his first start in a funny car. He has made a start in a dragster before, but he's never done it in a funny car. He's actually only got 2 stars to his name. This will be the second. The first one, he managed to be the first pro alcohol dragster into the 530s, so it's got a little bit of pedigree in a very, very short career. He's, I think, also a former Supercharged Outlaws champion up at Willowbank Raceway. So he knows how to race a little bit. He's going to take on a guy, Chris Hargrave, out of Yarra Glen in Victoria, who has done a lot in the sport over the years, has been super consistent, coming off the back of 2 consecutive top 3 finishes in the championship, which when you've got fields like this, that's nothing to sneeze at.
No, and we'll just get through the burnout routine. Chris Hargrave, well, he's been third a couple of times now in the championship. He's just almost there or thereabouts, isn't he? Every time they come out and racing, the Middies Electrical supported Ford Mustang now for a number of seasons. Great to have him back. Busy weekend for him also because his son here racing junior dragsters. So, the family very involved when it comes to drag race. Great to have him up from Victoria. They don't really have a home track down there to take the pro alcohol car to.
Yeah, they call Sydney Dragway home by far and away. And it's always such a well-presented car, this one, the Middies Electrical car. Always looks fantastic out here in the Sydney Dragway start line, and it is a pleasure to have these guys as part of the PDRC Championship. Shane Phillips, though, I mean, he laid down, I think it was a 552 or a 553 in testing last week, and the car's got plenty more left in it. It's gone into the 540s over in the United States with its previous driver. So for Shane, this is going to be a good finding out run. Do you swing for the fences and hope that it sticks, or do you just go out there and go from A to B and hope that you get the win?
I said, what's it like in the shorter chassis? He said, it's everything I expected. He goes, I've got so much appreciation for both forms of vehicle now.
Yep.
But he is keen to get racing. And I mean, when you've got Gary Phillips, your dad, just in the background there on the outside of the car, that's got to give you a heap of confidence.
You want to talk about guys who've grown up around the sport. Shane Phillips literally went to the racetrack when he was a matter of days old. Right, he has literally grown up at a racetrack. So, he's a guy who knows everything about these cars inside and out. It's been an integral part of his dad's championship racing over the years. And for Shane Phillips, making his first start in a pro alcohol funny car here this afternoon. Chris Hargraves is going to make him work for it, though. This is going to be a good one. Both cars in set for a start. Oh, wild run for Shane Phillips, up in smoke, and Chris Hargrave is going to get the chocolates this time around. 564 at 260 miles per hour. Chris Hargrave will get the win, and Shane Phillips found out just what funny cars are all about right there. Went straight up into tyre smoke, and it even bounced the rears off the deck a couple of times, jumped out of the groove, and Shane knew that he was done at that point. A 13-second run at 62 miles per hour, not what they would have been looking for, but there's just a little bit of experience on board with that team. You know, he might be a rookie driver in a funny car, but there's a lot of experience on board. How about the lights from those two? 021 to 025 on the tree. Incredible on both sides. That does wrap up Pro Alcohol. We're going to have a look now at Pro Import. Coming your way the very first time that Enviro Waste Services Pro Import has hit the track. Here are your matchups. We got 6 cars as part of this invitational. George Raham will take on Eddie Howich in the first round of racing. Jason Both up against Frank Tarabay, and Sam Sadec up against Paul Mahay. Sam Sadec in that quad rotor Camaro. Doesn't look like a Pro Import car, but it sounds like one.
It definitely does sound like out of the pack performance stables as well. I mean, who would have thought a quad rotor in a Camaro? But why not do something different? You don't have to always do the same things, do you? And that's what one of the great things about Pro Import at the moment. I mean, Sam Sadec, no stranger to having V8 cars and all that, but a big rotary stable they've had for quite some time. They've had RX3s and all sorts of cars like that.
Oh, they've had quick cars, RX3s. They've got J's RX8 in the stable these days. They've got a lot of cars in the hood, that's for sure. Just doing a little bit of track prep out there, doing a quick drag, and you might be wondering why we decided to do it now. Well, that's because the Pro Alcohol cars, most of those cars in that field are running clutches. When they run clutches with those cars, they put out what's called clutch dust. That's the black smoke or soot that you see coming out of the back of the cars. What we try and do is just give the track a quick lick just to take the top off it, knock that clutch dust off just to give the best racing surface that we can for the Pro Import guys that are coming up in the not too distant future. So we'll go up and down once or twice with both of these tractors. Of course, the Sydney Dragway track crew here working alongside Justin Simpson as part of the PDRC track crew, who has been to just about every racetrack in the country these days. He's almost a professional track prepper. He's the science of the sticky. That's what Justin's all about. And he is delivering a very, very consistent racetrack and a fantastic racetrack here at Sydney today.
Well, there's a lot of science that goes behind it, isn't it? You really need to be able to read the conditions out there. And with the Pro Import coming in this round as a bit of an exhibition, and an invite is that they can run in the 5-second zone. So it's not all about having 8 cylinders. This is where we see the rotaries, the 6-cylinders, the 4-cylinders. We don't have any 4s here this weekend, but with the class coming in, we might see a few of them start to jump in.
Well, Paul Mahay ran in the 5s last time out with the Celica. He went into the 5s at Grudge King, so, you know, he can do it. We're yet to see a 5-second rotary run anywhere in the world. They're getting close, but we're yet to see it anywhere in the world. So, look, that's on the table as well. The thing that I love personally is that we've got 3 rotors here. We've got 3 piston cars, all running 2Js. This is cool. This is what Pro Import's all about. You're going to see a really cool mix of engine styles, a really cool mix of body styles as well. And the whole reason that we came up with this class is because we looked at it and we said, okay, these guys are professional in the way they go racing. They've got the investment there. They've got the times. They're running quick ETs. They've got the attention from around the world. But they don't have a professional class to race in on a national level. So that's how Pro Import came about. And it's great to see the guys who have really come out to support it here this weekend with both the rotor guys and, of course, the piston cars as well.
Well, it looks like we have put our tractors away and we're ready to fire up the Pro Import to come out for their first round of racing. Unfortunately, for those that just joined us yesterday, we didn't get any qualifying or practice in because that damp stuff fell out of the clouds.
We don't say the R word,
no.
But there was wet stuff falling from the fluffy stuff up above, all right? That's all we're saying. We don't say the R word. But look, it was even up to this morning, it was still a little bit iffy in terms of the weather, but it's turned into a fantastic day for racing here this afternoon at Sydney Dragway. Of course, it's not just the PDRC here. We are also racing for the New South Wales Championship Series Grand Finals. So it is the 8th round for those guys. They are going to be on track in a little while after Pro Import. We'll be jumping back into the New South Wales Championship Series. Matty and I will go and do what we need to do between rounds. But right now it is Enviro Waste Services Group Pro Import. Paul Mahay, first cab off the rank, and he's going to be taking on Sam Sadec. I'm pretty sure this is the only quad rotor in a race car in this country. I know there's quad rotors in some street cars getting around, but in terms of a race car, I think this is about the only one.
Yeah, I can't recall one either.
It's awesome.
He needed it for the space, is what he told me. He said it was too hard to fit it in a Mazda and be traditional. He said, why can't I love Camaros. Why can't we make this happen? Let's put two passions together.
I think we need to start referring to them as big block rotors. Can we go with that?
They are. Is it the party-sized burrito?
How is the burnouts from both guys there, Paul Mahay and Sam Sadec? I think we can go ahead and call it a big block rotor, you reckon?
Party-sized Doritos.
Party-sized Doritos.
That's what it's going to be.
That's I like that one. That's a good one too.
I'm expecting. I mean, I've got big expectations actually because I'm a little bit of a rotor fan. I'm not a massive rotor fan, but the quad rotors and the triple rotors just have a different note about them. And
They're different,
I said to him, I said, what's the torque like? He goes, it's actually really impressive in this quad rotor. So big difference to what they've seen with the 13B turbos that they probably run in their RX3s and things like that.
You did do an interview with Sam Sadec a little bit earlier on today, and he closed the interview out, and this probably sums up Sam Sadec in a nutshell. He said, we're dangerous. Yeah. That's the way he said it. So look for him to lay down some numbers here. Paul Mahay, on the other hand, the gas racing Celica, he's run the numbers. This car used to be campaigned by Joe Signorelli. He stepped out of the seat, and he's got a guy he's got a little bit of experience behind the wheel of fast cars. Two-time Australian champion in Pro Slammer. He's driven pretty much everything on four wheels and some things with...
And done it sideways.
Yeah, done it sideways, upside down, and all sorts of different ways. So,
Paul Mahay, he's definitely a man who can steer a car. Very clinical in the way he goes about it. Does a lot of tuning in the gas motorsport and the gas racing stables down there. So he'll be looking over a few of the cars this weekend. We saw him out here a little bit earlier in the Pro Mod section.
Now you'll notice that this car is actually staged up pointing at the centre line. That's the way they set this car up. We never know quite what's going to happen here. Sam Sadec over the centre line. That's not the way you want to start things off. 610, 237 miles per hour out of a six-cylinder. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That is a cracking run. 610 to kick things off. And for Sam Sadec, just buzzed the tyres down there. Did a good job of keeping it shiny side up. Almost went, didn't get too far over the centre line, and he nicely dodged the timing cones down there as well, I just noticed. Great drive job from Sam Sadec, but we'll see him back out a little bit later on.
The man of danger.
Yeah. He is. He's a dangerous man. Danger is his middle name. Sam Danger Sadec. We'll go with that, hey?
Oh, I think we're going to get that after that little interview we had earlier. That's definitely going to grow on us.
Next up, it is Jason Both taking on Frank Tarabay. Another Rotor v Toyota battle here. Frank Tarabay, the car that was formerly campaigned by Lizzie Musey, is keeping the King Kong name on the car as a sign of respect. And Both in the car called the Joker. That's the thing I like about these things. They've still got names on the cars.
You've got to have a personality, don't you?
That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
We'll see how Tarabay goes. He's recently got into the 5-second zone in this car as well. Another 2J powered Toyota. Obviously, all thanks to the Every Trade Group. This is his local track. Done plenty of laps down here. What I like when you go down to Frank Tarabay's area too, he gets all his mates down here, and you've basically got an exotic car collection to choose from.
Yes, that's very true. That is very true. He's a guy who likes the finer things in life, that's for sure, including very, very quick 6-cylinder Toyotas. Very cool car, this one, and he's going to take on Jason Both, who I think that's who we heard that pop out of a little bit earlier.
Yeah, just had a moment there and the car shut down. Tarabay's going to get underway with his burnout. Let's see what he does here. That's a controlled burnout from Frank Tarabay. He's not going to muck around. CV performance down there. Running the computer over everything, just making sure it's A-OK.
It's such a cool looking car, this one for both the Mazda 6. 20B rotary, so it's not the quad rotor, it's only the triple rotor in it.
Just a family size.
Yeah. We can't call it a small block, it's the mid-range option. The mid-range option? Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
We'll go with that. It's a very cool car. 20B rotary under the hood of this thing, and he's a guy who's run some pretty quick times. I think he got down to a 6:30 or 6:20, somewhere around there. I think it was a 6:30 something actually at Jamboree recently, and that was a PB for the car. Very, very happy with that, and I think if he can knock out anything close to that this time around, he'll be very, very happy. Frank Tarabay, on the other hand, he has run in the 5-second zone with this car. It is 2J powered, very, very well set up and doing double duty here this weekend. As the crew cleaned the windscreen after the burnout, that's not something you see very often. Saw him walking away from the car after wiping the windscreen over. There you go. So, Tarabay moving towards stage. Both not too far away, racing for New South Wales Fire Detection, JSN Enterprises and Cal Electrical. Also, Pack Performance as always. Pack Performance on board all three of the roaders here this weekend.
They've come out in force again to take on these Piston boys. Well, the Piston boys are one up.
At the moment they are, but I wouldn't be too comfortable just yet.
Here we go. Up on the two-step, and we are underway. Boss gets really sideways, though. He's used just about every inch of the track. Tarabay with a nice clean run goes 5.97 with a win.
First 5-second pass of the weekend in Pro Import, 5.97, 243 miles per hour. Both, man, that thing was loose as. I guess he figured he paid for the whole lane, so he was going to use the whole lane. He went from the middle to the wall to the centre line and back again. He was all over the shop. And the next matchup, as we move into it, will be Eddie Howich taking on George Raham. Now, George Raham, you'll notice something about this car. It's pretty obvious who it belongs to. It's bright yellow, but there's no sign writing on it. It's the first time I've seen a Pack Performance car come out without any sign writing whatsoever. This is obviously as a result of a fairly well-publicised little bingle that George had with the wall over at Eastern Creek Raceway when doing some demonstrations of World Time Attack. Car just got away a little bit and unfortunately clouded the wall. This brand spanking new RX-9 that it is.
Look at the burnout, but the chute's come out.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Chute has come out for George Raham, so hopefully they can stop the car before he backs up over it.
Well, they're very quick to get down there, the crew, aren't they?
Yeah, they've done a good job, actually. They've obviously got the radio to him and they've told him, stop, don't send the car down. So they're going to shove the parachute in, and that will be the end of the run for George Raham. Unfortunately, that's not the way he wanted to kick things off, so Eddie Howich will go on a solo pass, I would suggest. Now, they'll either tell George Raham to go off via the other end of the racetrack or they'll send him back to the start line, one or the other, but they will need to clear the car before we can send Eddie Howich down the track because he is a fair way down there. As you can see, Eddie, the proprietor of Enviro Waste Services, and has also thrown up $2,000 this weekend for the winner of Pro Import.
It's a nice little kitty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's better than a poke in the eye with a blunt stick. It's not exactly what you come to expect for an exhibition class, but he's certainly put his money where his mouth is, that is for sure. And he would have been doing double duty just like Frank Tarabay if he didn't have that unfortunate incident here a couple of weeks ago with the Mustang Pro Mod car that he's got. So he said, you know what, we can only bring out one car. He actually apologised for only bringing out one car.
So he should.
Mate, he's such a good guy, such a gentleman as well, Eddie Howich. It's great to see him having some results now, and he's going to make 3 from 3 for the Piston boys here. This car being 2J powered. Yes, it's a 2J in a Mazda. That upsets a lot of people.
Well, we got a rotor and a Camaro, eh? Like,
yeah, I mean,
we're just people do it properly.
Yeah, we're mixing it up all over the place. We're very inclusive.
Again,
here.
staged right.
Yeah, these cars, they do tend to jump over towards the left. That is significantly pointing towards the right, though. That's pointing almost at the end of the blue paint here at Sydney Dragway.
Is it a 2J thing?
Could be.
Is it just the torque steer once it takes off? Let's have a see. Let's have a look. We'll find out. Full stage now. He's going to leave. Oh, it does twist up, and it's going straight down at the moment. This one's looking good. 108 to the 60.
Nice. 652 at 220 miles per hour. That's a good run for Eddie. He'd be pretty happy with that. 652. So that's 3 from 3 for the 2J Brigade, and that does bring to an end the first round of racing for the PDRC, the first round of racing ever for the PDRC here at Sydney Dragway. We're going to be back in a little while. We're going to stay live on the PDRC official YouTube channel. We hope you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you're watching. Please make sure you do smash that like, share, subscribe button. Let everybody know about it because we've got the best kept secret in motorsport here today. And if you are watching online and you're in Sydney, my question is why you're not down here, because this is shaping up to be an absolutely killer day of racing. We've got round 2 and 3 coming in the not too distant future, but right now we're going to get back into some elimination racing with our New South Wales Championship Series, and we'll hand you back over to the Sydney Dragway commentary crew. Thank you.
And thank you there to Rusty and Matt for the coverage there of the PRC round as we move in.
Fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was great to watch. I really enjoy all the sport compacts, all the, the high horsepower cars. That thing of Russell Mills is it's that unusual. It's fantastic.
Yeah. I kind of like the 26B, the big Dorito.
Yeah.
Sadec himself.
That was good. Was that they referred to it as a Mazda MX-9 or something that was a funny shape looking thing.
That's the Pack Performance one.
Pack Performance, yeah, just went down. And unfortunately, the chutes came out. As we see now, we're going into modified eliminator bracket. It's here at Sydney Dragway at the Speed Adict Clothing Company, round 8, which is the final round. So we're ushering in ushering out, I should say, one series that's finishing here, the New South Wales Championship, but also welcoming the guys in the PDRC, and they're just starting off their year. They've got a couple of rounds to go, and they'll all culminate at the Winter Nationals in 2025. So that should be another exciting event as well, and along with everybody else. CJ Davies is down here, our number 1 in the points lead, and this is another elimination round here, Adam. So
yeah,
it looks to be.
Got Mark Tunstall, he's 11th place in the airflow lane. Yeah, that's first 11.
Yes, from the little front engine dragster with a 205 cubic inch Holden motor in it. And there's little cars, little engines. Here he goes, CJ Davies to do the train. Oh, this is going to be interesting, Adam. I see the young Mark Tanswell did get the better. Oh, he must have broke out.
Yep,
it's a double breakout again.
Goes to Craig for this one.
Yeah, and it goes over to CJ Davies. Boy, that guy is, his head must have slipped out of the noose because he was way behind, because the Mark Tanswell was there first.
Yeah. Well, so there, 8.26 at 2 for CJ Davies at 160.
Yes.
The win is a win?
Yeah. Oh, look, anyway, at this stage of the game, mate, it's, you take it any which way you can. So, unfortunately for Mark Tanswell, he got there first, but he broke out. It's pretty hard to tap the brake and look over your shoulder, especially in a little front engine dragster. So, nevertheless, we'll just flick over for the next one. Oh, there's nice looking.
Yeah, Corey Dyson, the Mo One Oils Mullis.
Yeah, up against Mark Bull. A couple of dark coloured cars there, Adam. Hey? Blacked out. So Mark Bull, and from Bangor. There was a song that mentioned Bangor. But Mark Bull from the Shire Automotive Mechanical, Spitzer Dragster, 388 cubic inch. Dialed in with a 782. Now, 782 is a bit slower than Corey Dyson's 775. So Corey from Victoria over there in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. So keep your eye on the Rocket Lane. Keep your eye, watch it go. Then Mark Bull to do the chasing. So it's a 782 against a 75. It's not very much. There might be just a slight stagger in the lights, but the computer will sort these two out.
Corey and Mark now both locked into pre-stage. Both have moved together into stage. Here we go. Oh, 0-2-1, 0-2-2 reaction times.
Look at this,
Nothing
mate.
in it.
Whoa, who's going to win?
Bring it out.
Oh, he broke out.
Mark's taken the win after Corey's breakout. 783 with a 1 to a 748 with an 8. 166 to 166.
This is a race. That was a racer's nightmare, folks. There was 1/1000th of a difference in the reaction times for both cars to get going. It got that close, and in the rocket lane, Corey Dyson there, he couldn't back off. There's only 1/1000th of a second between the reaction time, so he couldn't back off, slow down, and as a result broke out. So unfortunately, it's a long way to travel, but that's the way the Mercedes bends, unfortunately. All right, the next pair. Who have we got here, Adam?
In the airflow lane, we've got Daniel McCaskill and the NSW Dragster for the Mark 1 welding. And in the rocket lane, we've got Harrison Fletcher and his orange Ford T-Bucket. We've got a dial-in for Danielle. She's got a 7.33. Harrison's got a 9, so there's going to be a couple of seconds handicap weight there for Danielle.
Yeah, she'll have to wait. Harrison there from, he's got the 27 Ford T-Bucket. Sharp-looking car it is too. Small block Chev, 383. And Danielle in the dragster, the rear engine, big block Chev, all 5 cubic inches. So there's, I tell you what,
in the pre-stage,
Harrison's going to hear this thing coming.
You reckon he'll really min, Les?
Yeah, he's got 7 seconds to get in. She better... Oh, gee. Oh, an 0.44 and an 0.37.
Great reaction times from the
This
pair.
is interesting. This is interesting, but I think she'll get it.
No. Harrison's taken it. 9-0 with a 9.
Under.
144. Daniel broke out, unfortunately.
Oh, she'll be cranky. She'll be cranky. Never mind. What else can you do?
No.
Pete Carlton from Bowraville in New South Wales, the front engine dragger, running a Chevy 350. Good to see a bit of a resurgence with these front engine draggers. I really like them. Brooke Raprasada over here in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 816. Peter Carlton an 888. So he'll get the handicap start because that's slower than Brooke Raprasada's 816. Wow, there's action coming thick and fast here at Sydney Dragway for both these events. Love the Pro Stock too.
And just remember, if you're out there on the YouTube live stream, make sure you give us a subscribe. If you're in the crowd, also give us a subscribe. The PDRC Pro Drag Racing Championship coming to you live from YouTube.
Yeah, hit that like button. And you can even subscribe, and also don't forget the goods upstairs too in the track shop.
Yeah, got the merchandise available.
Yes.
T-shirts, hoodies, hats. Peter's off the line.
Oh, look at
the chase.
Someone's going to break out here. This is too close. No, they don't. No, the win goes to Brooke Raprasada, 8213 over an 8982. Wow. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, this is the sort of competition I've been waiting for.
Yep.
And it's good that it's... I'd like to see it in the final, but here we are. Yep. George Bukareshlev in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with the 792. Jess Turner all the way up from Victoria. That's her in the rocket lane. She's dialed in with the 781. So a 792. George Bukareshlev in that. That's an LS powered motor car, and it's got a front engine, and Jess there at the rear engine. So a 792 dial in for George in the aeroflow lane, and Jess over there in the rocket lane, a 781. Well, a 781's quicker than a 792, so just a little head start, but it's going to be a real humdinger, Yuri.
Yeah, just got to make sure here Jess doesn't jump on
Yes,
Give
it's very critical there, the start.
When you see your opponent leave, like you just got a great action times from both.
Jess won't be happy there. I know she won't. George gets there first. Oh, she broke out trying to catch him.
Just broken out, so it gives George the win. 7.93 with a 5 at 169 to a 7.79 at once.
Wow. Turned out pretty good. Lee Hartle-Law now over in the Aeroflow lane, and that 427 T-Bucket wins a 447. Gee, that's a big win.
The 2017 and 23T.
Yeah, look at that. And a 20, up against. A 7.59 for Paul Lynette. Good to see him back. He's had a bit of a rest over the last couple of years. And I first saw him back at round 6.
Okay.
So he might have been racing before that because I was in the US for anything else for the first 3 rounds or 4 rounds. And Lee Hartle-Law, well, Lee's is a Trojan here. And, well, I should say a trooper. He supports the track and everything else. So, Lee Hartle-Law in the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket lane we've got Paul Lynette. So, Lee Hartle-Law in the yellow roadster will get the handicap start. Watch these two.
007 reaction time for Lee in the Aeroflow lane. Giving Paul no chance to try and catch up to him.
No, won't make it. Oh, it must have...
He broke out, though, unfortunately.
A double.
Gives Paul the win. Paul Lynette takes the win, 7.55 with a 6 at 174.
Right.
Right in the grasp of your hands, Les.
Yeah, that's it, mate. It's 3 we've had in modified. We've had 3 double breakouts to decide the winner. Double breakout. Whoa. Chelsea Smith. Now, she's number 3 in the points with 500.
And Allison's in number 5 or 6 from memory?
Yes, Allison. Yeah, 6. Yep. Allison Stewart. You're right, mate. Good memory there. Adam.
So good little battle about to happen here.
Yeah.
Alison Stewart here, the LA Racing Lubricants.
Yeah.
Scorpion Racewear, Cracklin Pipes, Chevy, Just Racing Engines, and Denaro Chassis. Up against Chelsea Smith in the Lucas Oil slow traffic control and liquid clothing.
Yes, that Chelsea up through the junior dragster racing program. She's come up. Alison Stewart. Oh, she was a bit... no, she didn't come up through junior dragsters.
0.32 0.35. Great reaction times. Keeps it nice and neat. Who takes it? Unfortunately, Allison broke out, so it looks like Chelsea takes the win with a 7.56 and a 4 to a 7.66 and a 0.
Oh, Allison, yes. Look, a 32 and a 35 reaction time, 32 for Allison. She did get there first. But look at the difference between a 7.564 and a 7.6550.
Next up, Battle of the Oranges.
Yeah, Kurt L'Orange.
Got the Lamantina Carrot Escort panel van.
Yeah, sponsored by the Lamatinas as well.
Lisa Sargent.
Yeah, she's having a good run in this car. And I think she was driving the old, because I was going to say Dennis Sargent, but it's Dennis Sargent's a guy in Canberra. But hubby or brother had the little Chevy Nova, which she was driving when he moved up, but now she's got this one here, so it's looking really, really good for the Sargents. So Leo Georges, a previous, only about 2-3 years ago now, previous Super Sedan champion, won the deal at all his opposition kept failing, red lighting, breaking down, and that was it. So he's the national champion in Super Sedan.
So as I said, Leo's got the dial in A84, Lisa with the 790. So Leo takes that first.
Oh, stay away, Leo.
He's had to pull out of it. Lets Lisa roll out to the win.
Now, she won't break out. If she'd have broken out, she'd have been.
She takes the win there.
Yeah.
A bit slower than normal. 840 with a 7 at 132.
Pretty sharp on the tree too, Adam. A 003 for Lisa there.
The Carrot Mobile had a bit of a whoopsie there.
Yes, it was very, very spectacular looking. He is taking. That's the road he took out last time when everything jammed up. But anyway, we've got Pirate Pete Hamilton, the owner of Profection Automotive.
Stout burnout there from the VH. It's the other one here, LH Toronto.
Yeah.
George Matta from Sylvania Waters, Ace Civil, L's Race Guides.
Yeah, Pete Hamilton, and he comes from the leafy suburb of Hume. Mate, there's not a tree in it.
Oh.
It's an industrial thing, but he always likes it when you make out it's leafy and things like that. And George Matta, oh yes. Well, I hope he's got this thing going now.
Well, George will be in the chase here. Pete's got a dollar of $8.35, and George's got his dollar of $7.85.
Yep.
A little bit of a NOS purge coming out of Pete's VH.
Yeah, he's got the LS in it, and it's a very sharp-looking car. You could enter that car in a street machine show, and probably have to run in an exhibition class, but still But they're like that. The whole workshop's like that. Oh, purging. Like I say, mate, in America they hold the button. It goes for about 5 or 7 seconds. It's fantastic to watch.
Both are in the pre-stage now, getting their engines ready, stalling them up.
Pete's in. There they go. Pete Hamilton, green car first. Oh, 007.
007, Pete.
Oh, I think George Matta will get there, but by a long. Look at that, an 8-0.
806 with a 7 for George at 161. He saw Pete take off and said, no thanks, I'm taking this one, thank you very much.
Yeah, well,
the end.
Yeah, Pete Hamilton there, a non-indicative time of a 10-0 for the class. Here he comes. Let's see if we could... No, he just gets beaten to the end. Anyway, now we're moving into Top Sportsman, which pits on my side, Joe Gattalari, up against Josh Boscovich. Now, Josh Boscovich has been given this car an absolute hammering off the line. So he's from down Narraway. Hot one. Good on you, Adam.
So we just got Josh Wilding merch, the clothing company, coming up to the line.
Yeah, it's got, you watch this Falcon take off. 427 cubes of nitrous assisted.
Oh, 33 reaction time for Joe.
There he goes, over that side there. Meanwhile, Joe Gattalari is... Oh, he did get there first too, so poor old Josh spent a lot of time over trying to kiss the wall, but he didn't make it. Joe Gattalari into the next round. Yeah, and, we're into...
Joe Sabello.
Yeah,
Top second or third. He's lined up against Anthony Curry in his Mazda RX-2.
Street 5. Oh, no. I've gone past it. I can't have. Top Sportsman, here we go.
Right in front of you, there we go. It was like you look
Joe Gattalari.
Yeah, and Joe Sabello.
Yeah, Joe Sabello.
Joe takes off, Anthony goes for the chase.
Oh, this is going to be close too, Adam.
It looks like he might have him. He got him. Anthony Curry takes the win, 826 with a 9, 175.
No, he won't be nip up. The Pirate was down at number 7 anyway. I don't think he could have won.
So Joe would have been doing that race to try and get some points, and Alex said, no, thank you.
Yeah, so Joe's, he might see that's out. Yeah. He's out. George Matta.
Yeah, 14th.
Anthony. So. Gee, 14 takes out number
3.
3. Yeah. Oh. What's
up next? We got.
Must be a test and tune or something that they've arranged. I'm not sure. Not on. Oh well, it's only a single pass, so. I don't know if it's a licensing pass. I can't see any officials there.
It's tough burnout from the Toronto.
Yeah. Oh, nitrous as well. Gee, the nitrous is getting popular.
Getting himself ready into pre-stage. In the stage, revs it up. Oh,
Wow, look at those wheels.
Like a two-wheel Tirana.
Look at that.
Great run. Finishes off there with an 8.19 with an 8. 155.
Yeah, 0.549 reaction time, but we're looking at it on our little screen here. That hoiked them wheels up, didn't it? There he goes down. Yeah, he started heading towards the centre line. Straightened it up. Nice run.
As we move now into our bike review modified bikes.
Yeah, modified bike. This is Matty Hunt in the GS XR 1000. Dialed in with the 958. Just looking out the corner of my eye, folks. Adam's there. Yeah, good on you, mate, on the job. But we don't have any details on the rider, and I'm not familiar who it is, but they've got to be somewhere in the program.
We've got Matthew Hunt here in the airflow lane. Crowley action 9063. Unfortunately, the rocket lane has broken out. Automatically gives Matthew the win. So as Matthew crosses the line, he gets a 973 with a 0 at 143. He'll be happy with that win. Coming up next day, you've got Gareth Wilcox in the airflow lane in his Kawasaki Z14R. And in the rocket lane, you've got Jimmy Jock Stewart in the rocket lane there, Edgeworth Manshed Kawasaki Z14R. So the one's got, Jimmy Jock's got his dial in of a 10.1. Gareth's got one of a 9.9. As Gareth has a little bit of problem getting off the line there.
Yeah. Oh, no, Jimmy's way out in front.
Yeah, he had a bad reaction. He had a good reaction.
Yeah, right, okay.
So it's given Jimmy the win there.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Jock takes the win with a 10.3.
Yeah. Okay, Albie Davidson now from East Maitland and the Suzuki Hayabusa over here in the Aeroflow lane, 1300 cc's. The vinyltree.com.au, also sponsored by All Care Services, Team Digger Sport and Mark Davies over in the Rocket Lane from Belmont, New South Wales, also on a Suzuki GSXR 990. Albie Davidson, number three in the modified bike bracket. Point score for this, the round 8, the final round to end the season, the 2024 racing season.
A quick clean up at the end of the quarter mile here. Looks like a little Stewie rocket there.
Right. It's one of our eagle-eyed supporters was down there sitting on the, just where that PRP is.
Yes.
You'll see a little silver shiny thing there. See on the flat surface there? Yeah. It's a little countersunk screw.
Oh. We don't like those.
Yeah, so it's
especially on a track.
He could have flicked it up, and it would have been a absolute missile.
So look, we've got a couple of crews down the end track as well. So just do a quick inspection.
Yeah, down there. I think young Stewie White's down there somewhere.
Yeah, he waved. He heard you.
Did he?
As we're back into it now. Albie versus Mark. Kawasaki Hayabusa versus the GSXR.
Yeah. Oh, Sean Rickett. Oh, yeah. Albie Dave. Yeah, there, right.
Al will take off just after Mark. There we go. Great. Oh, 1:09.1 there from Mark. Trying to catch back up here on Albie. Looks like he might go around, and if he keeps going, he might get it. He got it. 961 with a 4 at 138 to a 1033. With a 1.
Look at that. 0.10 difference in the mile an hour between those two motorcycles at the other end.
I'm getting a bit scared of myself, Les, because I say has he got it, and then what if he doesn't? I've already said it.
Yeah. Oh, mate, I've done that plenty of times. Same thing.
Yeah. Michael Richards here, the GSR versus Lucas Nugget, the GSR. 045 Rex time from Michael in the Aeroflow. Lucas is going to try and catch him up. And he does.
See?
Lucas takes the win in the rocket lane. 961 with a 6, 139 to a 1009 at 126.
Nice win there for Lucas Nigo. All the way up from Victoria. He'll be pleased. Makes the effort worthwhile. Every round you go, the smile gets bigger on your face. Rob Simmons now from Bligh Park, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1441. Rob's really, really tough racer. So's Michael Borg. He's been around nearly as long as I've been working here.
Rob's going to have a hard time. He might, as I said, he looks like he might get it here. Just pipped him.
I would have thought that Rob Simmons got there first.
Michael takes the win there, 973 with a 738.
See, it's the depth of field when you're doing photography and
It
things
could be
like
the commentator's curse.
Yes, that's
all we
right. I
know.
better shut up.
We're very...
We just handed a couple of other blokes the win. Daniel Burtonshaw, met Daniel earlier today. Nice young fella. And Mick Withers. Mick's gone really well on this Harley Davidson Road King. He's our number 8 qualifier with 11.57 at 116. Yeah. That's a 9-second bike.
Yeah. Was it Daniel? He's number 3 qualifier today.
There he goes.
Daniel winds up on the hunt.
Here comes Daniel. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It might be.
Yes. Daniel broke out.
So because Daniel broke out, gives Mick the win, 11.62 at 116 to a 10.18 to 131.
Yeah, Daniel Burtonshaw there. I thought he was going to win, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know who got there first anyway, but he broke out. So, okay, Ronnie Gilb from Wandandian over here in the Aeroflow lane. The Kawasaki ZZR. I shouldn't say that. ZZR 1100 cc. Our number 4 qualifier in this street bike field, up against Andrew Riches, who's dialed in with 1305. Andrew's over in the Rocket Lane, our number 9 qualifier. So it's 4th qualifier versus number 9. Ronnie Gilb, a 1040 and a 13 for Riches. So Riches will go first. Oh, not much in this. Not much in it. Here we go. Oh, Robbie got there first. So he goes at 10.479. Let's see, they get rid of the thing too quick. All right, Greg Horadam in the Aeroflow lane in the Kawasaki ZX 14R, 1441 cc's, our number 2 qualifier. That's Greg in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in 1005. Joseph Borg, Kawasaki Double ZR 1200, and he's our number 7 qualifier. And he's dialed in with a 1095. Red light, automatic win to Greg Horadam. Yep. Oh, he broke out as well, but first is worst.
Greg still takes the win there. 10-6 with an 8.
Yep. Oh, beauty, my back. Adrian Watson. He's in the track records too, Adrian Watson. From Hammondville, the Yamaha R6. Dialed in with a 1065. He's up against Jesse Barnes over there in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in 1010. There used to be an outfit here called 1010ths Motorcycles. Okay. But that was back in the 2000s. In the early 2000s.
Not the best reaction time from agents. Probably give Jesse a chance to come around.
Ooh.
And he does come around, so he's going to get there for a 10.29 with a 9. 128. Yeah, there's 0.31 reaction time from Adrian. Gets to give Jesse hand there to kind
time
of
to cut, yeah. Okay, Ross van der Hoek and Angela Phipps Hunt. So Ross in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 1350. Kawasaki Z900. I saw a Z900, but it was a street bike back there. Well, it might have been in here. It was a beautiful bike. Yes, it's this one here. And Angela Phipps Hunt in the Suzuki Hayabusa. 1340 cc's over in the Rocket Lane. Dialed in 1050. She'll have to wait.
A bit of a slow reaction there from Angela as well, so it looks like...
Yes. Oh, gee, Angela's up against it. Now, if I was Ross, I'd back right off. See? Oh, no. Oh, rounded him up.
Still got the win. That's I'm going to have a little break here. I'm going to hand it back over here to John.
Yes. Oh, breakout. I'll just have a swig of water.
Thanks, Adam. And we have Wayne Smith versus Danny Stadelmeyer.
Oh, yes, there we go. Well, Danny Stadelmeyer's...
So I asked Danny why he's called the GOAT,
yeah.
and apparently he has a pet goat
Has he?
called Princess Beatrice. That's why he's the GOAT.
I thought he might have had a Pontiac GTO because goats, Pontiac's called goats.
Lights are pretty even, 157 for Danny, 163 for Wayne. Close at the finish line.
Yeah, I'd say.
Very close.
Look at Danny.
Oh, Danny. Last.
He got there first too.
Yep. By 8 thousandths.
Yep.
He was leading too.
Yeah.
570.
Now,
And second is Jack Matasevic, who's still in, I think.
Glenn Featherston. Oh, this could be...
Glenn Featherston is up next.
Yes, it is. He is too. He's up against Benny Roberts.
Glenn goes 001 on a tree. Jeez.
Good time to do that.
Against the 242.
Yeah, he had the slower dial in as well.
Oh, gets
He's
on the brakes.
picks.
Yep.
Yeah.
And takes the win.
Yeah, well...
So, yeah, that's...
That'll move him up a bit there, John.
Yeah,
In the next round if he...
yeah.
Well, he'll take that round win. Sean McGregor
5:30.
from St Helens Park up against Michael Zara. Zara in the Holden WH Caprice. VTEC V3.8 V8. And this is in Street Fighter now. He's dialed in 1580. Shane McGregor in the Ford XW Wagon Windsor is dialed in to 1350.
Shane wins the start line, 043 to a 200.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Close at the finish line. Oh, Shane gets the brakes and takes the win.
Yep.
Nice win.
And he
1354 on a 1350. Very nice win.
Yep, and he got there first, so he didn't need to come from behind. He led all the way. Okay, Fiona Crisp up from Victoria in the Hyundai Tucson, or as I say in America, they call them Hyundai.
Oh, okay.
And Jack Matasevic. Now, did I see Jack?
Jack's in second spot.
Second spot. Oh, he's...
Fiona goes 244 and Jack goes 035, so...
Well, this could be it. Gee, I'll tell you what, that Hyundai, it's a 2-litre diesel turbo, but gee. Oh, he does
Jack
get
goes
it.
14.5.
Yep.
He's still in.
Still in. What we do at the end of the Speed Adict Clothing.com is we present the winners for the event. Now it's imperative that we make it very open and visible, that they're transparent. So the eventual winner will be decided, and I think they have some sort of formal dinner or something at the end of the year.
Yeah, usually beginning of the year.
Yeah, a presentation. So, but the ones that we'll present the trophies to are the winners of the event, not the winners of the winner and runner-up of the series. And don't get me wrong, but there's been a couple of times over this time that someone from the junior dragster rank has won the championship series, because they've amassed the most points.
We have Alan Stevenson in the left lane and the HP Tirana, and Brian Addising in the right lane in the VY Commodore.
Yeah, LS 5.7. No, that's LS.
Brian dials at 12.30 and Alan 11.34.
Yeah, so Brian Addising over there, he does get the hand. Oh, no.
42 red for Alan. 61 green for Brian. Brian takes the win.
Yeah, Brian is, I think he's down here somewhere. No. So, tell you what, Jack Matasevic's looking... so's Glenn. No. See it. Here we go. Adam Bowers from South Wenny in the Holden HQ. I don't know what the NT is, but anyway, small block Chev 414. He's dialed in with a 10 flat over here in the Aeroflow lane. David Matasevic from Bringelli dialed in with a 10.59. This is going to be close, folks, but I think David will get it. Yep.
David takes the win. 10.59.8 on a 10.59. 8 thou over.
Yeah, some of these guys are really, really good on their dial-ins too. Rodney Balgowan in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden V Commodore.
And Luke Griffiths in the Rocket lane in the Plymouth Satellite.
Well, he's got a bit of waiting to do there, John. I think at 12.20. Oh, gee whiz. He's not in there. What? Anyway, he was the winner of what's his name in different one. Yeah, Street Fighter. Super Street. Yeah.
So now we're into Super Street.
There we are. Oh no.
Luke goes red 013 and gives it to Rodney.
2050 years. Anyway, Rodney took that win. Red light for Tex. Luke Griffiths. Mopo out. Okay, Richard Matasevic in the Aeroflow lane over here from Bringelli dialed in with a 10.58. Bill Hatsey over in John's Rocket lane, he's dialed in with 11.60. 11.60 is slower, so he'll get the handicap start. Richard Matasevic in that bright yellow XY Falcon Ute to do the chasing.
.53
Oh,
for
not
Bill
much in it
Hatsey.
here, eh?
0.61 for Richard, close on the tree. This will go down to the wire.
Oh,
Richard takes the win.
Bill Hatsey was on the picks going through.
Bill went under by 12 thou.
Yeah. Jeez, it's cruel, isn't
Tough.
it?
It's tough racing, this.
Yeah.
Got to be sharp at both ends.
Yeah, that's how it's transpired. You know, everything. People are really attacking the tree because they want that. They know how much value a cut of good light, their reaction time, is worth to them. Oh, Rob.
0011 for Robert Matasevic, and he was running third in the points.
Points too.
So that puts him out.
Yep. Mark Hopkins and Adam Bowers. Oh, yeah, Adam's yet to come in.
Mark Hopkins has just came up.
Just up there, yeah.
In the Rocket lane, and Corey Stutchbury
That's it.
in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Corey's dialed in with a 10.64. Mark Hopkins over there in the Rocket lane dialed in with a 10.88. So
Mark Hopkins is currently leading the Super Street points.
And he gets a slight handicap start, just a little stagger. Corey Stutchbury's going. Yeah, he's got that LS really honky. So let's see what transpires at the end of 13.20 feet.
.029 for Mark and 017 for Corey. Both boys on their game.
Aren't they? Look at no.
Oh. Mark went under.
Yeah.
10.86.9 on a 10.88.
10.88. 200.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave Morton. He gets the buy run here. Dave Morton from Bargo. Holden HSV Club Sport. LSA. 6.2 litre. That's a supercharged one, isn't it? LSA. LSX is a 427. Yes, it's a supercharged LSA. 6.2 litre. From Bargo. 10.68. He red lit, but
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, not when you're on a bye run.
Doesn't matter on a solo.
Yeah. Nice. Runs a 10 Jumbo Jet 747 at 127 miles per hour. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the next bracket will be, if that was Super Street, where are we down here? Super Sedan, Super Street. Oh, well, it's going to be Super Sedan. No.
Is that it?
Oh, yeah. Street Fighter, Super Street. Yeah.
Junior Dragster, we're up to.
Yep, that's the one. Western Weekender. And we must also mention bikereview.com.
Thank you, Adam.
.au is sponsoring a modified bike. And I think there was one more. Bike review. That was it. And Western Weekender for the Junior Dragsters.
Is that Joe Princey down on the start line?
That's...
It looks like Joe.
No, down.
Yeah, down on...
Yeah, it is.
In the rocket lane.
Yep.
Has he had a haircut?
No, it's self-disappearing hair.
Is that what it is? He should be doing male modelling, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon too. Look at that.
Very handsome man.
He is. Geez, there's a...
Italian stallion.
Yeah.
He's pretending he can't hear us.
Yeah.
Well, he might not hear us because he's deaf.
Oh, dear. Dear.
Don't poke fun at the competitors.
No. He loves the junior dragsters. He always comes out.
He's a good man, Joe.
He is.
Very good man.
And he was a giving man of his time too.
Yeah.
You know, like he gave time to the junior dragsters.
Yeah.
Georgia Leafting, Aeroflow Lane. I think we've got a couple of Leaftings in here. Georgia Leafting and Charlotte Leafting. So there's one of them, Georgia Leafting in the Aeroflow Lane. And our number 22 qualifier dialed in with a 914.
And Liam O'Neill in the Rocket Lane in the C Junior Dragster is dialed 1210.
Okay, so Liam's limited, I think, to 1190 in eliminations. And
yes.
Georgia is 9 flat, I think. I'll have to check that again, but I'll ask Bushy later on. Yeah, Joe, he's...
the godfather of junior dragster.
Yeah, he is. Certainly is. Wow. Wow. Really nice fella. Okay,
100%.
he's attending to Liam O'Neill there from Doonside, who's dialed in at a 1210, C Junior Dragster. So he likes to get behind all the up and coming. So Liam's in a C Junior Dragster, so he wants to make sure that he, gets his preparations good. And Georgia Leafting, she's in a B Junior Dragster, so you'll see Liam O'Neill over in the Rocket Lane, John's lane. He'll go first. He'll get the handicap start, and Georgia Leafting over this side to do the chasing. So there goes
Liam with a 340 light and Georgia with a 142 light. She chases him down and gets the win.
Oh, gee, look at Liam. 11.940.
Yeah, he broke out substantially.
Oh, dear. It's
now we've
cruel,
got
cruel.
Jaden Bonasif in the Aeroflow lane and Chloe Rako in the Rocket lane.
Oh, yes. Well, Chloe's
Father and son crew chief.
Yes.
Tommy's on the right and Harry's on the left, so a little bit of family bragging rights here.
Yeah. There we go. This will be good. She should do pretty well. She's dialed in a 774.
There's a big weight.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
5. Oh, test for anyone's patience, John. Big test.
Test her patience.
Yeah. Yes, the magic tuner there. Harry is right there with it. So Chloe Rako's in.
Yeah, looks like the track's sticky. The car doesn't want to move.
No, that's right. Sometimes you'll see them rock the car to get it moving, so
Track's
it gets
too sticky,
off,
you can't
off
move.
the sticky, yeah. Sometimes the starter will...
Yep.
No, there we
Moved,
go.
yep.
Okay, now just waiting for Jaden to come in the C Junior Dragster. Oh, he's in.
Oh, goes 010 red.
010.
Chloe with a clean green. 103 takes the win.
Yeah.
But breaks
What a
out with a
mess.
7708 on a 774.
4, yeah. All right. Our number one winner over at Adelaide, Zane Condello, in the Spring Nationals in Adelaide a couple of weekends ago. Dialed in with an 807. That's Zane over here in the Aeroflow lane. Over in the Rocket lane, it's Riley Ito from Greystones. Dialed in with an 803, so there's not much difference between these two. So they'll virtually leave, it'll be nearly heads up. It'll need the computer to sort out the difference. It's too close from here. We'll just have to look at the reaction time to see who actually had the better reaction time. Now both cars there, both machines I should say. Riley Ito's in first. And there's the Magic Condello family tuner. Just waiting to see who comes in next. Oh, bit of a burn down. No, Riley's in. Zane's got 7 seconds. 5. Oh, very close, very close.
024 light for Zane and 070 for Riley. Zane takes the win.
Oh,
810 on an 807 dial.
oh yeah. Riley Ito there, he breaks out. So we'll cross them out. Christian Canoli in
We've
the
got
Aeroflow.
Jacob Longo in the Rocket lane, currently second in the points.
Second. Yeah, beauty. Second.
Jacob Dole's a 905 and Christian Canoli 794.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a weight there. 3 lights, I think, difference. 3 4's at 12. Yeah, about that. .400 between each orange light. That's what it takes to blink, the usual blink. Oh, gee, these are in quick. Oh, Jacob Longo's in, just waiting for Christian to come in the A Junior Dragster.
Jacob with a decent 072 and Christian goes red. Jacob moves on.
mate. Look at that. And Jacob, it goes quicker, but first is worst in this case. So
Next we have Tegan Smith, who is in 5th place.
Yep.
At the moment.
She's up. And Alex Ruffalo. Oh, no, I think it might be down a bit.
Alex is in 8th spot at the moment.
Oh, number 13, qualifier.
Yes, qualifies.
Yep. Yes, well, I think they see junior dragsters on best on reaction times, like they do that with modified eliminator as well. So Alex Ruffalo, our number 13 qualifier, up against Tegan Smith, our number 6 qualifier. So Tegan to do the chasing. Alex gets a bit of a head start. You'll just see a slight stagger. There it goes. Yeah, very good.
0.23 light for Alex, very good, and 0.45 for Tegan, a good light too.
Oh, that was going to
Alex
be
takes
close.
the win.
Oh, no.
7.91 on a 7.90, and Tegan breaks out 7.73 on a 7.75.
Oh, here we go. Daniela Axiak from Tarmore. That's
Daniela's in 4th spot.
Yeah, is she 4th? Number 4. Yep, okay, on the points there. She was our 25th qualifier up against Savannah Condello, who's dialed in with an 8.05 in the rocket lane. So it's an 8.05 against a 7.67. Daniela running the new AA Junior Dragster. Classification that came in about a month ago, I think. Month, 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a good idea, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Well, when you consider in America that they run on a 690.
Yeah, that's right.
So, there for Daniela, she's got Precision Racing, John Ryan Freight Management and Stylish Signs supporting her. And for Savannah over there in the rocket line, it's Fine Line Motorsports, our number 5 qualifier she was. Wow. Oh.
Red light for Daniela.
Wow.
008 light for Savannah.
Yeah, not bad, eh?
Yeah, take that any day.
Yeah. Yeah, no returns required. Jake McNamara now in the RFO lane. He's dialed in with a 770. He's our number 3 qualifier, is young Jake. Up against Piper Bennett. Piper's was lead. I think she's at the top of the
still
three.
leading.
Good. Well, here she is.
On 520. Jacob Longo's still in. He's on 460.
Okay. Well, Piper Bennett's dialed in with an 808. Jake McNamara 770. So Piper Bennett will get the handicap start. She's pretty good at the start line too. Jake will have to do the chasing over here in the Aeroflow lane. So we'll see how this pans out. So Piper there, she's dining at the head of the table at the moment. There we go. Oh, gee, that was close.
Clean greens. Piper at 129. And Jake 161.
It's
Piper
anybody's race here.
And goes under. 806 on an 808.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Maybe she'll have enough points to keep it.
Might be. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing.
Well, she's 80 points ahead of Jacob, so...
Oh, rightio.
And we're in second round.
Second round? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're up here somewhere, I think, John.
Yeah.
Up there, so we've still got all this to go. Yep. Oh, we've got those, the PDRC.
Oh, we're in a junior drag bike.
Yep, junior drag bike. Adam Jordan. He's in the Aeroflow lane over here. He's dialed in with a 910. in the Kawasaki Ninja 300cc. Our top qualifier he is too. Anastasia Lucky. Well, there they go. She stole in with a 9.55. She would have got the handicap start. Can she? No,
breaks out.
Too quick.
Yeah.
Gee whiz, look at that. That's way under. Nearly 3/10. Wow.
It's a burnout comp. Lincoln Delios in the aeroflow lane and Josh Burtonshaw. That could have been a contest to see who could do a bigger burnout.
Burnout, yeah. Well, I think Josh Burtonshaw, I think
I think he took it.
Yep. Okay, so a 12 flat. So Lincoln over here with the wheelie bars gets the handicap start. A 1.45 reaction time. Josh Burtonshaw though a 0.65. He's dragging his leg.
Thinks it's a speedway bike.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, he ends up winning
Josh
it too.
takes the win.
Yeah, got there first.
9.42 on a 9.40.
And for Lincoln Delios, a 12.16 on a 12 flat at 52 miles an hour. So I think we've got a
Super Sedan next.
Super Sedan, rightio. Super Sedan, and then your class there.
Yeah, Super goes after it.
Yep. Okay. Super Sedan. Well, what's his name's out? Dave Gruber.
Yeah, Dave Gruber went out.
Yep. So, who's still up?
Nathan Cowie went out.
Yeah, he went out.
Chevy Taylor went out.
Yeah.
All right.
No. Yeah, hands on top of the table, not underneath. Yes, Lola, we're just the mumbling you heard going on was John
just
and I
discussing the points implications
table
and who's still in.
Yep. Okay. So that's good.
Andrew Little's still in.
Oh, he missed a
He's on
couple of
510. Joe Zammett went out
What?
first round, didn't he?
No,
No, he didn't.
Oh, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, no, Dave
he
Gruber
might have.
definitely did.
Yeah, Dave Gruber did.
Nathan Cowie and Chevy Taylor definitely
Oh.
went, and they were the only ones in contention. So
Yeah. Who's down here? Who's that?
Jim Denaro,
Oh, Jim.
put your glasses on.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I can read it now. I'll turn it around. Okay. In this Super Sedan round, we have in the aeroflow lane in the blue corner is Brendan Costello, 61 Holden EK. Dial him with the 976. And Rob Cardham all the way up from Noble Park in Victoria. He's in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with a 968. So, this... Oh, that's that nice ute. I like the colour of that.
He's got quite a few Fords, Robert.
He has, yeah.
He has, yeah. Still owns that nice green XE he was running in Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman. Yeah, that was a... No, that was
still
a
got it.
hard-going car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. It was just, a nice colour green. It just went...
Yeah, it stands out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Green's my favourite colour. Brendan
Green's nice.
Yeah. Always feel cool when I see something green. Yeah, so it's good for a fair few Victorians up
says
here.
Brendan's at Northmead, isn't he a Canberra boy?
No.
I
Well,
say he's living up here.
he's living
in
up
the race
here
shop,
now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Working
so
in the race
he's-
shop, I should
yeah.
say.
Yeah, Dad's still down there. Okay. Waiting for Brendan. Here he is. He's in. Oh, no!
001 red for Robert.
001 here.
And 0.39
Whoa!
for Brennan
Wow.
for the win. Yeah, had a big move there.
Oh, gee whiz.
He takes the win.
Wow. Oh, well, first is worst anyway. Even if he did, if he did
Yeah,
go
he didn't
across
cross the centre line, he would have been gone.
Yeah, that's right.
Adam Hunter in the Aeroflow lane and Aaron Cochrane, Canberra boy,
Yes, down
in
in
the Rocket lane.
down there in Gungahlin, the new McGregor. There's the old McGregor and the new McGregor.
There you go.
They're both in the same. No, they're in two different divisions. But yeah,
It's a Canberra thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Touche turtle. Yeah, so that I haven't seen this him race before. This is the first time I've seen him race. So, but there's all these Canberra people that are starting to come up.
2.15 for Aaron and 2.25 for Adam. So neither of them were great on the tree, but makes it close at the other end.
Oh.
Adam takes a win, 9.55 on a 9.54 dial, and Aaron breaks out.
Oh, this is going to be another humdinger, Yuri.
Tirana race.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that, 496 against the 434.
Yeah.
But Mick will get the handicap start.
And it's got a 9.33 on the window and enter an 8.84.
Yeah, so Mick Little in the rocket lane in that bright yellow Tirana will get the handicap start. Emma Attard to do the chasing over here in the Aeroflow lane. Let's see how they go. 2 greens.
0.37 for Mick and 0.71 for Anna.
Oh, picked at the post.
Mick ran off a little bit.
Oh, gee whiz.
9.40 on a 9.30.
Wow.
This is
wow.
a little bit of points implications. Andrew Little is running second currently.
That's right. Yeah.
Sean Marr, because he travelled, is out of the points. Oh, he's in 8th, but mathematically
Eighth,
he
yeah.
can't get in.
Yeah,
So Andrew really needs to win this race.
he does. He does, and then he'll be looking good.
And he
at the
sponsors my wife. What's he doing with my wife? That's what I want to know.
These are good camera shots here.
Yeah.
Let's see him coming in.
0.27 for Andrew and 0.89 for Sean, which is very unusual for Sean.
Oh, geez, I think Andrew.
Sean takes the win.
You wouldn't read about it, would you?
Nah.
Sure.
9,000ths win margin.
Yeah.
That was very close at the finish line.
Even the reaction times were, damn good.
Yeah.
It's not like one had a 007 and the other one had an 070 or an 090 or something. That was a really good race. Here it is here on the small screen. We see Sean Marr. Yeah. Okay, Brett McNiff and Dale Harter-Law.
Yeah, 0.16 red for Brett. And Dale with a 50. Dale will take the win.
Yeah, an 8.65 at 157. What was that? That's Sean Sorbello. Who have we got left,
Sean
John?
Sorbello is in 7th, but I think mathematically he hasn't got enough points to catch up.
No.
So it looks like...
Well, actually, you might be right. I haven't seen Joe Zammit go down.
No,
so you might
and I haven't seen Jim Denaro go down either.
No, he got eliminated. Or
Jimmy's out.
Yeah, I'm sure he's out. So, Sean Sorbello.
Well, that's the top 6 that are all out.
Top 6.
So I don't know how the points are going to fall there in the end, so I'll leave that one alone.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. We'll hand the trophies out to the winners of the meeting.
We're into first round of Supergas.
Here we go.
Currently, Joe Cantanzarides is leading with Roy Romeo in second. And we've got Anthony Panetta in Rocket Lane and Nicholas Polito in Aeroflow Lane. Could be a good race.
Yeah, I'll say. Ford 347 cube up against the 434 cube. But that little Ford, the Nick Polito, it's good. Well, so is that Calibra. Anthony Penna's a good pilot as well. We'll see how we go here.
007 for Nicholas, but Tony goes 002.
Oh, look at that.
What's wrong with these guys? They're not on their game. Tone takes the win with a 992. Nicholas goes under by 7th hour.
Seventh hour under. 992 with the 355, so it's a good win there.
Next we have Vince Panetta in the Airflow Lane and Luke Romeo in the Rocket Lane. Both of these guys are out of points contention.
Are they?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Vince has got 480 and Luke has got 520, so
wow.
it'll be pretty much between Joe and Roy.
Look, yeah. Oh, let's see how they go in the
yeah,
after
they're
the
against
next
each other next round. So
Are they
or next
running
pair,
a
I should say.
Chicago shootout style?
No, this is eliminations.
Eliminations,
Yep.
is it? Yeah, rightio. Good-o. What's the difference between...
Vinny goes 025 and Luke smacks him with a 002.
Ooh.
9909.
Oh, look at that. 9,000.
That is one good package right
there. Look
there.
at that. Yeah, fantastic.
11th hour package. Super tough to beat that. Next we have Roy Romeo, who's running second, and Joe Catanzarides, who's leading.
Yes,
And Joe's sponsor is I Would Like One.
Yeah.
Roy's is Burson's Narellan.
Yeah, they've sprung up all over the place.
Burson's everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah. What's the difference between round robin and Chicago shootout?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, neither am I. So
What's the difference between all run format and Chicago shootout?
all run? Well, yeah, exactly, all run.
Yeah. Now all the boys ask for eliminations because no second chances.
No, that's it.
You lose, you lose.
Okay.
006 for Roy and 027 for Joe. Roy had a bit of a move around. I don't know if he had a lift or not. And goes under 994. So Joe should have tied up the championship with that.
But yeah, I think so. Who's next?
Yeah, Roy was next.
Yeah,
and he
next
just took him
anyway,
out.
so he's there.
So the worst light of that round was a 027.
They're pretty sharp.
Very sharp. Well, I raced last round and had Roy first round.
Did you?
And I went 40 on a tree, which is pretty shabby.
Yeah.
And yeah, Roy went 001 and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, 001.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got the throttle stops, but you're...
Yeah, but a stop's just a racer aid. It doesn't... People misinterpret the use of a throttle stop by... All die-your-own cars have got delay boxes. Why isn't it the same thing?
Same thing, yeah.
A delay box is a driver aid. That's all it is.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah.
So a throttle stop, if you go to a racetrack and it's 4,000 foot
Yeah.
and your car can run fast,
Yeah.
you've got to be able to compensate for that when you get to really good air.
Yeah.
You can't change the number on the window like you can in super sedan or modified where the conditions
No,
come around
because
and
you've got a
you
fixed
you
index.
change your number. So yeah, it's fixed index. So that's the major reason for a throttle stop, to be able to run a number under any conditions. And I do it, but I do it differently. And
But you don't have a throttle stop, do you?
no, I don't have throttle stop, but I make
Yeah.
it run a number differently.
Well, yeah.
Which you can do with timing retards, the amount of nitrous you want to put in it. You can do it with weight.
Yep.
Neil Maxwell used to do it years ago and won an Australian Championship doing it with weight, putting barbells in the back
Oh, right.
to get it to run a number. So it's all just racer aids.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, that's you've answered my question.
Yeah.
Because you know, like I know you're flat out from start to finish.
Yeah.
Where these other guys, and a lot of people say to me, why does the car slow down when it's a drag race?
Yeah, I know it's a polarising thing for a lot of people,
Yeah.
but if you're a good die-your-own racer and you get to the finish line and you see you've got two cars, you're going to lift
Yeah.
to not risk breaking out. So everyone lifts in die-your-own if you're a good racer.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you see that over in the States they have...
Yeah,
like
890 and 990 and 1090.
And they even in the and you know they run over the 8th in the you know like they've got a 6 second class 650, 6 second 657, 750, and that's for the sedans and stuff like that, and dragsters and everything else as well, and it's all if you got a dragster, well it might be like 450 or something like that, but but every race is heads up.
Yeah, that's the index thing is heads up. So
and it's just like super gas, isn't it? Heads up.
Heads up.
That's
Exactly.
one of the features. No deep staging. Heads up. Pro tree.
Well, it's
and a fixed
only
index.
class that doesn't allow you to deep stage.
No, that's
deep
right.
stage you go red.
Yeah,
So
that's straight away.
So that stops the cheating on the start line.
Yeah, well, it's you say to people it's 6 inches, 150 centimetres, or 1,500 millimetres. That's 150 mils, which is 6 inches. It's only about that much, but you are closer to the start line.
Yeah, definitely. That's why you have to be super careful staging in all classes.
Yeah, that's right. Because if you deep stage and the top light goes out, you've got to be right on your game to not initiate a red light because you're that much closer.
That's right. And I remember when the delay boxing first came out in the 90s here in Australia, everyone called it cheating because they didn't they thought you just put the number in, it'll cut the light for you, but it's not that.
Ah, okay. Well,
all it is you leave off the top bulb
Yep.
on a full tree with a delay box.
Right.
So you just add in the numbers,
Yep.
and hopefully you'll go 00 or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, if you miss the top light, your light's going to suck with a delay box or not.
Or not, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Well, it took me a while to get used to. I raced a little 64 Nova, and it was a 720 car.
Yep.
And
Over the 8th.
Over the 8th.
Yep.
And but I wasn't used to the trans brake, and the best I could get it to go was 750. 752 was the best I could do. But then I was talking to Stephen that earlier on. You get these junior dragsters now running. They're allowed to run 750s as well. I'd have to be 2,000, but no, well 2/10, 1/10 to beat them. So. It just shows you that, the progression.
Yeah, and the whole point of die your own and bracket racing is you don't have to be a millionaire to be competitive.
No, that's right, yeah.
Because you have to be good on the start line and your car's got to be reliable.
Yeah.
They're the two most important things to be able to win in bracket racing.
Yeah. Well, I leave off the second last yellow light.
Yeah, well, the guys in Street Fighter have got the toughest because they're all super slow reacting cars.
Yeah.
You can't leave off the bottom bulb.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
All right, next on our schedule says Boosted Outlaws, but it doesn't sound like Boosted Outlaws. Is it?
Oh, it's Poe's down there.
Yeah, Boosted Outlaws it is. Pretty sure Brittany's got this tied up, but don't quote me on that.
Yep. What used to happen is here in around here, the track is, and it started up at Willowbank, was that they used to have the track radio on.
Okay.
And the blokes in sedans, like would
have their radio on.
The radio on, and they could hear, and they knew whether to throttle back or just go for broke.
Well, that's the thing. Willowbank shows their reaction times during eliminations.
Do they?
Which is a huge advantage if you're going down the track. You look up and you go, I've got 800s on him, I'm going to lift.
Yeah.
But here we don't do it.
No.
Except you're on qualifying. So,
yeah, and I think Willowbank's still running in kilometres per hour, I think.
I haven't been up there for a fair while, so I'm not
I
sure.
think they've changed. They've stuck. We've gone back, but we've got the two.
Yeah, that's right.
We get miles an hour always first, and then it flicks over. All right. Potang in the aeroflow lane.
And against Curtis Reed.
Curtis Reed, that's...
not as big a handicap as you'd think. Posed old 7-0 and Curtis 667.
Yeah, well, Poe's best qualifying time was 10:48.
Yeah, I think they've had problems during the day, so...
Yeah. Well, I hope he's got it sorted out. Toyota Supra 2JZ, 3.2 litre. That'll be probably one of them billet blocks with the extra 200 cc's.
Yeah.
And he's sponsored by Grudgekins.
And gas racing, plenty of cars here with gas racing on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of, sort of...
You can see Joe Signorelli down there on the start line. Standing at the back of the car there.
Oh, yeah, with the
big G on his back.
Yep. Oh, is that him? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was the other bloke with the long shorts or the short longs.
No.
Here we go.
There you are.
Oh.
Curtis takes the win.
Yeah, does he ever? 6.742 on a 6.67 at 177 miles an hour. Yeah, Potang got it crossed
Had
up
problems
at
at
about
half track.
Half track, yeah. Yeah, traction. Ray Fairfall and the Ford EL Falcon. It's got the so we're in Boosted Outlaws.
Yes, this is the second round of the Chicago shootout thing.
Okay, so we've got Ray Fairfall in that really, really quick 6-cylinder Falcon. But it says here...
710.
Yeah, 710.
Zach Palm had a problem during qualifying, so I don't know if they've fixed that car or not.
Oh, yes, that's the dragster.
Zach's there?
Yeah.
Looks like they've fixed whatever was ailing it.
Yeah. Oh, yes. What's the... But Ray Fairfall, that's... Oh, no, he's got it... No, he's got the V8 in it now. But he had that 6-cylinder one. It was only a crossflow type, like an AU Falcon motor.
It says small block Ford, 400 cubes, so they might have changed it. I see Zach's stepdad there, Trent Smith, backing his car up. Tegan at the front. Another family affair. Oh, yeah. Don't touch the hat. I don't know if that's what it was, but anyway,
yeah,
made everyone jump.
Yeah, it's good. I like bringing new people, new blokes I know to a top fuel meeting. They sit there and they think, oh, what's all the ruckus about?
Yep.
When you should see them jump, mate, they clear this seat by about 3 feet.
There's no words, is there, to explain what it is?
You can't.
You've got to experience it in real life.
Mate, I went down there and I had one arm, see for the dial-in board there, I had one arm around that, standing down there.
Okay. Bumps it in. Red light for Zach. Ray got loose
gee
and pulled the
whiz.
chutes.
Yeah. 089 red for Zach there, unfortunately. Ray Fairfall, a 007, clean green, and runs a 10.767. Well, he pulled the chute. Gee, that chute must have pulled him up quick, only 63 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Well, that's done its job. Okay, boosted outlaws. So we've got Gareth Rogers and quick draw David
Yes,
McCall.
good old quick draw.
Yeah, I play. It's funny. I played that tune the other day. You know, that from the cartoon. And I remembered all but 2 lines I missed.
Can you sing it for us?
No, mate. When I sing, there's no singing in the shower at my place because last time I tried, the next door neighbours called the RSPCA and they thought it were animals getting mistreated.
Okay, don't sing.
No, terrible singer. Oh dear. Well, it's turned out to be a fairly reasonable
the
day.
horrible R thing has gone away.
Yeah. Oh, well,
I hope
it's-
might
yeah,
still be
it's
some
just-
hovering, but
There's still some patches of blue sky there. Here we go. Okay. We've got Gareth Rogers in the Aeroflow lane with the Bantam Altered running a Hemi 521 cubic inch. Dialed in with a 670. The record is 6068. So he's a fair bit off it, but yeah, Dave McGaw, it's 6068 and he's dialed in with a 660.
I wonder what that flag's about that Dave's got on the back of the car.
Oh yeah,
Can you read it?
I think they pull it out.
We need
And-
Adam back here. He can.
Yeah.
His eyes are better than ours.
Maybe it's to indicate which way the wind's blowing, but it doesn't matter. Because
Not when you're going backwards.
Yeah, going backwards, it flaps around 180. Should do. Gee, look at that. It's pretty well right over the track, over the marks that he left in the burnout. That was good directing.
Very good.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the umbrella. Or the flag, I should say. So Gareth Rogers dialed in 670. He'll go first. Dave McGaw to do the chasing, but only by 1/10 of a second. So it's almost heads up. Well, it will be to the naked eye. I can't see that good down there anyway. So it's number 10 qualifier in the class, Boosted Outlaws. Gareth Rogers up against Dave McGaw, number 4.
027 light for Dave and a 106.
Gee, look at that.
For Gareth, and Gareth takes the win.
Does he ever? Look at that.
Dave's thing ran off 694 on a 660 dial.
Yeah, well, any advantage that Dave had at the start there
Yeah.
in 027, he sort of
Got
went
away.
the long way round. Yeah, look at that. Okay, I've enjoyed watching this car too, Toby Austin's car.
He does some cracking burnouts.
He
And
sure
so does
does.
Grant Watt, by the
Grant
way.
Watt, yeah, he is too. Now, he used to race the car for that bloke that owned forklifts and
Yeah,
he passed away.
Des Kernow.
Yeah, Des
Yeah,
Kernow.
blackjack racing.
Yeah, blackjack, yeah, in that Commodore they had.
Yep. Yeah, Des was one of the champions of the sport.
He was.
Such a good man.
Yeah, he helped us out in Canberra when we
He
had
helped
the...
everybody, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he gave us a bunch of money. He said, don't
Oh,
worry
really? I
about
didn't know
paying it
that.
back.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he gave us.
Yeah, had a heart of gold, though, Des.
Yeah. No, he loved it. What's the guy, the the biggest banana merchant, Rob
Broadbent, yeah.
Broadbent. Yeah, he gave us a swag of money. He said, look, don't worry about it, but hey.
Only we could have Canberra back.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't that be good?
It'd be the best.
Yeah.
We used to race down there quite a bit.
Yeah, I remember seeing you down there. Okay, Toby Austin and the Chevy Camaro.
Ah, a little bit of a smaller burnout from Grant.
Yeah. It's got that little Tirana, and it's got a 460 cube big block Chev in there. And here comes Toby Austin. Oh, gee. Now, is that tied together? Grant Watt and Grant's performance?
Yeah, Grant's performance is Grant Watt.
And he's also
Persons as well. I guess he buys plenty of parts off Persons.
Yeah. That'd be good. Toby Austin there. The Tobster Racing and Engineering. Brad Anderson Engineering. 521. I think he operates out of Texas, I think. Brad Anderson makes all those.
Brad's in California.
California, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure right near Pomona Racetrack.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
You ever been to Pomona?
Oh, about 7 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how there's an airport next to it. And
Yeah,
all those planes taking off.
Yeah. Yes.
See. Toby brings the revs up. 020 light for Grant and 039 for Toby, which is
Grant's going
outstanding with a clutch car.
Gee whiz.
Runs a 778 on a 770 dial-in.
Oh, that was a sensation.
669 on a 656 for Tobe.
Yeah.
600ths margin of victory.
It's not very much. People say,
Look, there's Naomi Dyson again. I can see her, but she's ignoring me.
Oh, I see.
She's pretending she can't hear me.
Is that the before? Was that the Naomi Lighteller?
That's it. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I saw Brittany down there when I was watching the pro classes.
Yeah, looks like
Done
she's on her
really
way
well.
to a solo.
Yep.
I spoke to her before. She was stoked to run that 5.9 before.
Oh, yeah.
Stoked.
Yeah.
Everybody was.
Yeah, that's right. I was sitting over there, and,
Yeah, they're all
you said they're still
jumping around.
still cheering. Yeah.
Ah, good stuff. Love it.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, she's broken into the 5, which is a major win for the whole team to run on, like a 590. I think she went a 596 or something like that, but now she's dialed in a 590. So the temperature has changed.
Yep. See what she does.
Yep. There we go. Yeah, this will be good. She'd like to back it up, I know. Doing all the preparation. They're going to stick I think the GoPro camera down there on the track. That's it. Gee, it's good how you have to be back past that yellow line in the green section there.
Yeah.
God, gee,
Clears up the start line. doesn't it?
Yeah,
left good.
Look at that. Gun barrel again.
Beautiful.
5.8.
581. Good stuff.
Gee.
Very good.
Gee, that's-
Went 101 into 60 when it left. I thought this is going to be fast.
yeah, yeah.
380 to the 8th and 195 to the 8th. 242 mile an hour. That is outstanding.
Oh, wow.
Very cool.
See, isn't it good to see people making progress and we're part of history?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah. It's
And third generation racer.
third generation. Gee,
I remember Phil used to race Phil Olive in the Red Devil.
Oh, yeah,
which
that's
is
right. That's
Shane's
right.
dad, yeah.
Yeah.
And Brittany's grandfather.
Oh, right. Okay. Ah, yeah.
So, yeah, the roots run deep in the sport.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think I did read somewhere, and it confirmed. Someone confirmed that he raced offshore. Well, he was racing offshore powerboats up on the Gold Coast. You know those things there, like from here to the start line long.
Who was that?
Really, Shane Olive.
No, I don't know. I'd be surprised if that's true.
Yeah, I'm sure it was him.
Okay.
Because
The only one I know is that Andrew Searle used to do it.
oh,
with his brother.
that might be it.
Yeah.
Yes, it was Andrew Searle. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was Shane Olive, but yeah, it might have been Andrew Searle. If you,
I don't think Shane can even swim.
he might paddle around in one of them little kids' pools.
That'll come back to me for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a marked man now, mate. Oh dear. You know, Peter,
Next we have Super Comp.
oh, Supercom. I think there was only 3 cars in that. Peter Pizzolidis, double A, altered production, something automatic.
Yeah, I don't know what the I means. Injected?
Yeah, that'd be it. That's all that's left.
692 index.
Yep.
And he's run a 692 6 212. Oh. 654.
Ooh, dear. Oh, geez, he's against the national record. Pretty good, isn't it? Now he's running in our in the yeah. Well, you could hear the tyres trying to
chattering.
And try and tear themselves apart to get traction.
Oh, big move after the finish line.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's that nice Camaro.
Okay.
The Sergeant.
Sergeant, yeah. Yep.
Sergeant Bilko.
Yep, still on a licensing class.
Yeah.
They're telling him to stop.
Yeah. Oh, those guys were forward of the line there. Now they can go. Gee, it's a long way to run. Oh, backing up after the ride over. Yes, I might point out too that there's only various classes of cars that are allowed to go over the start line in a burnout. So some of the lower
car, super straight car, super gas car.
Yeah.
Which speeds the show up quite a bit. kicked them out.
No.
He wouldn't know it. 105.60 was decent.
Yeah. Gee.
What do we have next, Les?
Some motorcycles.
Motorcycles. Must
Yeah.
be extreme bike.
That's the ones. Diana has a party in this. Oh, there they are. And Grant Gilliver. Gee, he's been running. No, who's that other one? Is it Foley? It's been running over 200 miles an hour.
Craziness.
Oh, isn't it? I mean, I like fast bikes, but not when I'm on them. I always say, they say, geez, look at that car. Does it go fast enough? And I said, yeah. And I said, the car's fast, but the driver's not.
Yeah.
Oh, we must be getting near the next round, I'd say.
So, yeah, this is a Chicago shootout format, so
Yep.
I can't really tell you who's on what points.
Oh, no, you have to ride them as they go. But that'll be up to upstairs to they'll come
Above our
up.
pay grade, Liz.
Yeah. This is track records. Yeah.
Diane qualified number 9 with an 8.96, and Brandt with a 7.97. Bike's moving around on the centre line.
Wow, look at that. Must have been 2 inches off the centre line.
That was full on.
Yeah, that's Darren Foley.
008 win margin. Adam's on it.
Is he?
Yep.
Rightio. Yeah, look at that.
223 mile an hour. Darren Foley's bike has gone.
That's
No wheelie bar, no parachute.
no parachute. No wheelie bar.
That's insane.
Geez, on another run here.
458 to half track. 680 at 220.
Gee, look at that. Jack Roberts there. Oh, an 821. Brendan's not doing too bad either.
Yeah, 720 in qualifying.
There he goes. Gee, look at all that. All sevens. Should race in China. Geez, they'd put a bunch of money on him with 777 quad
Wally
7.
Hoster from Kellyville and Brendan from Oran Park. Used to be a racetrack.
Yeah.
Wally goes red.
Here he goes. Looks a bit slower. Oh, 201.
Yeah, that's slow.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah. Okay, in the Aeroflow lane, next up, we've got in Extreme Bike is Joe Coorey on the HD, the Harley Davidson Destroyer, 1320 cc's, and he qualified number 8 with an 8513. And Mike Lawson here from DY, Suzuki Hayabusa, 1300 cc. Our number 6 qualifier. No bump, this is all heads up. Just waiting now to watch these guys, they're tiptoeing in. Oh, no, look at that. Gee, Joe Curry's, that bike's going better and better all the time. He qualified with an 8.5 and just run an 8.28. Mike Lawson there, an 8.361. Ryan Franks and Cherie Buggy. Oh, Bungendore.
Cherie from Bungendore.
Yeah.
Home of the Bungendore Bullet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy.
Mr. Farrell.
Mr. Simon, yeah, that's right, Mr. Farrell. Yeah.
He got a super nice HK Monaro I was seeing on Facebook.
Yeah,
Street car.
He's still got it. But, Ronnie Gilb in the bikes there, he had a 327, 67 Monaro and he just sold it. But he
Ryan
never.
Franks in the airflow lane and Cherie Buggy in the rocket lane.
$756 at 178 for Ryan Franks, and for Cherie Buggy a 914 at 157. Yeah, Alex Borg, well.
Second qualifier, number 2 qualifier.
Number 2, yep.
680 at 217. Sponsored by Bell Renovations, or Bella, on a Suzuki Hayabusa.
He's been going quick too. But he's only light. It's like a stick man. Oh.
Oh, something come off that bike.
Did it?
Yeah, I don't know what. Maybe some body work or something.
Oh, runs a 733 at
Something
189.
did fly off it.
Yeah, right. I didn't see it. Oh, yeah, might see here.
Yeah, some body work there on the track.
Oh, yes.
Maybe the tail piece. Yeah, hard to see from
Yeah,
that
it
angle.
is. Oh, he's running down to get it. Oh, there it is there. Wow.
All right, I'm going to sign off and hand over to the PDRC professionals.
Yes. Me too.
Les,
Yep.
and we'll be back.
Back. Yes.
Sydney Dragway, if you are watching on the PDRC YouTube stream, or if you're here at the venue, hope you're enjoying the action. And we are about to bring you round 2 of the PDRC categories. My name is Rusty Gregory. I'm joined by Matt Kavanagh. Matt, fantastic first round of racing, and we're set for even more now.
Plenty going on in first round across all the categories there. Of course, we saw a couple of moments there for Pro Bike, which is about to come back out. Scotty White got himself a red light on a brand new engine, brand new clutch setup. He said, you know what, I'm just going to hold it in this time because I just let the clutch out just a little bit till I feel it engage. He goes, well, it engaged pretty hard.
Absolutely. If you are watching us via the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, now is the time to switch across to the PDRC page. That is at PDRC Pro Drag Racing. We're going to be streaming the professional categories over there. We will be stopping this stream right about now, and we'll see you over on that side of the fence. But as we touched on, Pro Bike is coming up first. There's some pretty interesting matchups in this first round of second round of Pro Bike, I should say. We've got Luke Crowley taking on Scott White. Now, you spoke about the new engine package. That came from Luke Crowley in Scott White's bike, and now they've got to race each other in the second round.
We've been told there's no team orders.
No, of course there's not. If you're Scott White, are you going to go, sure, Luke, we'll let you win?
Yeah, on your motor.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, did you get any data from that run, Scotty? He goes, oh, plenty, 680 in that one, surely. He goes, no data from it. He goes, I got the data there. He goes, but I'm not a tech guy. I don't know how to read it.
But he's also made enough runs down the racetrack that he knows what a clean run feels like. And it looked pretty clean. From the outside looking in, it looked pretty clean. Luke Crowley went that 7-1-1 in the first round of racing. Here are the matchups as you can see them on screen. Tony Frost will be up against Locky. Now, that one in itself is an interesting matchup. Locky Island really struggled getting, first of all, through the burnout and then couldn't leave with any kind of representative pass. But Tony Frost, second highest point scorer coming out of that first round of racing on 37 points.
Yeah, he got down to 747. Now they're just creeping up on that bike once again. He had a fantastic season last year, back again to take on all the rounds of the PDRC and Pro Bike. But then you got to have a look at Jason Lee taking on Paul Andrews. Now getting back on the saddle, I suppose, for them. You have a look at things like they just didn't get a good run last time. It wasn't smooth like we expect to see, but they're just trying to find that sweet spot on the bike again.
Absolutely. Last matchup of this second round of racing, Jason Lee taking on Paul Andrews. Now, again, this is an interesting one. Two of the old names from the late 90s, early 2000s of Pro Stock Motorcycle, and that should be a good one too. Jason Lee, 9.50 in the first round of racing. Andrews, an 8.76, so neither racer really performing to the kind of performances that we've come to expect from them.
Yeah, it's going to be great. We've also got Pro Stock coming out just after that as well. That's going to be another great matchup. We went and caught up with Thomas Leake a little bit earlier because that's just his rookie drive, and they actually got down the track with a 7.15, and he wasn't really, I suppose, surprised with that. He's had a lot of time in a top sportsman car, so he was just, he said it's a race car. At the end of the day, he goes, a lot more going on. He goes, I normally just click it into second gear, and it's pretty much a taxi after that.
Yeah, you just click top and then look for the shoots. But no, in this thing, you've got a little bit more to do. As you can see, the matchups on screen there. John Barbagallo taking on Clint George. Rick Chilton taking on John Kaboura, I should say. Rob Dekert up against Thomas Leake in a repeat of the first round of racing. Tony Polito up against Ray Oxley, and Mario Polito will take on Chris Soldatis. That's an interesting one, that last matchup, because Chris Soldatis actually logged his second quickest run of the first round of racing with the losing effort. Unfortunately for him, a 0.3 something reaction time was never going to get it home.
No, you've really got to get off the tree there, especially when he was up against Barbagallo. Well, he had a fantastic first round, really. He went low ET, didn't quite get the mile an hour, but his reaction time 0.28. So he's really the man at the moment to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're wondering how the points are calculated, it is 30 points for the win, 10 points for the loss, and then you get 8 points for the quickest elapsed time of the first round of racing, 7 points for second, 6 points, and so on and so forth. So that's how we come up with the point score. Two highest point scorers will go through to the A final tonight, and they will run off for the gold Christmas tree. So that's going to be very interesting to see once we roll into the third and final round of racing tonight. Let's have a look at Pro Mod now, because there's some really, really interesting ones in this one as well. Pro Mod, your matchups are so big. We've got 15 cars in this field. We've got to spread it across two screens. It is going to be Zoran Gajic taking on Joe Gauchi. Nasser Matta up against Danny Makdessi. That one's going to be a good one for the Supercharged fans. Steve Petrosky up against Rob Tarabay. Craig Burns up against Daniel Camilleri. Peter Gratz will take on Rob Campisi, Craig Hewitt and Greg Tsakiridis to do battle, and Steve Smith taking on Peter Lovering. Now, Neil Murphy also has a solo pass in this round of racing. How's this for, I don't know whether it's bad luck, I don't know what you call it, but did not get the win in the first round of racing, but managed to knock out the lowest ET of the first round of racing. So he's on 18 points, the quickest loser from the first round of racing, so he gets the bye run in this round. So what's your marquee matchup from that one, mate? Because there's a lot to pick from. For me, it probably has to be Petrosky up against Tarabay, 2 5-second cars. We know that one's going to be a good one. And Nasser Matta up against Danny Makdessi. That's going to be a killer matchup as well.
I think that's got to be a highlight from our point of view, from a spectator's point of view, just to check that one out, because we do see those blown cars go up against each other. They're going to be a bit all over the shop. They're just going to be wild, really, when we see them out there on track. It's probably going to be, for me, if Joe Gajic can, if he can put it together. They've made some drastic changes on that radial car, but what we talked about the burnout right earlier. Yeah. I said, "Oh, big burnout," and he said they were green radials. I said, "You got to break them in. You have to break them in." So they said, "No, in our luck, the cool air's come across. The track will probably tighten up a bit." He goes, "These radials are going to be on point." So let's not take anything away there. That could be a fantastic matchup too.
Well, it is starting to cool off out there. That is for sure. Now let's move across now and have a look at Pro Alcohol. Your matchups for this second round of racing. Russell Mills taking on Cruz Lovering. We didn't see Cruz Lovering in the first round of racing, but apparently he will be out for this round. One guy who is not going to be out, Cameron Ambisi, unfortunately had some problems in the warm-up for the first round and are unable to come out, and he is done for the event. So that is really, really unfortunate. But the good news for Jake Donnelly is that he was going to be up against Cameron Ambisi in this round, so he will get the solo pass. So Russell Mills taking on Cruz Lovering. Wayne Price up against Shane Phillips. How's that for a matchup? Price went 5.54 in the first round. Phillips went 5.53, I think it was, up at Willowbank last week. So that one's going to be a good matchup. Chris Hargrave taking on Andrew Searle, or is scheduled to take on Andrew Searle. I believe there is an absolute thrash going on, and there is a question mark whether Andrew Searle will be out for this round of racing. You've got Brett White taking on John Canoli in another big matchup. Good races across the board there, mate.
Yeah, some fantastic ones there. Now, Lovering, I do believe, might have found a little bit of metal in the engine now. They've cleared that up. They went for a second start down there just in the break. So hopefully that one will be fine. For me, I think Price and Phillips is what I'm looking at. Because Shane Phillips, you think with the brains trust down there, Justin Walsh is here this weekend too, with Gary, sort of the brains behind setting the car up. Yep. I can't imagine him having 2 runs where the car doesn't go down.
If you want to see a really, really cool shot, or at least a cool shot of something going very bad for Shane Phillips, have a look on the PDRC Facebook page right now. We've thrown up a shot from Cackling Pipes Photography. Grant Stevens has got a shot with 3 of the 4 wheels off the ground, and the last one really only barely hanging on. Absolutely vicious tyre shake for Shane Phillips, which went pretty quickly up into tyre smoke. I wouldn't expect to see that twice in a row from Shane Phillips. I think that they're going to be absolutely on that. And, of course, the last of our professional categories in the PDRC for this second round of racing is going to be Pro Import. 6 cars in this exhibition category presented by Enviro Waste Services Group. And, well, again, it is all rotor up against all 2J. Yeah. It's going to be Frank Tarabay taking on George Rahayem in the first matchup. You've got Paul Mahay up against the quad rotor of Sam Sadec, and Eddie Howich taking on Jason Both. That's going to be pretty cool. Matchup for mine has to be Frank Tarabay up against George Rahayem. Rahayem's going to have something to prove after the chute came out in the burnout last time.
And it's not unlike Pack to swing for the fences either. They've got something to throw at this, I think.
Absolutely.
They're hiding something. I just feel like they're trying to bring something out this weekend and try and throw a whole heap of horsepower at it. We'll wait and see if they can get that all down to the ground as well. I mean, Mahay and Sadec too. That's going to be fun to watch out because they'll be having some banter.
Well, I have also heard a number thrown around, and I heard it secondhand, so I'm not going to mention anything. But when I say they were swinging for the fences, the Sadec team, they were swinging for the fences on that first race. So it's no surprise that it blew the tyres off when you're trying to put all that horsepower into it. But let me tell you, if it sticks, it could be very, very, very quick. It's got plenty of horsepower. We know that is a proven race car. It's now just a matter of putting it all together and getting it down the racetrack. And right on time, we are going racing with Pro Stock Motorcycle. Second round of racing, I should say. First matchup coming your way. Jason Lee up against Paul Andrews. So Jason Lee lining up in the Aeroflow lane. Left of screen, that you can see now. Paul Andrews, the black and blue motorcycle. The riders look across, give each other the nod, and it is on. Pro Bike, a very, very difficult type of motorcycle to ride. Very much a sit-up style motorcycle. It's not a lay-down bike like you see in Top Fuel Bike or any of those more purpose-built drag bike classes. But when you look at them, you've really got to be on it in terms of your rider positioning, your crouch to get down behind the cowl in these cars. Looking at Jason Lee, 950 in the first round, 876 for Paul Andrews. Both of these bikes are low 7-second bikes.
Yeah, and you're talking smaller CC on these bikes, not the big nitro engines we see. So the riders will trim themselves up to in the off-season to make sure they are going in as light as they possibly can. As we already come into pre-stage now, very similar times in round number 1. This is really going to be about the launch. Already got the RPM up for Andrews. Yeah. He has a throttle twist, has another go at it, and they launch off. Lee gets away with a 0.38 reaction time, and he is looking fast.
That's a pretty nice run for Lee, and a 7.24. That's a nice way to bounce back after the 9-second pass in the first round. 7.24 at 182 miles per hour. That's a really solid run for Jason Lee. For Paul Andrews, he had the thing right up on the two-step, didn't he, early on, before Jason Lee was even in full stage there. So a 10.89, the bike kind of bogged down off the start line, and that was really all she wrote. So a win there for Jason Lee. And that's going to set him up pretty well heading into the last round of racing. Will he make the A final? Well, there's still a lot left to play for here. Locky Island and Tony Frost will be your next matchup. Locky Island with plenty of troubles in that first round of racing. Tony Frost, not exactly where we've seen the bike before, but a 747 is respectable.
Yeah, and Locky Island, I mean, this is a rematch, really, from round number 1. They've swapped lanes. Locky Island, though, it all started with the burnout. Now, they're down there touching something up on the bike again as they got the starter on. Now, Locky stands up for just a moment, and the signal is being given, actually, they don't think Locky Island's going to take to this race. So he is having dramas getting the bike fired, and Tony Frost's going to be on a solo.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Good for Tony Frost, because he's going to end up on 2 wins from 2 after the 2 rounds of racing so far. But it is going to come also down to the elapsed time. He's going to need to knock out something pretty special in terms of the ET.
Oh, we'll have a look at the next pairing. You think this have to be a low ET match, wouldn't you?
I'm really looking forward to that one. Unfortunately, Locky Island not being able to make it through for this round of racing. That's a shame. There has been some carnage in Pro Bike, hasn't there? With rider swaps, engine swaps, non-licensed riders trying to get their license. The rain threw a spanner in the works as well, made it really, really difficult. But Tony Frost on the Force Wear Group motorcycle pulling up to the line now. The Suzuki with 1655 cc's on board. Gives it one last rev to just clear its throat down there, and we're almost set for a start as the lights come on here at Sydney Dragway. Clouds starting to come over a little bit yet again.
He's got all the time in the world, though, doesn't he? Solo run.
Now,
no, it's timed out on the
that's going to be big. That's going to be big in terms of this championship. So if you're wondering what happened, he staged the bike. He brought on the full stage light for long enough, but it looked to me like as he's brought the bike up on the chip, it's actually rolled backwards out of stage. I think he was staged very, very shallow down there to try and get as much ET out of the bike as he could. But as he's brought it up, it's just rocked back enough to go backwards out of stage, and that is why the red lights have come on the tree. That's going to be big in terms of this championship and in terms of this point score, because he won't get any bonus points for this round of racing. The ET points will not be allocated. You can't give ET points when you don't get an ET. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Well, here it is, the matchup of round 2 for Pro Bike. And it's going to be Scotty White taking on Luke Crowley. Now, White is a ring-in this weekend, really, when it comes to everything. He's wasn't going to make it out to compete this weekend. He's got a new engine combination actually being assembled at the moment.
He wasn't even on the entry list on Monday.
And Luke said, you know what, come and take my motor because it doesn't fit in my bike anymore. I've upgraded, I've done some changes, but it fits straight in yours, and it's a little bit bigger than the one you're used to. So
and it's a proven 6-second motorcycle, proven 6-second engine, I should say. It's run 699 at the Bend last season, so you know it's got the biscuits, so to speak.
Well, it's thrown out Scotty's clutch because It engaged way too early last time. We didn't get a time from him. He took off. Here we go. Green lights this time. 0.35 to a 42. Scotty White has the advantage.
He's got the centre line down there, Scott White. And a 7.10 to a 7.25. Scott White got way over the centre line, and he didn't knock out just one. He knocked out 1, 2, 3 timing cones down there, Scott White. He was really trying to pull it back because I think he knew it was on a really good run. Now, that 7.25 will not stand in terms of the elapsed time because he did cross the centre line. I think Luke Crowley crossed first, 7.10. That's low elapsed time of the day so far. So a 7.10 for Luke Crowley. That's a really, really solid pass. But Scotty White, man, he was really trying to pull it back and, in fact, almost laid the bike over a little bit as he went through the finish line there. That's
trying to get a handle on the torque, maybe.
Yeah, that's, look, the good news is the thing's going down the racetrack and it's running some good times. Like, although the 7.25 is not an exact science, the run won't stand. It does give us an idea of about where he is. And, running 7.2s in a very competitive pro bike field is certainly going to put you where you need to be at the pointy end of the field. So that does wrap up a pro bike. We're going to have a little bit of a delay at least down there while we just replace the timing blocks. Now, if you are concerned, if you're either watching online or you're up there in the grandstands, you're thinking, what are they made out of? How come they can just run them over? They're literally just foam. Now, it's foam, it's soft, it's designed to not hurt the cars or the riders as they hit them, but you can say that when you hit them at about 170, 180 odd miles per hour, it does tend to hurt your feet a little bit if you happen to catch it with your boot.
Well, over 200 miles an hour, we've seen what damage it can do to a fiberglass or a carbon fibre body of a vehicle, especially like a pro alcohol car or a slammer or something like that, one of these pro mod cars. So definitely, although it's foam, I suppose it's like anything. If you hit it hard enough, it will hurt you. Great to see so many people joining us here at Sydney Dragway this afternoon. Obviously, it's the final round of the track championships as well as the first round of the PDRC, the Pro Drag Racing Championship. We've got a few rounds actually in the Pro Racing Championship, don't we, Rusty? 5 rounds, and we all end up back at the Winter Nationals, of course, next June.
That's right. First 3 rounds we are running as a standalone series. So obviously, round 1 here this weekend. We head down to Adelaide at the Dragway at the Bend in February, which is going to be a good one. Looking forward to that. First time at Adelaide at the new racetrack for Pro Alcohol and Pro Mod. So they haven't been there before, and of course Pro Import as well. So that's going to be cool. It's going to be great for the Adelaide fans if you are down there. I believe tickets are on sale right now for that event. So jump online, check it out. Then on round 3, we come back to Sydney Dragway for the opening round of the Speed Adict New South Wales Championship Series. We've got some very exciting announcements around that event. Stay tuned because there is some very cool stuff happening around both this venue and some other venues around the place as well. So stay tuned. That's all I can say on it. Round 4, we hit the Nitro Champs here at Sydney Dragway. And then round 5, we all come back together with the NDRC, with the Winter Nationals, the big one, the granddaddy of them. That is the grand final for everybody. And, of course, the PDRC categories, the NDRC categories, we all come together and we all run together and we all have a big party at the end of the season. That's what it's about. So that is the calendar for the PDRC categories. It's going to be a good one, a nice, short, sharp calendar. And, it's being supported by the races, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. The amount of entries that we had, nearly 50 professional entries here this weekend, that's a big, big entry list.
And there's a couple that missed out, actually. So we could have surpassed that, to be quite honest. A few people that thought they were going to make it just at the last moment, couldn't quite get there. They say a couple of licensing. We've had a couple of cars that got injured, really, before it even started. So to have so many cars competing here this weekend is absolutely fantastic for the first round of the PDRC.
I haven't seen so many cars get hurt in a warm-up for a very long time, that's for sure. Because, I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, Brian Purcell couldn't make it out for the first round of racing in Pro Stock. Cameron Ambisi, we heard he can't make it out. He didn't come out for the first round of racing. So there's more than a few guys have had a few issues in the lead-up to racing here this afternoon. The great news is they've got a little bit of time to take them away, fix them, and maybe even go out and do a little bit of testing before we roll into the next round of the championship in Adelaide.
Yeah, caught up with Brian Purcell just a little bit earlier. He said it's an electrical gremlin that they've chased in the car before. He said, I've had a similar issue, maybe in transport, a relay or a wire or something's come loose. He goes, but you know what? Last time we hurt an engine when we tried to race on it, when we were trying to find it. He goes, I just want to take, it's a new engine combination. It's a new package they put together in the car. Just want to take it home and go over the car properly. So that's why we don't see him here tonight. I understand the risk and a lot of time invested in those engine combinations.
And electrical gremlins are the worst to try and track down. Because they're 9 times out of 10 intermittent. You're not going to be able to replicate it every single time. A lot of the time, because of the technology that you've got in these cars, a lot of the time you can't actually find the fault until you put it out on the racetrack, when everything's under load, when everything's, in operating conditions. So, yeah, I completely understand having to put it back in the trailer, but, man, that sucks. It sucks.
Long drive, too, because he's up from North Queensland, so it's a long way to come.
Well, it was good to catch up with him, at least.
Yeah, got to see him for 5 minutes. Hopefully he's still around. He'll get an early start tomorrow, getting home. But let's have a look at this one. Ray Oxley will come out in the Aeroflow lane, take on Tony Polito. A rematch from round number 1, where Oxley was a little bit slower on the reaction time, sat in the light, but Tony Polito had the number of 7.08. So he was in the 7.0s. I'm thinking with the temperature now, we're probably going to see some of our front runners maybe dip into a high 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the air is certainly coming around, although the water grains are still up there. When you look at the cloud cover we've got, the water grains are certainly still up there. So Ray Oxley, the man from Leeton, in his 2nd season of pro stock racing. Leeton down there, beautiful part of the world, down in the Riverina region. He's kind of sort of a little bit between all the different racetracks we go to. So he's kind of on the way to Adelaide, kind of on the way to Sydney. The only one that's not on the way is Willowbank, but they're a very committed race team, and they're certainly going to be chasing the championship, I'm sure, this year. Tony Polito in the Escort, he's taking on the Chevy Cobalt down there. Good old Ford versus Holden battle. Big hello if you're watching on the live stream on the PDRC YouTube channel. Make sure you do hit a subscribe button.
Oh, no, red light for Polito. He's gone a little bit too early. It's a 0.64 this time, though, for Oxley. This is a much better run.
Yeah, that's a great run. 7.08, very late on the shoots for Ray Oxley. 7.08, 193 miles per hour. I don't think he's going to go too deep down there, but it did seem like it was a bit late on the shoot. 7.10 for Tony Polito in the losing effort, but 0.20 on the tree, but it was on the red side. Red light not going to help you in these conditions. You need to get green, and you need to be as close to 000 as you possibly can on the reaction time. So if you are wondering what we're talking about with the reaction times, we don't measure it in seconds. We don't measure it in tenths of seconds. We measure down to the thousandth of the second. And Tony Polito there, 20 thousandths of a second too quick. You might wonder how we can measure it. Well, that's why we've got the timing system. That's why we went away from the flag drop about 50 or 60 years ago, went to the timing system, and yeah, the proof's in the pudding.
Just the tiniest of things. And it's all about getting our eye in. I think this weekend what came into play a lot was the fact that we, unfortunately, qualifying on Friday didn't happen with the weather. And so a lot of these drivers where they said, normally when we come to qualifying, it doesn't matter. I can put a red light up there once or twice. I really just start to get a feel for how it's working and how the track is. They didn't get that yesterday. Thrown straight into competition today. Had to see them off last year's championship standings. Next couple of cars out is Thomas Leake making his debut here this weekend when it comes to pro stock racing. His legendary father, Bruce Leake, down there on the crew, going to guide him, and he's done plenty of laps here at Sydney Dragway and Top Sportsman, and this time he's added about 3 more gears to the gearbox, and now it's not so much fun down the back end. He's still got to work all the way. He's taking on Rob Dekert alongside in the unique body smash repairs Pontiac's GXP. Now Dekert, last year's championship winner. Can he go back-to-back this season? Well, it's very early to find out. In round number 1, though, it was a nice clean run, a 7.025, but the 197 mile an hour was the big one for us. So he was the fastest car out there. He was not the quickest, though. But, we're talking thousandths of a second between him, Sardis, and Barbagallo.
Didn't quite have the setup off the start line, but certainly had the steam at the other end of the racetrack. That's the old saying, is that if you've got mile per hour, then you've got horsepower. And, Rob Dekert certainly got that in spades, 197. But Thomas Leake, he might be a bit of a surprise packet here. I'm just saying he's only really made a handful of runs in a pro car. So he's just starting to get comfortable. He's just starting to feel at home in this car and of course, pulling gears in it as well. He was really sharp on the tree in that first round of racing. He wasn't that far away from Rob Dekert, considering it was an early shut-off, 187 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if he gives Rob Dekert a bit of a shake here.
Well, the crew were saying that Thomas was very, very close to perfect shift points. So he's on the money. I think watch out for him. I mean, round 1 might not have gone to plan, but he could pull this off.
I reckon Thomas Leake has been standing on the start line for every run over the last 10 years of Bruce Leake, watching and he's been doing those gear shifts in his head. He's been listening to the engine every single time. He knows what it takes to drive these cars, even though it is his first start here today. He'd love to take home a round win up against the reigning champion, and that would certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the championship. Although it is only the first round, it is a relatively short championship this year, which means every single round of racing is important.
Here we go, League with a second in the full stage. RPM is up and they are away. Have a look at this. Big reaction time advantage to Thomas Leake, but can he run it all the way as Dekert goes towards the centre, but Leake has it blossom early. Look at that,
Yeah.
695 though for Rob Dekert at 197 again.
Margin of victory only 20 hundredths of a second there. 7.05, that's a really solid run. Only 178 miles per hour. It did look like it was moving around a little bit down at the finish line, and 7.05 is the result for Thomas Leake. He strapped a hole shot on the champ, 0.37 on the tree. That is a great light for a guy who's only made a handful of runs in a Pro Stock car. And, well, Dekert, for his part, he was a bit late. 1.20 is late in a Pro car. So he had to drive that thing. 6.95, first 6-second run of the weekend and low ET of the event so far. So Rob Dekert, certainly a return to form. But, man, that thing was out of the groove. He drove that a long way out of the groove. It was over near the centre line.
Yeah, very close to our timing markers once again. And I held my breath for just a moment there as he went past 1,000 foot and thought maybe Thomas Leake, I thought he had it. I thought maybe he was going to slay the giant.
He was there. He was still in front at the 1,000-foot mark. Yeah, he was the first across the 1,000-foot mark. So he was 320 feet away from taking his first round win in Pro Stock, but wasn't meant to be this time around. He's still got one more chance to do it tonight. And for Rob Dekert, it's hard to think that he will not be in the... hard to think that he wouldn't be in the A final after that run. Now,
what was that?
Clint George's car kind of cut out there. It sounded a little bit ugly. He's going to take on John Barbagallo, the high points man, after the first round of racing. Barbagallo starting his burnout a lot further up the racetrack towards the starting line, that's for sure. Clint George, on the other hand, he starts back the more conventional position. This is another bit of a danger matchup for John Barbagallo. I mean, he went 7.01 in the first round of racing, had low ET of the first round. Clint George, a solid pass for him, but finds himself having to take on the high points, man. It's not an easy task. John Barbagallo running the full championship season this year, and if you're going to run the full championship, well, you've only really got one objective, don't you? You want to win it.
You have to get as many points as possible. Any round where you don't get a swag of points is going to hurt in a championship fight. Now, you don't have to win every round, but you need to keep accumulating those points. We had a look at Clint George, red lit in round number 1, and that car was all over the place. That had a bit of a moment there.
Yeah.
So they would have changed a lot of things, but track's changed also.
Yeah, track has changed. Conditions have changed. A lot of cloud cover starting to come over. I mean, the wet stuff has been threatening all day. You know, there's no secret around that. We had a brief period of bright blue sky right over the first round of racing, but after that, the cloud is really starting to close back in here. Obviously, you know, no wet stuff falling at the moment, but, you know, the water grains are certainly climbing up. That is for sure. Conditions vastly different to what we saw in the first round. You know, we've already seen, 6 hundredths of a second quicker from Rob Dekert in this round compared to the first round. So they're a lot better. But he's still got to get the setup right. Clean Green's advantage to Barbagallo. 0.21 on the tree to 0.54. Clint George is going with him here. I don't know that George is going to be able to drive around him, but a 6.98 at 1.96 gets the job done for the Rooster. 6.98, 1.96. And that is a very, very solid pass. One of the quickest 60-foot times we've seen today as well. 1.004 to the first incremental timer. That's a really solid pass. Clint George, nothing to hang his head about there. 7.16 at 1.92. Looks like it might have just missed the start line ever so slightly because he's dropped down to a 1.04 60-foot time, which is about 4 hundredths of a second off what you would expect to see on that front half.
You take nothing away from Clint George because after that first round of racing, they have found a tune-up in the car that they can actually throw at this track at the moment. They found something in the suspension they might have tweaked and getting down the track there. So Clint George, we'll wait and see what he can do in round number 3. For me at the moment, though, Rob Dekert and John Barbagallo are probably the two that you would expect to fight it out in an A final. But here we go. John Kaboura and Rick Chilton are our next two.
Yeah, again, this is a bit of a danger matchup for Rick Chilton because although he went 7:02, 195 in the first round of racing, John Kaboura 7:34 at 190. The story is that John Kaboura is probably 0.3 of a second off where you would expect that car to be, but the speed is not, which means he's got the power. He's just got to get it down on the front half of the racetrack. As both cars go through their burnout procedure down there, short sharp for Rick Chilton. He's looking to go one better in the championship this year than he did last year. Finished second in the title chase to Rob Dekert. Only I think it was less than a round win in it. And for Rick Chilton, you know, it's a heartbreaking way to lose a championship, but it's kind of made him hungrier. He wants to go out here and really show him what, you know, this small team from down near Canberra can do.
Yeah, look, and with the Hemi power plant in the front, this car has been very quick with his previous owners. We saw him go 7:02 in the first round, but 195 mile an hour. So although it's not the quickest car that we've seen out here this weekend, 195 is very, very respectable. He's going to put a big fight in here against Kaboura, who I just don't know if he's going to have it to match it against Rick Chilton. We'll have to wait and find. The Capital Bond Electrical Dodge Avenger, yeah, just outside of the ACT, just across the border in the sweet country of Royalla.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of farming land there.
Nice part of the world.
Nice part of the world.
Absolutely. Lulu and Sis Cakes and Cookies. Just saying, commentators, we do accept presents and gifts. So if there's any cakes or cookies lying around, happy to take them off your hands. We didn't get these bodies through hard work and determination, did we, Matty?
Oh, they're all paid for, though. They're all paid for.
John Kaboura in the Aeroflow lane. He's in pre-stage. He's set to go. He's ready to race. Rick Chilton, he's not going to be rushed down there. He's done this more than a couple of times. He knows how to go racing. Both cars in pre-stage now. For Chilton, he really needs to go quicker than that 698 that we saw from John Barbagallo in order to have a shot at making the A final here. This is looking pretty good. I think it's going to do it. No, a 700. Chilton gets the win. He gets the points, but a 700. I think they would have been hoping for something with a 6 in front of it that time around. 195.36. Still not a bad run in any stretch of the imagination, but a 700, just a little bit off the performances that we saw from Barbagallo and Dekert in this second round of racing.
Well, Rick Chilton backs up, though, his mile an hour. So that's what we see in that run, which shows me that he's got plenty of horsepower in the car. Maybe that's just sped up a little bit on the 60-foot when we look at the increments there, a 1.01 to the 60. So we have seen a little bit faster, but that might be where he's making his slight gains with the cooler air just coming across. Like we say, water grain's still very high, and we talk naturally aspirated cars and water grains. Well, when you breathe in, you want pure oxygen there. So does the engine. You don't want to have with lots of water in it. It doesn't help the combustion chambers.
You can't burn water.
It just doesn't quite put as much horsepower into the engine. So.
Yeah. And these cars do rely on the atmosphere to provide their horsepower. There's no nitrous, there's no supercharging, there's none of that. There's no turbos on this thing. It is a naturally aspirated engine. So whatever the conditions that are going in through the carburetor, those are the conditions that they've got to deal with. So more water that's in the air, the less you can burn, and obviously the less horsepower you can make. The final matchup of this next round of this round of racing, I should say, is Mario Polito in the Cobalt taking on Chris Soldatis in the Pontiac GTO. Again, Polito had his problems in the first round, only a 12-second pass up on the board, but did get the win. Did get the win points, I think, courtesy of a red light for his opponent. And for Chris Soldatis, well, it was the exact opposite problem for him. He took the loss, but logged the second quickest time of the first round of racing. So he finds himself on 17 points, and yeah, a little bit on the back foot in this event and in this championship.
Yeah, a lot of experience, though, from Sardis. I don't think that's going to faze him too much. He's going to be cool, calm and collected sitting in that car. Peter Ridgway just there waiting to bring him in for the burnout. I mean, when you've done so many laps, it's not going to affect you. Chris is going to come to this knowing that 2 wins from 2 races from the previous drivers. Don't think he's not already looking at that. He knows the A final is a big stretch to make it.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, mathematically, I don't think he can do it.
No, so he's had a loss.
For Soldatis, and that's how cutthroat this format of racing is. Although cars get to come out 3 times throughout the night, it really is about putting your best foot forward right from the get-go. And, you know, we're not having a shot at these guys by any stretch of the imagination, because it was made even more difficult by the fact that we lost the test pass in qualifying last night. So the first run of the season was in competition, and that is a tough thing to do. It is a really tough thing to do. But by the same token, it's the same for everybody. Everybody rolls out here. It is exactly the same for every single racer in this field. So, you know, there's two ways of looking at every situation. For Chris Sardis right now, I think it's damage control. He needs to get a win here. If he takes a loss here, when you consider there's only 15 rounds of racing throughout the season, 5 rounds, 15 rounds of racing. He needs to win. It's that simple. If he loses and the other guys win and start putting a bit of a points cap on him, it's really hard to try and make that up at the back end of the season.
Well, very important to get to a B final. That still accumulates points. Just because you don't make it to the A final, you still get some points in the B and C finals as well. So it doesn't let them stretch their legs too far. Like you say, you really got to consolidate all that information that he's accumulated over the years, run the car, get it down there, get a win, and it's all going to be about low ET and big mile an hour in this one to see if he can make it.
Yep, Mario Paletto, he'll be looking to bounce back after that 12-second pass. He's got a different engine in the car this weekend. He's got Danny Silva helping him out from SRP. He's committed to crew chiefing for Mario throughout the course of this championship season. And Mario, a guy who really loves to come out and put on a show. He's got a lot of partners on board that help him get out here. Advanced Ready Mix, Euro Truck Repairs, MFD Systems, Wild Inc, Competition Solutions, Penetron Australia, Pro Signs, Gearbox Express and SRP. Big list of sponsors. He's a guy who just loves drag racing. He wants to come out and just put on a show, and he would love to take home a gold Christmas tree one day. He knows, you know, you got to put in the work and got to put in the hard yards beforehand, but for Mario Paletto, that day that he does hold the gold Christmas tree, man, it's going to be a special one for him.
Let's have a look at this. Full stage now for Sardis. He brings him in. Paletto, can we get away? It's a nice reaction time from Sardis. He's actually got him on the trio, 0.66, and it looks like the nose is in front of the 1,000, and he goes 6.95 with a 6 for Sardis and takes the win, and that is a thousandth of a second off of what we saw Rob Dekert do.
I like that. Dekert goes 6.95 and Sardis says, I'll take you 6.95. Anything you can do, I can do better. 6.95 for him as well. So it's not going to help him make the A final just because of that loss in the first round of racing. That's going to put him on the back foot, but it is going to set him up maybe to make the B or the C final. Those calculations still yet to be done. We will come back to you with updates on that. But right now, Rob Dekert looking like he is in the box seat for the A final. I think the other car is probably going to be John Barbagallo with that 6.98. That's unofficial. Obviously, we still need to have get out the abacus and the calculators.
Well,
and
for me, it's 2
fingers
wins.
and toes.
Both of them the only ones with 2 wins at this point.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And they were both 1 and 2 in the E, or 2 and 3, sorry, in the ET. For this round of racing. So with that, we are going to move into Pro Mod now. And this is going to be fun. There's a lot of matchups in Pro Mod. I'm not quite sure what order they're coming out in, but I can tell you that the first one we're going to have is Rob Campisi, and he is going to be taking on Peter Gratz in the big Dodge. Now, Rob Campisi, he went 6.54 in the first round of racing. Gratzy is 6.05, which is, it's not quite a personal best, but it's very close to a personal best for Gratzy.
Got himself a win in that one too, Gratz, up against Neil Murphy. So, because Neil Murphy obviously with a red light. So we'll wait and see. He's got a win for Gratz, that's it. He's already got 1 round win and puts a swag of points together. Obviously, when we talk at Rob Campisi now, we know how fast this car can be, but he got away from the line just a little bit early and got that red bulb up there for Campo. He's going to have to try and just tame the beast a little bit.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to. You know, these cars are capable of running well quicker than the 585 fixed index that we have in Pro Mod, but it's a matter of tuning it in and making sure that it can run the times in any conditions, with any kind of track surface, with whatever it is. Campo is taken the long way back to the start line. He started off over near the centre line, and he's almost on the blue paint. Whatever you do not run over the blue paint. You'll get in big trouble from the Sydney Dragway track crew down here if you put tyre marks on it.
Do you think some tyre smoke is in the cabin?
It probably is a little bit of that as well.
Burnout, yeah.
You really got to stay on top of it. For Gratzy, he's just kind of going about his business over there. Got a lot of new bits and pieces that he's putting into this car. I can see Jeff Cuttager is a very experienced crew chief on these supercharged style combinations. From memory, I'm pretty sure Gratz had a lock-up converter on the way last season. He had a few bits and pieces that he was looking to put into this car and really try and just push it into that next category of performance. You know, he's been running pretty solidly in the 6.0s for a long time. He's looking to now dip into the 5.90s and the 5.80s. And to do that, you need to develop the program, and he's investing in it.
Yeah, great to see Rob Campisi. Well, he's had the numbers on the board. The hardest thing for him is actually slowing this car down and trying to change the setup. Last season, we saw him do it a number of times, though, but the car is an angry beast and it wants to be unleashed. Can he get it down this time, though? Campo, last time out, red lit. We saw him, the car move over the track just a little bit so we can wait for him to come and boost. Already in full stage for Gratz. He's not going to have much time. He's going to have to bump this one in, and there we go. We're underway. Gratz gets away nicely. 0.65, a big advance. Campo towards the centre line. Does he cross it? Oh, no, he does right at the end. Takes out some timing cones, and Gratz goes 5.94 at 2.44 miles an hour. And have a look at the team celebrating on the start line.
Gratz, he gets the 5. That's awesome. 5.94. Is that his first 5, guys? They're too busy high-fiving each other. 5.94, I think it's definitely a PB. And that's awesome for Peter Gratz. That puts him on 2 wins from 2 as well, just quietly.
Yeah.
And it's certainly going to put him right in the realms of the bonus points as well, because, of course, the 585 index, you give the bonus points for, you know, the top 8 cars that are close to it. But a 5.94, 244 miles per hour, Peter Gratz is going to have a smile on his face that you could not wipe off right now.
I'm sure they can't wait to tell him down the far end.
Oh, yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that. And, you know, Jeff Cuttager and the whole team down there, they'll have a big smile on their face. Next up is going to be Neil Murphy on a solo pass. Got a feel for Neil Murphy. Went 5.91 in that first round of racing, but unfortunately left the big cherry hanging on the Christmas tree. Tried a few new things in the first round of racing in regards to the converter. They had a new stator in there, a few bits and pieces in the fuel system as well. Whatever they did's obviously working, because 5.91's not too far off the mark, but just rolled it in a little bit deep and brought up the cherry in the first round. He's looking to bounce back from it here. The great thing being that he is on a solo pass and he can really just focus on his own race.
Well, that's one of the things when you change the drive line setup when we do have qualifying is you get that opportunity to really set the car up for the launch and get your reaction times set for the weekend. I mean, if he'd had some practice or some qualifying yesterday, we might have seen a very different Neil Murphy come into racing today. Unfortunately, it means that he doesn't get a win in round number 1. Luckily, he gets a solo run here, but low ET is really going to help him.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, being the Camaro is doing the business. It's running all of the numbers that they're expecting it to. It's performing the way they want it to. You know, he's looking to lay down some good numbers. I'm not sure what his plans are for the rest of the season, whether he's planning on running Pro Mod or whether he's going to drop back into Door Slammer as well throughout the year. Don't know what the plans are there. But, look, we're happy to have him over here in the PDRC, that's for sure, because it is another top-quality car that we've got running in this series.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful car. 2022 model Camaro body style on that one, so very modern. Look, they're just down there, very close-knit team out of Queensland. I think they just like racing. Like, you talk to guys, you know, like, obviously Willowbank's our home track, so if Slammer's racing, we're going to go.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. But we like the Pro Mod guys. We come down here, we party with the Pro Mod guys. Adelaide, he said, oh, it's a long drive.
It is a long drive, but the good news is there's hotels on the way, so you can stop a couple of times.
Look, it's a highway most of the way, too.
We'll see you down there. I'm sure that Neil's number 1 fan, Rob Harrington, is probably watching as well on the PDRC YouTube channel. I'm sure he is watching. Whether or not he comments or not, it's another thing altogether. But there's a distinct rivalry forming between those two guys, both driving supercharged blue General Motors products. You can see where the rivalry is coming from.
Yeah, that's what we like to have, a little bit of rivalry. Pro Mod's one of those, I suppose, categories where we really love it when it comes out. Both of them obviously black belt boys. They've got the blowers on top as we fire them up. Neil Murphy, nice and loud too. Side, we've got the zoomies straight out the side of the car.
And Royal Precision Lubricants on board and Titanium Racing Oils as well. Did you just fall off your chair?
No, I'm just standing up. Instead of moving, didn't want to roll.
I know it's been good racing, but you don't need to fall off your chair yet. Wait till the third
excited.
round.
Wait, we've got a couple of cars coming. Next might make me fall off my chair. Sounded clean.
Yeah, very crisp, very clean. Whatever they've changed in the fuel system with this car. And also, I think they've done something in the suspension because the car is really going straight. It had a bit of a tendency to walk around in the burnout. It's really going straight down the centre of the lane now, which is good because the whole idea with the burnout is to clean up the tyres and warm everything up, but also give you a nice launch pad. Now, if you're doing a big sideways burnout that's going from one side of the racetrack to the other and you're soaring on the wheel like it's going out of fashion, it's not going to help you when laying down those rubber tracks because you're going to be all over the shop. But Neil Murphy, I think we spoke about it in the first round of racing. Drag racing is about repeatability, especially at this level. You want to be able to keep repeating, putting down the same runs, get the driver doing the same thing every single time. That's what it's all about. And Neil's certainly there with his consistency now.
Well, the crew do the final checks on the wheelie bars, set the heights up, and now they'll bring him into stage. They'll clear the throat. You can see a lot of raw, unburnt fuel coming out of those pipes at this point as they come forward. There we go.
Plenty of discussion going on the YouTube channel that we're looking at as well. We are reading the comments as well, guys. Just keep in mind that everyone's reading the comments as well. So try and keep it PG because we do have plenty of kids watching on there as well. We are a family show. We are a family sport. Neil Murphy in now, clean greens.
Oh, that's nice.
Car moved around a little bit on the front half of the racetrack, but a great drive job and a 582. Too quick. Thank you very much. Under the 585 index there for Neil Murphy. 582, 249 miles per hour. I don't know. That's pretty close to a PB. It'd be close. I don't know if the team want to give me thumbs up, thumbs down there.
967 to the 60 foot too.
Yeah.
So that motored out of the hole. They said it was a little bit lazier, I thought, on this combination, but if I'm having a look at that, that's not bad at all.
That's actually a massive run. 385 to half track. So it's sub 3.9 to half track. Only 197 mile per hour at half track, but it went 249 at the other end. That's an incredible back half on that run for Neil Murphy there. The back half of that run, he was absolutely legging it through there. And it shows that this track is certainly there. This track is there.
Things are changing at the moment, and the question will be is, can they tame the beast? Danny Makdessi is about to come out in this wonderful Devil's Taxi, the Valiant. Well, thanks to Custom Bodyworks, taking on Nasser Matta in what is a very unique 37 Chev. All thanks to A-Civil Australia and Drill Tech.
This is my pick for the matchup of the round. I'm just saying, you got Nasser Matta, who he's having a good day so far. He's knocked out a 596. His team cars are doing pretty well as well. Brittany Olive went 581 in the second round, I think it was, of Boosted Outlaws. But for Danny Makdessi, unfortunately, looks like it might have tossed the blower belt down there. I can see the belt lying on the racetrack. And for Danny Makdessi, when the blower belt comes off, the horsepower goes away. So Nasser Matta is going to get the win here, and that's a real shame. Not often you see the belt. I think it's the belt. Is it absolutely shredded it down there?
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, mate. Mind you, he does do just about the biggest burnouts when it comes to anything.
That's true, but you wouldn't expect there to be a lot of stress going through the engine in the burnouts. It's not like it's under full load, so it is very unusual for it to throw a belt that early on in the run. So that is a shame for Danny Makdessi. It does mean Nasser Matta is going to go on a solo pass, and again, he gets to focus on his own deal down there.
He can just try and concentrate now. Nasser Matta, great showing for the team here this weekend. So many cars entered as well.
Yeah.
They've got, what have they got, juniors, and I think they got a couple of super sedan or something like that.
Yeah, I think there's a couple. There's a super stand car. There's a couple of juniors. There's the Pro Mod car.
Boosted Outlaws.
Yeah, Boosted Outlaws car that they're running in.
You know.
Yeah, I think Nasser's the kind of guy that walks into a shop and goes, "I'll have one of everything.
Yeah.
Give me one of everything. In fact, give me two of some of the stuff as well." So he's just that kind of guy. But obviously putting a quality race car on the racetrack here with this this car used to be campaigned by Pino Priolo over in the western side of the country, I should say. But Nasser's he's made it his own, this thing now. It's pretty iconic, the A-Civil car on this side of the island.
Not worried about reaction time, but that goes 982 to the 6th, and he's off it
Yeah.
before we hit the 330.
I don't know because we're behind glass and we've got headphones on, but it sounded to me like it went a little bit fluffy, for lack of a better word. It sounded like the pipes just went a little bit strange. And 982 to the 60 is about there or thereabouts, but he got off the throttle well before the quarter track down there. So rolls it through for a 973, which is going to make it difficult for him to make the A final at least tonight, because obviously bonus points important. We've seen a couple of 5-second runs already, and 973 is probably not going to get you the points that you need to make the A final. But that being said, it's been a promising day for them so far. Still one more run to go with the third round of racing, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out, because we've still got a bunch more cars left to come in Pro Mod. Looking at the camera that we've got out the back of the tower here, I'm looking at just cars upon cars upon cars. It looks like Pro Alcohol is in the lanes as well, so we're not too far away. Pro Import as well. It's such a cool event, this PDRC. When we roll into town, everybody should come out and watch, because it really is, world-class drag racing.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Have nearly 50 pro competitors here this weekend with some great support amongst the racers, and having them here at Sydney Dragway, which is a fantastic facility as well. Of course, we're going to two other fantastic facilities. Of course, the Bend in South Australia, which we've seen some incredible times at in recently. Obviously, we saw the Top Fuel time. We saw Muscat go in Top Fuel bike as well. So I know a lot of racers want to go down there because they're like, what is in the water in South Australia?
It's fast, man. That's the only way to say it. It's flat, it's fast, it's smooth, it's everything you could want in a drag strip and more. And Sam Shahin, the man who owns that place, has not spared any expense in producing what is an absolutely top quality racing surface. Now next up it is Craig Burns, who's going to be going on a solo pass here. Was slated to take on Daniel Camilleri, but unfortunately it looks like Camilleri may be not able to front for this round of racing. So the way that the rules work, because the PDRC does run under the National Drag Racing Championship rules, once we get through the first round of racing, even if there's a withdrawal, the rounds are not seeded. They're seeded as if you're going to be there. So unfortunately for Daniel Camilleri, unable to make it out for this round of racing. But for Craig Burns, well, through no fault of his own, has managed to jag 2 bike runs in the first 2 rounds of racing. That's not a bad way to do it.
Well, seeding off last year's championship where he was number 1. He got the bye run in our first round, and second round, just a pure bit of luck. Now, it's going to come down to ET. He's got to run a 6.0 he wouldn't have been happy with.
Yeah, a 6.0 I don't think is going to get the job done. We've already seen a 594 out of Gratz. We know that the track is there. We know that the track can take the numbers. It's just going to be a matter of, I don't think a 6.0 is going to get close to done. I think they're going to have to go into the 580s to make the A final.
I think he's probably given the car a bit of a massage, I say, between rounds. They'll definitely be...
Talk to it nicely.
Yeah, taking it out to dinner.
Words of affirmation.
Yeah, definitely. He's got it ready to go, for sure. With his 2 boys working on the car, they would have just tinkered with it just a fraction. Very warm this afternoon when that 6.0 happened too. So knowing they're on a bye run, they may have put a safe setup in that car. They might have a little bit of a swing this time. Now they know conditions are a little bit different. Car is coming into stage though.
Yeah.
We're waiting, aren't we? We're just, it's going to be an 80.
Look, I think it will be, all things being equal, the conditions that we've got. A lot of cloud cover starting to come over, though, here. Well, it's up on the wheelie bar. It's gone for the centre line again, but he's driven it all the way through. 596, he'd be happier with that. 596 at 234. It's not quite where they want to be, but a 596 is a step in the right direction. 234 miles per hour, it's an improvement. Is it going to be good enough to make it into the A final? He's going to need a bit of luck, I think, from there.
Well, he's going to be on the cusp, isn't he? He's the bump basically for the A main.
Yeah, Josh giving his opinion on the A, B, and C finals there as well. The bonus points are the bonus points. It's the same for everybody. It's based on elapsed time. You've got to earn the bonus points. It's not like we just give them out randomly. So. Now, you're entitled to your opinion, but...
Now, Rusty, I'm having a look at this. Zoran
Yes.
Gajic had a win in round number 1.
He did.
If he can go win in round number 2, we know what he can do. He ran 91 as well.
So there's still a bunch more cars left to come. So the big thing is we're going to need to have 2 wins to make the A final, and then it's going to come down to the ET points. Zoran is going to have to at least run quicker than a 5.94 to, I would say, guarantee it. But at the same time, he's going to need to put down a clean pass. Who has Zoran got in this round? He's got Joe Gauci, so that's not going to be an easy one. There's some interesting permutations going on in this one. Steve Petrovsky will be up next, taking on Frank Tarabay, the battle of the Camaros.
And now this one, another one for Petrovsky. He had a win in round number 1 too, so very important about what time he runs if he can get a win here. He is still in contention for that A final.
Well, he knocked out a 5.99 in the first round of racing. Frank Tarabay, on the other hand, did not get the win in the first round of racing. Actually, very nearly took the shiny off the thing with how loose it got. But he's a guy who can run bang on that 5.85. Only knocked out a 7.33, a very troubled 7.33 in the first round of Pro Mod. Be looking for him to improve here, and that makes things difficult for Petrovsky.
Well, he could kick Craig Burns in the A final at this point.
He could.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He could do him a favour. You just never know.
That's the thing. All of a sudden, racers become friends with other racers that they've never spoken to before. When they can knock out their rival.
He's pretty handy on the chassis work, I can tell you. Oh, let's have a look at they bring these cars back. 2 beautifully presented cars as well.
Absolutely.
These Camaros. Very different. We've got the Hemi there of Petrovsky taking on the Pro Line. 548 Cuba of Tarabay, the Every Trades entry. Just rolling forward now. I think they're both sort of given each other the signal to say, yeah, we are ready and set to go.
Over 600 people watching us on the PDRC YouTube channel, so make sure you do hit the subscribe button, guys. If we've got 600 people in here watching, we should have 600 subscribers, because why wouldn't you want to watch this every single time?
We've got 4 more rounds to watch after this. We've got all night to watch this. Here we go. The revs build up. So does the boost. And we're about to launch a red light for Petrovsky. Oh, no. Tarabay will get the win. But can he get it down smooth? It looks a lot straighter this time. 5.99, 2.53 for Tarabay.
Yeah, that's clean. And it looks like Petrovsky got a little bit out of the groove down towards the wall in the braking area there. But the red light, it was actually, and here's drag racing for you, it was actually a double red light that time around. So Petrovsky went 036 red. Frank Tarabay was 004 red. So he red lit by less. That's why the green light came up on the tree. And for Frank Tarabay, that's a bit of a get out of jail free card there.
Well, the moment you see that, you wouldn't have seen the red light, I don't think. They both go down at the same time. There was not much between that when you actually see the difference in the reaction time. That is a get-out-of-jail free card, definitely for Tarabay, but great to see that car running a lot straighter that time. He didn't have to do a massive steer job to keep it shiny and on the right side of the wheels.
Didn't have to do too much of the steering on that one. There's a lot of discussion about the all-run format versus the elimination format. There's fans of both. I love the respectful discussion that we're having on the YouTube channel. For the guys that are saying, eliminations, that's where it's at, all the rest of it. Yeah, eliminations has its place. And in fact, the last round of the series, the Winter Nationals, is an eliminations race because it's the last round of the championship. You've got to figure out a way to get a winner. You go further in eliminations. If there's a count back, that's the tiebreaker. So elimination still does have its point, but when you're trying to bring in new people into the sport, that's where the all-run format comes in handy, because everyone gets to come out 3 times throughout the night. Everyone gets to see everyone race. And for the racers, it makes it easier as well, because they can plan for their race program over the weekend. They know exactly how many runs they're doing coming into the event. So Steve Smith rolling up to the line now. Steve Smith was meant to be taking on Peter Lovering. So we've had a bit of carnage in this round of Pro Mod. Steve Smith's supposed to be taking on Peter Lovering. Unfortunately, it looks like he is not going to be able to make it out, which is a real shame. Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
Well, let's throw Steve into the mix then. He has a win in round number 1. He just needs to run faster than 5.96 with a 5.
Now, I'm not sure that Steve Smith has actually logged a 5-second pass as yet. I think his PB is down around right in the very low 6-second zone, like 600, 601, somewhere around there. So I think you'd see a bit of celebration if you see a 5 pop up on the board.
You can't tell me he's not aiming for it, though. Proline 540 on board.
Oh,
it's got the power.
It's got the goods. He has got the potential here. Boost comes up and he will bump it into stage.
Nice, gets away.
That's nice. That's very nice. Shoots out a touch early and a 6.12 gets the W. 238 miles per hour. I did have the shoots out just a touch early down there, but I don't think it would have knocked too much off in terms of the ET. Looks like it might have dislodged a timing cone down there with the parachutes as he dropped them out. But, that's a solid pass to Steve Smith. Nothing to worry about there.
No, won't get him into the A final, though. But 2 wins from 2 races. Great start into this campaign in round number 1 of the PDRC. Still 4 more rounds to go. It's going to be a fantastic season of racing, of course, all accumulated to go to that fantastic Winter Nationals where it's just, it's like the journeyman. You have to take it, don't you, and go to Winter Nationals, at least once if you're a drag racing fan.
Absolutely. And you've got to earn your way into the Winter Nationals as well. That's the other thing. You shouldn't just be able to roll up and enter the biggest race of the year. You should have to earn your way in. And, with 15 car fields, and I think Pro Mod's only going to grow over the course of the coming season, I wouldn't be surprised to see even more cars roll out of the shed next time. Next time we roll in, especially to Sydney, because there is so many cars in the sheds around here, I wouldn't be surprised to see, 18, 19, 20 car fields. It's going to be very, very cool. We're not done with Pro Mod yet, though. Don't get too carried away. Craig Hewitt's going to be up next against Greg Tsakiridis. Again, what's your take on this one, mate?
Greg Tsakiridis, well, he had a bit of a swing there in the first one. It didn't all really go to plan for him. I don't know. He can do it. Greg Tsakiridis, for me, is really the man. I like coming to watch him race. I know they're trying to tame that car down. Craig Hewitt, he's on the flip side, right? Like they're trying to get down. They're like Craig Burns. A good runner is going to get him somewhere in the high 5s. I think Hewitt might have the numbers tonight.
Yeah, look, it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Craig Tsakiridis has certainly got the runs on the board. We know that he can knock out some really, really solid passes. But Huey, 615 in the first round of racing. The Red Ninja, the all-steel Monaro, he's flying the flag. And I believe he is planning on running every single round of the championship in Pro Mod this season as well. So, if you're going to run for the whole championship, you may as well try and win the thing. And that's what he's trying to do here this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see these two go against. Greg Tsakiridis, for me, is just entertainment.
Yeah.
Anything could happen. We've seen how fast the car we've seen how fast it can go. They're just trying to back that off. Didn't quite happen for him in round number 1. I see they've got a brand new setup down there in the pits. They're just really approaching this season a little bit differently. We haven't seen him so much last year. He didn't take on every sort of race. He pretty much had a season off before that. We saw him, sporadically throughout the year. So, the car's undergone a couple of cosmetic changes, and they're just really getting back into the swing for a season.
Look, the one thing I will say about Greg Tsakiridis, you'll never die wondering, right? You will know that if he can't get the win, it's not for lack of trying. He will pedal the thing to the finish line every single time. The dude is a wheelman. He gets up on it, and he drives this car. So this is going to be a really, really good matchup. I'm pretty excited about this one. We're just doing a little bit of a tidy up there at the top end of the racetrack. I can see the track crew up there. It looks like we are just about clear, so I think we're going to be calling up the starters very, very shortly. So not too far away from getting back into it. Still, I think 2 more pairs left to run in this session of Pro Mod. Of course, we have got Greg Tsakiridis taking on Craig Hewitt, and then we have also got Zoran Gajic and Joe Gauci yet to come out. They've left the best for last there too, haven't they?
For me, this is the match of the round.
Last two pairs of Pro Mod in round 2. That's some juicy racing.
Let's have a go. Hewitt, definitely can hear him fire that up. Tsakiridis' car, while it just idles, you can hear the thump of 572 cubes just rotating around. But there's a couple of turbos on there. And I say that, tongue-in-cheek, little turbos. Size of dinner plates.
Yeah, don't let small children walk in front of the car when it's running.
Might lose an arm.
Yes, absolutely. So I like big burnouts, and I cannot lie. That was mega from Craig Hewitt down there. Greg Tsakiridis gave it a pretty good shake as well. Of course, the man racing out of Wollongong in New South Wales down there on the mid-south coast. Racing for the ICE Group CV Performance, Pro Trans Turbo Smart, Precision Turbo, Proline race engines as well. Craig Hewitt, of course, for Al's Race Glide, CBH Steel Moulds and Fabrication, and West End Performance. Plenty of horsepower on both sides of the racetrack here. Hewitt, a 6.15, yet to log his first 5-second run, but if he did it here, you might see the big man jump.
You possibly could. It could
You
be a
might see the big man do a bit of a dance.
Could be a celebration. He's got a round win. Tarabay, Tsakiridis does not have a win, so that is the difference here. Is he is fighting for his first round win in this championship fight. Tsakiridis, look at them both. They've got the doors open. The amount of smoke in those cabins.
Yeah.
They didn't hold back in the burnout one bit.
Certainly hanging around, that's for sure. So we see Tsakiridis moving up towards stage.
He's not mucking around, is he?
No, he's not.
He's keen to get this race underway. I mean, 6:45 last time out. It was quick. It was quick in the reaction time, 0.69. So he cut a light. It's just after that the car wanted to move around a little bit. Probably a little bit of tyre shake. Here we go. Now it's time for Tsakiridis to build the boost. Hewitt, he's just going to wait for a moment when he sees that second set of bulbs come on for Tsakiridis. There we go. 2 steps on and we're underway. Oh, slight one for Tsakiridis and the advantage. The car wants to move a little bit, but it's clean. He goes 5.91 at 2.58 for Tsakiridis and gets himself a win over Hewitt that goes 6.14 at 2.22.
Yeah, it was just a good old-fashioned drag race there. Both guys a little bit late on the tree, 1.74 to 1.45. Hewitt was 1.74 there, but 6.14. Hewitt is consistent. He is very, very consistent. Not going to take the win there, but still, it's a step in the right direction, and it's a bag of points that he's got this weekend. It was pretty clean on both sides of the racetrack. Not a lot to complain about, but by about 2 car lengths, it was Greg Tsakiridis. So the final pass of this next round of this second round of racing, I should say, Zoran Gajic up against Joe Gauci. This is a danger matchup for Gajic because Joe Gauci, although it is only his first time driving this car and he didn't exactly go down the track in the first round of racing, this car was super consistent at the Jamboree up in Brisbane, running in Pro Mod, on a radial tyre, on a slick prepared track or a track prepared for slicks, running in the 580s. So he's going to make him work for it here.
And Joe's a racer. Obviously had that big incident about 6 months ago. Now he's got those nerves out. He's had a run in the car, even though it didn't go to plan. Green radials, which you got to take the top off those radials if you want them to work. So it was a reasonable burnout. Well, Joe did a pretty good burnout. He'd probably do another big one here. You never know. He's going to want to heat those radials up. Zoran Gajic, he's already got 1 race win. He's had a championship win before. He's the man for everything to lose in this one.
Yeah.
Joe Gauci, well, he's the man who just wants to go fast.
He's Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
He just wants to go fast.
He just wants to go fast.
Killer burnout from Zoran Gajic. He's got the little Zoran wiggle at the end there. And Joe Gauci, well,
No,
I mean, how do you
he's already got the
this?
radials ready. That was the burnout last time. You got the radials ready. It didn't work. He's played the radial game this time. Short, sweet, sharp burnout.
How do you play this if you're Joe Gauci? Do you go out there and do you just try and put it down the racetrack, or do you go, hey, we know what the tune-up is. Let's just stick it in and see how it goes?
I believe his words when I went down there were, this time it'll probably lift the wheels.
There we go. Wheel stands are fun too. I mean, burnouts are cool. Wheel stands are fun also.
Yeah.
I mean, quick times are awesome. Really, I mean, there's no losers in any of this. There's no losers in any of this.
We're all winners. Even the YouTube people, we're all winners.
All right, so Zoran not too far away from bumping into stage. You can see Paul Mahay having a good look inside the car down there. Joe Gauci, no fuss for him. He's just the kind of guy who just goes out there and goes about his business. Not a lot of fanfare. I know a lot of people are absolutely stoked to see him back on the racetrack after the pretty big accident that he had here at the Nitro Champs in May in his own car. So just to see him back in the car is absolutely sensational. What will this race bring? The final pair of this second round of racing. Zoran Gajic, always a championship contender in Pro Mod. He's taking on Joe Gauci. The the unknown, the underdog.
Joe Gajic, I think he can do it. I like Gajic. I think, you know, if something goes wrong for Joe, Gajic's got this in the bag. It's about the times they're going to run for me. Is it going to go in the 580s? Here we go. The Turbo boys will just get ready to spool them up. Listen to that. The whistle starts. We are go.
Oh, that's moving for Joe Gajic, but he's not going to get the job done this time around. 591 for Zoran Gajic gets it. 253 miles per hour. Joe Gajic was giving it a pretty good shake, 108 to the 60 and 289 to the 330-foot mark, but it just started moving around. I think it might have kicked the tyres loose. And for Zoran Gajic, a 591 at 253. So I can't keep up with the maths on this. I'm not making any calls about who's in what final because I know I'm going to make a mistake. But we have got all the right people working on it back there at PDRC Mission Control. There is literally 3 people dedicated to doing the points on these events just to make sure that we get it right. So for Zoran Gajic, solid pass there, gets him down the racetrack, 591, almost a carbon copy repeat of what he did in the first round of racing. He went 591 with a 7 in the first round, 591 with 3 that time around. And that does round out Pro Mod. We're going to jump into some Pro Alcohol action now. And the first car up is going to be a solo pass. That is Chris Hargrave. He was slated to take on Andrew Searle, but unfortunately, Andrew Searle not able to come out for this round of racing. They have damaged the car, and I don't know whether they'll be back for the third round either. So,
well, Chris Hargrave, they were just pretty much going through the motions down there in the pits, making sure they obviously change the clutch over, check all the settings out on the car. It was routine, probably. His son here this weekend racing juniors as well, so they've been busy. He does say that his son does a lot of work for the juniors. He makes sure that car gets turned around.
You've got to
get out the staging lane, start it up.
If you're going to drive it, you've got to understand it so you can fix it when you break it. That's the way it works. And Chris Hargrave, the Middies Electrical Ford Mustang, I mean, he's a guy who is the definitive quiet achiever. He just goes out there, goes about his racing. Not a lot of fanfare, doesn't do the trash talk deal, doesn't get out there and make a big note of himself. But he just gets the job done. He's finished in the top 3 of the championship in what is one of the most difficult classes in drag racing to succeed in. He's done it twice in the last 2 seasons. So you talk about a guy who is there or thereabouts. And again, coming into this round, he is going to end on two wins from 2. It's going to come down to those ET points to see where he lands in the thick of things in the final round of racing tonight. So if he can knock out another 560 or maybe even dip into the 550s, he gives himself a very good shot.
Well, the thing is, he's got himself 2 round wins now with this buy run, basically, which is, it puts you in good stead to go to that A final. It doesn't mean he's going to get there, though. It's going to be all about ET because there's a couple of other contenders here still to come in Pro Alcohol. Nice launch. So look at that perfect reaction time. 967 to the 60. It moves around. It has a wiggle, but it's 5.57. With 261 miles an hour and a perfect reaction time.
Yeah, look, he's going to be pretty happy with that. A perfect light in a funny car that you leave off the clutch with. I don't think there's too many guys who can claim that one. Truthfully, I reckon he'd tell you it's just a bad job of red lighting. But a 000 reaction time for Chris Hargrave and a 5.57, that gives them a red-hot shot at making the A final here tonight with that Middies Electrical funny car. That's a great run.
The team's going to be really ecstatic about that. I mean, that's a great time. Just really it moved around a bit though, didn't it? Down the track, you could see it wiggle around. Just it was just not all over. Yeah, just a little bit.
That's what funny cars do. Funny cars do funny car things, and they move around a little bit. That's just how it works. A lot of funny cars in the field here this weekend, so you're probably going to see that funny car wiggle yet again. Put your hands together for Craig Hewitt as he comes back along the return road as well, putting on a really good show in the Red Ninja here this weekend. A couple of 6.1 second runs so far, and we've still got the third round of racing left to come. So love seeing those guys part of the PDRC. But the next matchup, this is probably the matchup of the round. Wayne Price 5:54 was the second quickest car in the first round of racing. Shane Phillips has a car that went 5:53 last week at Willowbank. Did not get down the racetrack in the first round of racing. It shook, it lifted the front wheels, it lifted the back wheels as well for that matter. Did not do what it wanted to do in that first round, and he's kind of on the back foot here.
For me, it's the brain trust, though, he's got down there. That guy that's won 22 championships, 21 in pro alcohol, his dad, Gary. Also, Justin Walsh, not a bad guy to have in your back pocket as well down there for Shane Phillips. So I think they might try and get this car sorted for this round. Wayne Price made a number of changes to this car since last season. It seems to be working. It was a great first round for him too. For him, it was the car went straight, 5:54, but arrow straight down the track. It didn't move around at all. Interestingly enough, this is just the engine from last season, obviously freshened up, but because they've got a new Noonan power plant coming.
There you go.
Just hasn't been put together in time. They're waiting on a few final pieces of assembly.
There's never enough time for drag races to get everything done. Now, something's going on for Wayne Price here. I think he might have lost reverse gear. So the car's still running. We can see the exhaust coming out of it, but he's going to need the old-fashioned pushback here. So there's one thing, if you're an aspiring crew member in drag racing, you need to make sure that you don't skip leg day, because leg day is very, very important in drag racing, especially when you've got to push one of these things back.
Yeah, you can't afford to, really. You need to make sure you got that lower body strength.
Yep. Now, I think the car might be shut off there for Wayne Price.
Yeah, there's no noise.
Yeah, there's no noise.
They've called it. Shane Phillips going to get a solo run. That is devastating for Wayne Price. Devastating.
That's heartbreaking. He really was giving himself a red-hot crack at making the final here tonight. It would have just taken a win from over the top of Shane Phillips, which is not an easy thing to do in any stretch of the imagination. Shane is, although he's a rookie in the funny car, he's not a rookie to drag racing. He's got a fair idea of what he's doing. He's won a Supercharged Outlaws Championship up there at Willowbank, and although the funny car is still a fairly new and foreign concept to him, he's getting the hang of it pretty quickly.
How foreign? It's foreign for him to be driving, but everything around it is not foreign to him. He has watched millions of drag racing runs. Got this car out of the States earlier in the year. He said, I bought it off him because it was low kilometres, and he said, and the driver was the same height as me, so it was a good fit. Here we go, full RPM, and he has launched this. Oh, no, that's a rattle, and he's got off that one early this time.
Yeah, got a little bit further this time around. 60-foot time, considering it was off the throttle already. 9.34 to the 60, so that's a very good short time. But, yeah, started shaking the tyres, and Shane rolls out of it. How's the light as well? 0.16 reaction time. We're seeing some absolutely psychic reaction times here tonight.
Yeah, I think last time last time when he got up on three wheels, they've decided not to do that again. And it's a bit of a change because we saw him have some fantastic runs at Willowbank really in testing last weekend. So this is a bit foreign for him. It was a great start.
Yeah.
Now in race mode, the car's not playing the game at the moment there for Shane Phillips.
But look, he's got to win. There's more points in the bank, and I'm not sure what their plan is over the course of the season, whether they're planning on running the funny car or the altered, or, hey, maybe, I don't even know. Will we see both of them at some point? Who knows? But it's certainly a bit of a head-scratcher there. Next up, it is going to be Russell Mills taking on Cruz Lovering. Now, Cruz was not able to take the starter's orders in the first round of racing, but I believe he is out there now, and having a look down in front of us, I can see the Gulf Western Oil funny car, the Sainty-powered Gulf Western Oil funny car. Great to see them putting it out there on the racetrack after what has been it's been a pretty testing event for a lot of people with the weather yesterday. It's been a bit of a stop-start sort of day with the weather that we had earlier on today. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can see a good side-by-side pass here.
Well, Cruz Lovering, they did find a couple of bits of metal they didn't like in the engine, so they've rectified that issue, and now it's going to come in here and taking on Russell Mills, who was low ET of round number 1 and looks like he was fastest mile an hour as well. So he has come back to the form in which he left last season, where he was very, very dominant. Russell Mills took out the championship win in what we can only be described as one of the most unique pro-alcohol cars in the field. There's several names for it still.
Yeah, there's a lot of names for it. The one thing that I'm noticing with this car, it is super twitchy, right? it moves around a lot, and it tends to sashay around the front wheels. It's very planted at the front, tends to wander a little bit at the back, but at the same time it's stable. And I know that sounds like it's a bit of an oxymoron. They kind of conflict with each other, but the car is super stable on its way down the racetrack. Russell can drive this thing anywhere he wants to. It just tends to gyrate sort of with that pendulum effect around the front wheels. Cruise Lovering, on the other hand, the much more conventional funny car, the Gulf Western Oils Dodge Charger, son of Peter Lovering that we saw in Pro Mod earlier on today. 540 cubic inch Sainty power plant in that car.
Do you think for Russell Mills, because he comes from speedboats, he's just used to floating around a bit? He's quite comfortable with the feeling?
Yeah, I reckon you're probably right. Because there's nothing more unsettling than a drag boat at full noise. And so this is probably leisurely for Russell. He's an elder statesman of the pro alcohol category, but man, he is competitive. Knocked out the championship last year. He is the Australian #1 in pro alcohol. He's taking on the young gun in Cruise Lovering.
Oh, Mills gets away earlier, 0.36. He's got the reaction time advantage, and it's quick, and he disappears down the end. Goes 5 with a 5.1 at 265 miles an hour. Cruise Lovering, though, what a run, 6.26 at 207.
Yeah, that's a really solid pass for Lovering, but for Russell Mills, 5.51, he just keeps knocking it out of the park. How's the speed? 265 miles per hour, which based on what I'm seeing here, for pro alcohol dragster, that's actually well over the speed record for pro alcohol dragster. We've got it down as 261.32. That was 265.64. Just shows how much work that streamliner body is doing. But, yeah, incredible run there for Russell Mills. And, again, he's marching on to a fantastic start to his championship defence so far this year.
Well, one of the challenges that he actually came out and said for Russell Mills was he reckons he can run 270 mile an hour in that body type.
Yeah. Wow.
He's got something to aim for. It's a target. It's a goal he wants to achieve, I suppose, in pro alcohol. He's got a championship. A great start to this one too. 550s back to back too. That is the most consistent car we've had out there.
Everyone seems to have an opinion on Russell Mills' car. And look, truthfully, Russell doesn't care. He likes doing his own thing. He's got his ideas and he wants to try them. My attitude towards it is there's no such thing as an ugly, fast race car. If it's fast, it's a good race car. It doesn't matter what it looks like. I personally love it. I think it's cool. But, you know, each to their own. Everyone's got their opinions.
It blends into the track as it goes down there, doesn't it? Especially under lights here at night time. Brett White and John Canoli are the next two pro alcohol cars to come out. And Brett White, well, he had a planned 1,000-foot shut-off last time, still went 588. Happy with what they saw when they went back through the data logger. So not quite sure whether he's going to have another attempt at this one. He wasn't a bit coy about it. He said, yeah, we're just slowly getting up on things once again. John Canoli, well, it was a swing and a miss last time as he went out. That one looked like it had some cylinders out last time going down the track and was offered a little bit early. But with Canoli, well, he's currently the low ET, isn't he? Really did that quite a few years ago.
Yeah, went down deep into the 530s with that car. It was a long, long time ago, though. He's a former national champion as well. These guys are actually pretty good friends. They grew up together at the drag strip. So Brett White and John Canoli, there is a bit of a rivalry. Apparently it has been said that John Canoli has said to Brett White, your mum liked me better when we were growing up anyway than you. So all said in good fun, in good jest. But there is certainly a rivalry there. They have raced against each other a stack of times, and I'd love to see just a great side-by-side race between these two guys.
Yeah, it could potentially come down to that. Will Carlos play the game there for Brett White?
Well, we've seen problems from Canoli over the years as well with the Camaro. It's temperamental is probably the way to describe these cars. They you know, you can have them where you think you want them and then change one thing on them and then the whole tune-up goes out the window. So hopefully for JC it goes down the racetrack. Hopefully for Brett White, that 1,000-foot pass, that good clean 1,000-foot pass was a sign of things to come.
Well, both crews look at each other and they get prepared to go into staging now as they walk back behind the safety cones. It's all up to the driver at this point. RPM is high. We're waiting for it to bump into full stage. There we go, one car. Waiting for Canoli. We're ready to go racing. Look at that. Almost identical reaction times. Canoli moves around White. Something might be just coming out of the back, but Canoli get across the finish line first with a 583 at 175. So he's off that a little bit early.
Canoli was driving that thing. It's hard to steer one of these cars when the front wheels are in the air. 944 to the 60-foot time is 367 to half track. That thing was on a number, I'm telling you now. I don't know whether he just shut it off because he thought, you know what, it's getting a little bit loose, or maybe it was a planned shut off. I don't know. For Brett White, it looked to me like the pipes went a little bit wet just before half track, which means that obviously something not quite right in the fuel system there, or perhaps the kick the blower belt, who knows. But I'm sure we'll hear about it because you're going to go down to the pits and find out all the information between rounds for us, Matty.
I'll be down there very shortly. Don't worry about
Absolutely.
that. We've still got Pro Imports to come here this afternoon.
Still got one more funny car left to come by the look of it.
One more funny car, yes.
So there is still more cars coming through. It is Donnelly. Jake Donnelly with the DBS Motorsport car, the big number 95, Lightning McQueen. What can we nickname him? Lightning or Kachow?
Just Kachow. I think you'd like
You think Kachow?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. I like that one. The big 95 Chevy Camaro funny car, just doing a little bit of a clean-up out there in the Rocket Industries lane, just a quick mop, and I think we're almost good to send them. You can see Justin gives the signal to our race director down there, and we are set for a start.
Oh, Donnelly, he reckons he's got one more mullet in him. He said, I can grow a mullet one more time, he reckons.
Has Jake still got the mullet?
No, it went last year, just before his accident.
Oh, well, they did.
Yeah, that was the problem. As we said, I need to grow it back.
Got to grow the mullet back.
He's
It was a glorious mullet too.
It was. It was interesting to see him get that helmet off down the far end. Definitely a character in the field, I think, Jake Donnelly. If you ever
it was
get
like
a chance
something
to get
out of a fashion shoot. He took the helmet off and it just shook it out. It was spectacular.
Lost a hat there for a moment for the crew.
Big burnout from Jake.
He's on a solo run. You may as well do a big burnout.
Yeah, he does have the solo run. This is the scheduled solo run. So with the withdrawal of Cameron Ambisi from the event, it has meant that there is going to be a scheduled solo run each round, and that means that Jake Donnelly has got it this time around. As the funny car makes his way back to the start line. You know, again, this is a hard one for Jake because the car didn't really do what it was meant to do in the first round of racing. An 8:51, I think it was, not exactly a representative pass. I'm sure that he would love to put down something with a 550 or maybe even a 540. We've seen that when they get it right with this team, it goes quick. Like, it goes really quick.
Also left on a red that last time out. He's a little bit eager off the line as he... I mean, I know he's had a round in this car already. It's the end of last season.
Yep.
It's basically been rebuilt from the back of the car forward, brand new body, but they've had to put the front half of the chassis on, all brand new, fixed up after that little endeavour where he went a little bit deep at Willowbank. He's comfortable in the car once again. He likes to pack his own chutes and just double check those now.
In we are, and off we go, 065 on the tree. Fairly clean for Jake Donnelly in a 555. Thank you very much. 253 miles per hour. It was soft off the start line, only .998 to the short timers, but a 555, 253. That is a very nice return to form for Jake Donnelly. 370 to half track. So here's the thing. John Canoli went 367 to half track, so he was well and truly on the 550 pace. So that gives you an idea of what we were looking at. But a 555, that's a really, really solid pass there for Jake Donnelly, and that he'll be pretty happy with that. I think that'll set him up well for the next round of racing. So with that, we are going to move into Pro Import now, and I can see there's quite a few people who are asking, what is Pro Import on the PDRC live stream on YouTube? So Pro Import is an exhibition class for this season. It's basically import-style engine. So you're talking 4 cylinders, you're talking 6 cylinders, you're talking rotaries. At this event, we've got 3 rotors here. We've got 3 2J-powered cars here. And for This event, EnviroWay Services, is presenting the category, and it is $2,000 up for the winner. So, there's a little bit to play for, and obviously these guys have been professional for a very, very long time. The way they've gone about their racing, they've got the transporters, they've got the setups, they've got everything they need to go racing, but they haven't had a national level championship to chase, and that's what this exhibition series is about. It's about showcasing exactly what they can do. We're hoping to build on what we've got here this weekend with even more cars when we roll into Adelaide and back to Sydney for the third round of the championship. And it's about showing these guys, you know what, there is a place for you at a national level, and maybe even dragging in a few new fans to more traditional format of championship drag racing by using these late model cars.
And then you get people like Sam Sadec who go and stick a four-rotor into a Kaboura. I mean, I love it. I actually think it's great. You go and buy a race car, but you've got rotary in the veins, so you put the two together. And it's going to be another piston versus rotary matchups here tonight, which is what we like to see now. Sam Sadec, we spoke about it. They're having a big swing with that four-rotor. They're not creeping up on it. They're not finding the sweet spot. They're just going, mate, this thing's going or it's not.
Yeah, if it sticks, it's gonna stick. It's gonna go, man. It's got all the potential in the world. It's the quad rotor. It's one of the only quad rotors that we can think of that are running in a race car. There's quite a few in street cars. I did get a word that there might be one other quad rotor floating around, but that's to be confirmed. I did get messages on that. I know I said it last round. Janie, thank you for letting me know. But, Sam Sadec, if this thing sticks, it's going to go quick. Paul Mahay, though, 6-1-0 in the first round of racing. He's been in the 5-second zone with this car before, so we know it can do it. This is going to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, I think Paul Mahay, for me, it's just going to be about consistency for him. Also, he threw up the trophies this weekend for the Pro Import, so he's had a little bit of input as well as they try and boost up, I suppose, the Pro Import, people getting involved in it. There's quite a few cars out there that probably race in other categories or whether it's through other promoters. Slightly different names for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just actually got a text message from Kelly Betts from Jamboree, and big shout out to those guys because they've been running these kind of cars for a long, long time under the Factory Extreme banner. So it's kind of an evolution of what these guys have gone through over the years, and this is just the latest evolution of it in the PDRC. There's still a place for these guys to run in Factory Extreme and Jamboree, and we love what they're doing in the Jamboree as well. You got Grudge Kings as well, running very similar kinds of cars. So there's a few different names for similar kind of cars, but this is just what we're doing over here in the PDRC at a national level. And, if all the drag racing's healthy, then drag racing's healthy. That's what it's about. All those other promoters out there, the other series, we love them all, and we're glad to have them. So,
well, let's have a look. We're about to get this battle run as we fire up both cars here in the staging area. You definitely hear that quad rotor. It's got a fairly deep thud to it compared to a 13B. As we get them ready, you can hear the RPM that thing is going to pull down the track though already, just in the warm-up there. Paul Mahay, that'll be just going through the motions for Paul. He'll have his routine that he wants to follow down. We'll have to wait and see. Paul Mahay he's already in the car. They are waiting for Sam Sadec to come forward a little bit. Paul Mahay's now going to come forward and get this burnout run. Take nothing away from the 2Js. We've seen them well over 2,000 horsepower. Well, really, when it comes to Pro Import, we're probably talking 3,000 plus horsepower out of most of these cars.
Oh, look, truthfully, and nobody's going to tell you what the real number is because there's so much competition between these guys. But, for cars like Sam Sadec, there is no secret around what they want to do with this thing. They want to run in the 5-second zone with this quad rotor. There's no secrets hidden about that. Paul Mahay's been in the 5-second zone. If Sam Sadec can make this work and can make this quad rotor thing happen and actually prove that it can be a competitive package, I fully expect to see more quad rotors popping out of the woodwork.
A lot of heads going into that car, though, at the moment for Sam Sadec. That's not what we want to see. The car's still running, but a lot of checks going on.
Oh, we got a single.
They're looking for something.
So something not quite right in that car.
Something in the system has let them know to check.
How's the burnout for Paul Mahay? driving the Gas Racing Celica. That is cool. And that is a real shame for Sam Sadec down there. They're now looking under the back of the car. I'm starting to think it might be a bit of an issue maybe with the air system or something on it, because obviously these cars do require air to operate a lot of the systems inside the car, and for whatever reason it looks like they are going to push it back. So that is a real shame.
I was really looking forward, because if they do get that car to stick to the ground, it's going to be an unbelievable run. Paul Mahay he's going to dip into the 5s now. Different conditions out there as the cool breeze has come across the track. The sun has gone away, and we call it tightening the track up. It means it's getting a lot grippier out there, really. That's an easy way of saying it.
Yeah. Track's got teeth.
They can throw a little bit more boost at it. I mean, when we talk a little bit more boost, we're not talking like these guys pushing 20 pounds of boost in these cars. They're pushing like 80, 90.
And the rest.
Yeah.
And the rest.
You know, just...
all the boosts.
Yeah.
All the boosts are going into it.
As fast as that turbo will spin and force air down the engine, they'll take it. Big turbos too.
Exactly right. Big shout out to all of our viewers watching on the PDRC live stream. We've still got a bunch of people on there. We've still got more racing coming your way tonight as well. We've got the third round of the PDRC. We've got the rest of the finals and semi-finals and the New South Wales Championship Series as well. But right now, Paul Mahay on track, bumping it in.
Oh, give him away. 993 to the 60. And it goes all the way. 613 at 233 miles an hour.
Yeah. Was a little bit late on the shoots down there as well, but a 613 at 233 is consistent. Went 610 before, 613 this time around, and that is a very, very solid pass. So these guys are running under the same rules as the rest of the PDRC categories. So they are running the all-run format with the points for the wins, the losses, and the ET points as well. Next up, it is going to be Eddie Howich in the Enviro Waste Services Group. Mazda RX-7 with the 2J in it. Yes, it's a 2J in an RX-7. I know there's going to be some upset people out there about that. Jason Both, on the other hand, the Mazda 6 20B rotary. But the more conventional 20B rotary.
Do you think it's a bit of payback from Howich as he sticks the 2J in and Sam Sadec goes and sticks the rotary in a Camaro?
It probably is. It probably is. I'm just waiting to see, someone shove a rotor in a Celica or something. Now that'll be the next step. That'll be the next evolution of Pro Import. But you know what? It's all good. They're all cool cars. They're all bad to the bone. They're all very, very tough races.
You can't get upset about any car that goes fast.
No.
Puts on exciting racing.
You cannot. Like I said, a fast car is a cool car. That's what it comes down to. So Jason Both, it's got the car fired up. They're getting the signal to roll into the beams, or the water box, I should say. Good to see the official Jamboree Australia YouTube channel commenting on our PDRC live stream. Love you guys. Hope you're doing well. And good to see they timed it well with Pro Import as well. Just their type of car. Just their flavour.
Might be what they've tuned in for, I'd say. Might be what they've tuned in for at this stage. Well, here we go. Burnout is underway. Boff. No dramas there.
Oh, Eddie. That was way out of shape.
I've seen a couple of burnouts like that. Normally it's into a burnout pad.
Yes, that's right. Usually that would be the tip-in.
Yeah.
he had it all crossed up, sideways over the start line down there. And, Eddie Howich, he's such a gentleman. He put his money where his mouth is with the deal this weekend. He said, you know what? We love what you're doing. We love the fact you've given us somewhere to race. So I'm going to throw up some money. So $2,000 for the winner, courtesy of Enviro Waste Services. Jason Both, on the other hand, New South Wales Fire Detection. He's got the rotor on board. So it is all 6 races that we're going to have so far in the first 2 rounds of racing have been rotor versus 2J. Have you noticed that? And that's just the way it's happened. We haven't engineered it that way.
I'm waiting for a sneaky RB in the next few rounds to sneak in there, I reckon.
Well, Rob Margin would have been here, except he's racing John 2 over in the States, over in Texas this weekend. So Rob Margin would have been here in Zeus, the GTR.
And that might drag out a certain shop called Matooks.
Yes.
That could have been a bit of rivalry there too.
Anthony was planning on being here as well, but unfortunately had a few issues in the lead up to the event. He's not going to make this one, but he has said that he is looking to support the series. So, all the major shops and the major players in this, the import scene are certainly keen to make this thing happen and make it work.
All right. Howatch, they stage this car just slightly facing right, but it seems to work, whatever they've done. Leaves the line, straightens up on the track. Both chasing him down, a little bit slower on the light. It's going to be a good race. A little bit of smoke there at the back of Both as they go.
Nice.
The finish ice, and Howatch will get the win.
Whole shot win, 6:54 to a 6:45. 6:45 for Jason Both. I don't know if it's a PB, but it's pretty damn close. 6:45, 196 was offered early. 219 miles per hour for Eddie Howatch. And very, very cool to see. Next up, this is the race of the round. George Raham up against Frank Tarabay. Raham in the RX-9, the 20B on board. Frank Tarabay, the 2J, went 597 in the first round of racing. George has got a little bit to play for here because in the first round did his big smoky burnout that he usually does.
Through the laundry out.
Through the laundry out. Parachute came out. That's not what you want to see. Having a few people asking on the live stream as well, how come we've got some door slammers racing in Pro Mod? Well, that's because they fit the rules. That's the beauty of Pro Mod. If you fit the rules and you've got doors, well, come and play. 585 is the index. You run to that 585 index. It's literally that simple.
And they don't change out of Slammer. Whatever the weight is they've got in Slammer, they don't change it, even though they can when they come to Pro Mod.
They could if they wanted to. But, as someone said, just like these Pro Import cars, a lot of these cars could probably run in Pro Mod and have run in Pro Mod in the past. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Nice big smoky burnout, and most importantly for George Raham, no parachute.
He is not stopping, is it? It has not scared him away from doing a massive burnout there in the RX-9. The 20B Turbo is just getting warmed up. Redemption time in round number 2. Frank Tarabay, well, it was pretty much standard burnout there from him in the Every Trade Group Toyota.
Yeah, absolutely. And George Raham almost backs up faster than he goes forward. Phillips by pack, RX-9, VP Fuels, Garrett, Advancing Motion, Frank Tarabay, the Every Trade Group Toyota, still carrying the King Kong name on the side of the car in honour of Lizzie Music.
Most Camrys normally have a tissues on the back parcel shelf. I wonder if Frank carries some.
The louvers.
Yeah.
The big golf hat as well.
Might be a little bit faster, this one.
Yeah, this one might blow the louvers off. But Frank Tarabay knocked out of 597 at a big speed, just quietly, 243 miles per hour in the first round of racing. That's a huge speed for one of these cars. They tend not to mile per hour quite as hard as what the V8s do. Just because of the displacement, really. That's what it comes back to. But 243 is certainly moving.
Well, let's have a look and see how we go. Frank Tarabay is the number to beat at the moment after round number 1 of 597. Can he go back-to-back fives in the 2J-powered Camry? Well, George Raham, can he fire up the 20B and make this run count? Oh, lick of flame, isn't it?
Got flameage. Look for the two-step from the pack car.
Oh, we launch away. Tarabay's clean.
Yeah,
it is quick. Look at they're already jumping around. A little bit of puff of smoke there.
And a 598. Mr. Consistency, Frank Tarabay, 598, 245 miles per hour this time around. That's a huge speed. 245.54 for George Raham. The car left the line, and that's really his first run of the day. So it's probably a little bit of a finding out run for him, but had some problems. Looks like the lights went out down around about the 8th mile mark there. But yeah, still a very, very stout run for Frank Tarabay.
Look, he's gone back to back. That's when he's going to be hard to beat. I mean, him and Paul Mahay at the 2-2Js could go at it in the final potentially there. Whether Paul can duck into those fives or whether we can see Frank Tarabay just consistently do those 590s. That is going to be the question when we come to our final round for Pro Import.
Yep.
Great to have him here this weekend. Of course, a growing field. Of course, plenty more action to come your way. Of course, we're only 2 rounds into this PDRC round number 1 here at Sydney Dragway. Stay tuned because we've still got the Sydney Speed Adict Clothing round, their grand final to run, and we'll be back with our PDRC very shortly.
Thanks again there to Rusty and Matt there for the coverage of the PDRC. My name's Adam Heron. I'm going to be taking you over there for the state championship of the Speed Adict Co modified coming up next. If you sit in the crowd and you're not subscribed to the PDRC Pro Championship YouTube page, why not give it a follow and give it a subscribe. Currently over 600 people watching at the moment. Hello to everyone there in the world. And I've just been accompanied by Les, sitting in. As our officials and volunteers get themselves ready for the modified class to come out.
Oh, now we're settled in. Thanks, Adam. But all ready to go for our next section. Yeah, was some great racing down there. I was standing down in the observation bay there, and the pack performance rotary went
The
down.
RX-9, the yellow one.
Yeah, and I felt this heat coming out of the exhaust naturally, but after that, it sprayed some stuff, and the young girl standing next to me, she had sprayed into her face as well, so we're both going right.
That's one of those cars you get the marshmallows out.
Yeah, jeez. But I think the guy in the other lane there, he was, that car went really hard over here in the rocket lane. But anyway, we're back to a junior drag bike. We've got a couple of combatants here, so they're all lined up.
Yeah, Anastasia Lucky in the Aeroflow lane.
Yes.
The Kawasaki Ninja. And the rocket lane, we've got Joshua Bartenshaw from Albion Park in the Kawasaki Ninja. Anastasia's dialed in a 9:18. Joshua's dialed in 9:35, so we'll see Josh take off first and Anastasia go for the chase.
All right, so Anastasia there's dialed in 9:18. I thought Josh Burtonshaw would have been something like that. She's she must be going pretty well. Josh was our second number 2 qualifier, and Anastasia was number 3, but now they've swapped around. So it might be the conditions of the track. Here we go. Oh, Anastasia must have rolled through.
0.70 reaction time there from Joshua. It's a great start. See what it brings in at the other end.
Yeah.
Brings in a 9.5 at the 8th.
Yeah, she must have rolled through because we don't have any increments, and she won't get a time card. I think when she went forward, she rolled through, and before the lights were initiated. And once they start going down, well, CHBL. Can't help bad luck.
I was about to ask you what that was, but I'm glad for the clarification. Next 2 pairings coming up into the burnout box. Adam Jordan in the Aeroflow lane on the Kawasaki Ninja, and Lincoln Delios in the Honda CBR in the Rocket lane. Lincoln's dialed in a 12.0, and Adam's dialed in a 9.1. Adam's currently sponsored by Fuel Delivery Systems, and Lincoln is sponsored by LA Cycles, Preston Civil, Apollo Batteries, and the Bondlick Ashfield Racing.
Yeah, well, it's young Adam there, your namesake down there. I saw the tyres turn red. I thought, I've never seen red tyres, but must be the radials, the steel belts in the radial heating
Reflecting
up.
off the brake light, maybe.
But, it's half decent burnout as we see Lincoln get out.
Adam sets off for the chase.
296.
See if he gets around on the 8th. He might actually get him here, Les. And he does.
Yep.
Gets it there for 9.36 on the 8th, with a Lincoln getting a 12.1.
Yeah, 12.16. So Adam there on his 9.10 runs a 9.36. Still 74 miles an hour. That's quick.
Yep. Coming up now, the junior dragsters.
Yep. I've got a light next time, Adam. It's a USB charge. You just tap it like that, and it goes bright or low. It's pretty hard to see there.
Aeroflow lane, Zane Condello. Currently number 4 in the standings for today. He's dialed in an 809 with Jake Alongo in the Rocket Lane. He's dialed in an 898.
Yes, young Jacob there in the Rocket Lane, who was our 20th qualifier, 20th fast qualifier in the bracket, being a B junior dragster. Oh, look at the light on the back of that Zane Condello.
Night Rider.
Yeah, it is too. Yeah, fantastic. Yes, Zane was the winner over at Adelaide a couple of weeks ago, so he's accounted for himself very well so far, hasn't he? He's still going. So
he's been 4th fastest with an 803.
Yep. So Jacob there. Oh, gee.
As Jacob brings up the revs, he'll take off first with his 898 dial in, and Zane to follow with his 809 dial in. As we just wait for Zane to get into stage. Yeah, Zane's into his pre, now rolling into his stage. We'll start getting ready.
Oh, 006 from
Jacob. Zane looks like he's coming around. He has come around. He's done an 811.
Yeah.
Takes the win.
Oh, he'll be into the next round of Western Weekender Junior Dragster here at the round 8, which is the finale of the Speed Adict Clothing Company event that we're running here, the New South Wales Drag Racing Championships. This is the last and final of the 8 rounds. So going pretty well it is too, in conjunction with the PDRC people. And yes, we've got them all covered here. It's a lot of quick cars we've seen here tonight.
In the airfield lane, we've got Silvana Condello from Barrack Heights, sponsored by Fine Line Motorsports, dialed in an 804. And we've got Chloe Reiko, it's apparently sponsored by Mum and Dad, dialed in a 770 in the Rocket Lane. So we'll see Savannah take off just a little bit before Chloe. Chloe will take the chase.
So what, we've had one pair go down, 2, 3. Oh dear, we must be getting near the at least the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Chloe's been number 1 qualifier this weekend.
Yeah, she's done very well.
7.7.
Look at that.
Savannah's number 5. So we've got 5 versus 1.
There we go.
Both get stage locked in. 026 reaction for Chloe. That's a great way to start the chase. Hopefully she'll get around. She does. She takes the win as Savannah breaks out. So Chloe does take the win with a 772.
Yeah, well, she got there first anyway, but Savannah there must have had a big top-end charge and broke out. So Alex Ruffalo now over in the Rocket Lane from Vineyard, New South Wales, the junior dragster McGee 33, it's called. And he is our number 13th qualifier. He gained that position with a run of 7.905 for a AA junior dragster. Jake McNamara, also a AA GD. JD from Fairfield West, junior dragster. Princey Motorsports and Fine Line Motorsports. And the Bank of Pop and Princey Motorsports. Yeah, that when Pop retired, he retired with a whole swag of money, I heard. So that's a natural sponsor the good. So Alex Ruffalo. Jake McNamara has decided to go. He's nominated a 770. He can go as low as 750, but he's decided on a 770. And Alex Ruffalo a 792. So both AA juniors, yep.
Just noted Jake's sponsor here, the Bank of Pop. So, Pop, if you're down there, thanks for the sponsorship.
Yeah, good on you, Alan.
It looks like Jake's just locked in now. They're both locked in, ready to go.
Oh, there's nothing in this, Adam.
058 to
Absolutely
053.
nothing in at the start
Should be a
line.
close finish as well then. Oh, very close. 771 to Jake to a 793 to Alex.
771 with a 7, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's the young fella, Georgia Leafting now, in the B Junior Dragster from Oxley Island in New South Wales. I'm not quite sure where that is, but it's probably up around Taree because that's where the rest of the Leaftings are from, unless they've moved. But she's the remaining. So I think we've had the quarterfinals. So next time they come out, it'll be the semis and then the finals. So moving right along. There she goes. She's dialed a 9.19, a 1:48 reaction time. Automatic win here. Oh, she can't do anything wrong. There she runs a 9.31 on a 9.19, so may have to either fiddle around with the dial in or tune or detune it as the case may be. So that is the Western Weekender Junior Dragster. Their elimination round completed. They should be coming around now for, well, it looks like it's modified eliminator.
As we just adjust the track back to quarter mile.
Yes, they got that's right. And we get the safety equipment down the bottom end down there for the junior dragsters. And then we'll be, he'll give him the fire up. The starter will, he's directly in contact with the bottom end down there. So, and then he'll give the instructions to, there we go, come down here. Yes, it's been great racing here for the especially for the junior dragsters. Some of them are probably tucked away in bed by this time, but nonetheless, oh no, kids stay up. my grandkids stay up a lot longer than I do. There we go.
Aerofo Lane, Craig Davies, #1 qualifier.
Oh, he's still in it. Oh, that's good.
Rocket Lane here, we've got Mark Bull in the Spitzer Dragster.
Yep, dialed in with a 780. 780 is quicker than a 826. So CJ Davies, our points leader at this stage, and still racing. Dialed in with an 826. So an 826 is slower than a 780. So the handicap start will go to CJ Davies down here. And I wonder what's going on there. They're motioning over to talking over to Mark Bull there. So I'm not quite sure.
Just want to see the...
Oh, they had a little mopping session. Some of you get those observers at the side there. Sometimes it's the photographers, and they alert the officials that there's some fluid on the track, or if it's parts or something. We've had screwdriver, tablespoons, all sorts of stuff on this left on this racing surface.
When you had to lose your tablespoon?
Yeah. That's what, oh, mate, I use the timber ones.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So,
We're just waiting for the word from the officials.
Yep.
Officials notifying Mr. Davies here to make the pull.
Oh, yes, they're motion. There we go.
So as I said earlier, we've got Mr. Craig Davies here in the airflow lane. He's dialed in 826. Mark's dialed in at 780. So, and so that Craig will head off first, and Mark will chase it up.
I can't see what's on after this. Yeah, Nick's Zip Blot. Probably come charging around in a minute. Oh, look, we've got this shuffling going on here. Oh, CJ Davies there getting it pointed exactly straight. Mark Bull there. So you'll see CJ in the Aeroflow lane get the handicap start. Just waiting now. They're coming into stage.
Both of them slowly rolling into the pre-stage here. Yeah. Mark's locked into pre, waiting on CJ. Both locked into pre-stage. As I said, you'll see the Aeroflow lane take off first and the Rocket lane will be chasing.
Yeah, Mark Bull to do the chasing. He's a pretty accomplished racer as well. Oh!
06 traction time for
CJ,
Craig.
look.
Help him on the long end if he stays ahead, and he does. He takes the win.
Yeah.
8:28 with a 4 at 1:57.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, the reaction time of the 066 definitely helped him take off the line.
Yep. So, who have we got here? We've got Paul Linnett, I think, over there.
Chelsea Smith.
Chelsea Smith on your side, and Paul Linnett on the over here in the Rocket lane. He's dialed in with the 754. Chelsea Smith, the 756.
Very close.
Ding dong. Heads up.
Yep. Just looking at Chelsea's car, she's sponsored by APM, Lucas Oil, Stop Slow Traffic Control, Liquid Clothing.
Gee, that was a good run of CJ Davies. He's still at the top of the tree there.
Definitely locking in.
Yeah, it'll be pretty hard to knock off there.
So we've got the Fritz Dragster versus the 23 T-Bucket.
Yeah, nice little T-Bucket. Yeah, Paul Linnett had a bit of a break from racing, but good to see him back.
Both locked in, both going together.
3-1. Oh, 4-7. He's still in. Paul Linnett still in front. Oh,
it looks like Chelsea's broken out. Paul's taken the win. 7:55 at 174.
Oh, wow. So there's that beautiful green dragster of Brooke Reposatis. Oh, George, yes, he's back around. George Bucharestliou. Bumped into. I first met him at Bakersfield in California. He went over there with the old Ash Marshall dragster, and they did a promotion there. And I think it's now it's owned by someone that lives over there. So yeah, it was good. It was a hot rod reunion meet, which has just been completed over at Bakersfield or Formoso Dragway.
So we've got George here, sponsored by Race Make Direct, Advanced Product Design Carbs, Brian Tooley Racing, BP Racing Fuels, and we've got BP Racing Fuels with Brooke Reposada as well over in the Rocket lane. Brooke styled in an 816, so she'll be taking off first, followed by George chasing it with a 789.
Yep, George will, what's the difference, 816 to 789? Yeah, still a
0.2
little bit, yeah.
0.3.
Half a yellow light.
That's all it takes, isn't it, Les?
Yeah, that's
Be on the ball with the light.
Yeah, one blink of your eyelashes, one blink when you blink, it's 0.4 of a second, and that's the difference between each orange light.
So just lock in the stage, just looking for George to roll into it. They're both locked in now. George's going to try and chase it down.
Pretty good race.
Looks like Brooke's successful.
Oh, look
she
at that. She did too.
821 with an 8, 165. So next up we've got a solo run, Harrison Fletcher, the orange 27 Ford T-Bucket.
Okay. Harrison Fletcher.
Just waiting for the officials to give the go-ahead down the end of the track.
Yeah, these Victorians have got crazy names. How do you pronounce that? Halqua Inlet. But, they've got places like Nanagoon and...
Tough little burnout there from the T-Bucket at Harrison Fletcher.
Yeah, nice, short, sharp.
He's dialed in a 906.
Yeah, it's got the small block Chev up in front of him. just coming into moving ever so slowly. But that's how it should be. I think that there's too much guiding in. Here we go. Look at that,
reaction
triple O.
Well done, mate.
I've got to write
Triple
that
X time.
down.
What time will he bring it home on that reaction time? Brings it in with a 9:08 with a 0, 144. Great time there. I said he had a 9:06 dial in, a 9:08 result. Can't any closer than that.
Yeah, Harrison Fletcher. What was it? What's he got? AMA.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. What's the date today? The 15th, 16th. 16th of the 11th, 24. Okie doke. Here we go.
Next time we've got modified bike.
Modified bike, yep. Modified bike. It's Lucas Nego and Matty Hunt. Matty Hunt is the... should have a Suzuki GSXR 1000.
So 10th seed Lucas. He's in the rocket lane. He'll be taking on Matthew Hunt.
Matty there.
Matthew's currently 12th place. They both take off. 028 reaction time from Matthew in the airflow lane.
Yeah, I think
6-2 to the 8th brings it home. They both broke out, but it looks like Matthew will take the win because he didn't break out as much. So he takes it as a 9:57 with a 2 at 1:43.
Yeah, well,
so they both
Mr.
broke
Hunt,
out. But
yeah, well, Mr. Hunt got there first.
Yeah.
It still broke out, but he broke out by the lesser amount. So big charge at the end, but to no avail.
Next up, airflow lane, Michael Borg, Kawasaki ZX 12R. In the rocket lane, we've got Mark Davies on the Suzuki GSXR. Both have been to stage.
Oh,
Both of them excellent action time. 09 reaction time to 08. 9 action time gives Michael Borg the winner. It's
Michael
9:72 of the 9 at 1:32.
yeah, he had a 089 and his opposition had a 098.
Which is
so
when you think you've got the reaction, your opponent does the same.
that's it.
Last year's solo run here, Jimmy Jock Stewart, Kawasaki ZX 14R. He's dialed in a 1010 from Ellamore, New South Wales. It's fairly sponsored by Edwards Menshed. Reaction time 383. Rolls in to finish with a 1039 at 146. Just quickly as Les jumps off the commentary, I'm joined by John.
We're down to the pointy end now, Adam.
It is, mate.
Everything's down to quarterfinals.
Either keep on going or go
top
home.
Sportsman, yeah.
So we got Joe Gagliari in the airflow lane, the VL Commodore, and Lisa Sargent in the Sargent's Roofing Camaro. So I've got Joe in the airflow lane. He's dialed in an 856. So he'll take off first with Lisa dialing in the 790. So Lisa in the orange car will be doing the chase.
It's only a small block in Lisa's car, 400 cuber.
But this time it is the Dart.
Hey?
You know, not the Dart. No, it is the Dart.
Yeah, not the Dart.
555 Chev in Joe's VL. Supported by Cost Constructions, Motor Oil Store, ASV Constructors, and PQMR Group. And Lisa's supported by Sardis Roofing, Grants Performance, Race Glides Australia, and Wollongong Automotive Services. Joe's in the pre-stage waiting for Lisa. As I said, we'll see Joe take off first in the VL and Lisa chucking him down. 0.27 reaction time for Lisa. That definitely helped with the reaction there.
Yeah,
They also
Joe
take
was
the lead.
567, so
Okay, back around.
I don't know how we won that.
Wow, Joe takes the win there. 8.57 with a 7 at 160.
Yep.
And Lisa did an 8 0.60 with a 6 at 140.
790. Ran well off.
0.14 difference there. Yeah, it looked like, definitely looked like Lisa was bringing that home, and Jerry just gave that little bit of extra and took it around.
Got George Matta in the aeroflow lane. 632 cube LH Tirana. Sponsored by A Civil and Al's Race Slides. Also sponsored by Dual Tech Solutions.
So he's dialed in a 770. .062 reaction time by George. He's definitely trying to go for the time. Brings home 796 with a 2. 173. Consistency. So it looks like we've got what's an Ultrana in there? The orange one. Looks like maybe a license run.
No information on the screen about this car. Tirana with gas, that's all I know.
Yep.
There it is.
He heard you say gas. Give it a quick little skirt, prime it up.
Half a bottle gone there.
Yep. Might run over nice at this rate.
Yeah.
As he rolls into the pre-stage here, and then into stage, you hear him stall it up. Fortunately, you got a 2.9 second reaction time.
3 second reaction time. Doesn't matter when you're
Might
on
have jumped
solo.
the beam a little bit there, but he rolls through for an 8.29 with a 7 at 157.
Yep. Now we're in the boosted Outlaws.
Got the red EL Falcon in the aeroflow lane.
And Dave McGaw in the Pontiac Firebird funny car with a 511 cube Hemi.
So, airflow lane. Got Ray Fairfall in the airflow lanes, qualified 5th with a 7.15. In the rocket lane, you've got Dave McGaw, he's qualified 4th with a 6.82. Ray's dialed in a 7.10 in the EL Falcon Rock airflow lane. And David in the Pontiac, he's dialed in a 6.80. Ray's currently sponsored by Coating King and Brad's Race Engines. Dave McGaw's Quick Cut Concrete Cutting. Quick little wheelie bar adjustment on the EL Falcon. Try and set the height they want it to for when it takes off. Trying to ensure that the car stays on 4 wheels. It's a bit hard to steer when the front wheels are up in the air. Dave's in stage. Wait for Ray to pull in. There it is.
Ray goes up in
Bit of
smoke.
wheel spin from Ray. After giving it the border to run.
Dave runs it through for an 8-0 to take the win. This must be third round of Supercharged Outlaws, Boosted Outlaws, excuse me.
Third, yep.
Well, we'd only have the final to go with them then.
Yeah, but pretty thin now. Brittany Olive comes out in the Aeroflow lane. Currently ranked number 1. She's had a solid couple of runs, couple of 5s currently tonight.
And the 575 on the window was the dial-in.
She did a 590 before and smashed that one, so we're going to go a bit higher again. Try and do a 575. Kerr's dialed in with a 660. So fire them up, get ready for the burnouts. Brittany's covered by A Civil Motorsport and MJ Mole Mechanics. Curtis Reed in the Rocket Lanes, sponsored by AFT Plumbing Services. There's the Olive family. Get Brittany's car ready for her burnout. Nice little burnout there from Brittany. Getting rolled back here by her sister Mia. Shane guiding her from the back. If they get a 575, I don't think we're gonna hear screaming.
They will go off their heads.
Curtis Reed's just waiting here, ready to go on the stage. He's dialed in. I said dialed in a 660.
Really a second weight for Brittany.
Both lined up in the pre-stage. They're both locked in and ready. Brittany takes the win by default. She rolls out of it as she's taken the win.
Brittany shook and she buttoned it off.
She rolls in through.
Takes the win, and I'm pretty sure that's tied the Boosted Outlaws Championship up for her.
Yeah, she had a healthy lead prior to coming in. So it looks like we've got the Super down here of Po Tung in the Rocket Lane. And Zach Palm in the Aeroflow lane. Just do a quick mop up in the Aeroflow lane at the stage.
So we have Po Tung against Zach Palm. Super versus rear engine dragster, something you don't see every day.
So we've got Zach here, qualified 12th He's dialed in with a 7:38. Pro Tunks qualified 11. Dialed in with a 7.
Oh, I think Zach's just quit then. No, still running.
Both of them in pre-stage. Zach's in stage, waiting for Poe as he stalls it up. And Zach rolls through to take the win. Oh, he's broken out.
Broke out. Oh,
So
God.
Poe just needs to roll over here, and he has.
Rolls
takes
through,
the win here
takes
for
the
a
win.
12:52.
Exactly.
151. That's the name of the game sometimes.
Yeah, got a race finish line too. Poe's having trouble getting down a track with these radials.
It seems to be like when he's going up on the two-step, it either goes laggy on the let-go or just doesn't want a two-step at all. So, unfortunately, hasn't been his friend lately. But as I said, luckily he took the win and can try and sort something out. So Airflow Lane got Grant Watt and the Holden Tirana, big block 460. Gareth Rogers in his altered Bantam, Hemi 521.
670 dial for Gareth and 773 for Grant.
Grant's currently in the 7th position. Gareth's in 10th. That Tirana sounds tough, doesn't it? With the
Got the big hunt going.
blower at the front. Intake hat at the front, sorry.
Nice straight burnout for Gareth.
Definitely solid burnouts. Little flame coming out of the bottom of the Tirana. Hopefully nothing serious. Excess. Grant's currently sponsored by Burson Auto Parts and Grant's Performance. Gareth Rogers in the Bantam, sponsored by Aeroflow.
Something going on with Grant's car. The crew guy's opened the door and has got his head stuck in there. Something's going on.
Officials have given the word. Give it a cut, so it looks like it might be a solo pass.
Oh, they're going to let Gareth run.
Yeah, solo run here by Gareth. Pedals it down the track.
A little bit loose doing
the
altered
eighth.
stuff. Still runs a 693 at 203. Pushing Grant's car back.
Try and retrieve the Tirana. Do a bit of clean up there. It looks like there's a bit of debris on the just after the 60-foot line. Rollback Grant's Tirana. And up next looks like another slow run in the aeroflow lane as the crew get ready. Toby Austin's and his Tobster Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Give him the signal to start her up. Squirting the ejector hat.
Reds are off. Let's go.
Yeah, give it a hit on the starter motor as he gives it a squirt. There it goes. Hinge the body back down, secure the front. Thumbs up from the crew. Rolling into the burnout. Couldn't ask for it to be any straighter.
Done a very good job of driving this car, Toby. Step straight out of junior dragsters into this. That's a little bit of a step.
A little bit of a difference. Crew rolls him back. He's got dialed into 665. Crew line him up here for the pre-stage. Just at the wheelie bar on the back here. So he lines it up in the pre-stage. Number 2 qualifier. Oh.
102, 60 foot.
The reaction time nearly got him there.
6590. Yeah, I like that car. It's got a dump clutch.
Okay.
Yep. Get here, rev up on the start line.
Let go of your foot and hold on.
That's it. It's not like a crowd glide or an automatic.
So it looks like we've got a single license run again here.
And look, there's Warwick Dyson down there on the start line as well. Warwick Dyson. What's he doing down there? Oh, he's with Naomi Dyson. What's next, Adam?
Looks like a license run here for 7032.
Oh, that'll be Mr. Sargent in that nice-looking Camaro.
Comes leaving the staging box, rolling into the burnout. Crew's getting the vehicle ready here. Rolling them up into pre-stage.
Pulls up. Leaves with a 105. Goes 450 to half track. Rolls her on through for a 763. And that brings us to Extreme Bike. Jack Roberts in the Aeroflow lane and Alex Borg in a Rocket lane. They just pushed Jack's bike away.
Looks like Alex Borg's going to do a solo run.
Another one of these 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour bikes. Suzuki Hayabusa.
Oh, 6.4 reaction time on the tree. Powering through. Going to take it over there. 6.93 at 2.13. Number 2 qualifier, that was Alex. Got number 1 qualifier here, Darren Foley in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Joe Corey in the number 8 qualifier in the Rocket lane.
Joe on the Destroyer. And Darren on the Hayabusa. Joe sponsored by Twin Tune Performance. And Darren by Rams Head Service.
High for reaction time for Joe.
6.95 at 1.93.
Dan has a party. A little burnout in the Aeroflow lane. Has a party earth moving on a Suzuki Hayabusa. Currently number 9 qualifier. And that lovely brown Hayabusa here on the Rocket lane. Both of them pre-stage. Reaction times there, 140 to a 181. 5.5 to 5.3 in the 8th, and they finish it off with the Rocket lane taking the win at an 8.09 with a 7 at 171. Tree Buggy, Aeroflow lane, currently 11th qualifier. She's taking on Brent Gilliver, number 5 qualifier. Both of them are Suzuki's. Cherie's on the Hayabusa, Brant's on the GSXR.
And Cherie sponsored by Lucky Stickers and Decals. And brand by American Performance Engineering, Team Ape.
What's that? You missed that one there.
Oh, sorry,
John?
extra soy
Extra
candles.
soy candles.
Extra soy candles. Is that extra soy or extra soy? Extra soy. Interesting.
Either way, we'll take some samples.
Yeah.
Both staged up, ready to go. 0-2-2 reaction time by Brant. He's off. Shree's on the hunt. Will she come back around? No, it looks like Grant will take the win there. Takes the win by 0.91, 864 with a 5 at 150. They got a solo run here by Ryan. Ryan Franks, currently number 4 qualifier. He's currently leading the championship on 560 points. Suzuki Hayabusa, sponsored by GSF Engineering and Azapati Racing.
Ryan's dad was a very good bike rider back in the day, Castlereagh days and Eastern Creek days, Gary Franks.
Ryan takes this, it might sell the...
I think, yeah, he'll tie up the championship.
Dan was second, she took a loss.
Yep.
So...
Yeah, this may well get him the track championship for 2024.
He's off. 146 reaction. 4-8 to the 8th and brings it back into a 733 at 197 at the quarter. Another solo run here on another high booster here for Brendan at Mig Line Co. From Oran Park, sponsored by Rams Head Services, Full Send Racing. And he's currently number 3 in this weekend's standings. And he's 3rd in the standings overall, so... Crosses the line.
The limiter pops on the shift. That brings us to the end of Extreme Bike, I think. So maybe Junior Dragster coming up next, which I think we're down to semi-finals with Junior Dragster.
Yep, going into the semis here for Junior Dragster. Just bring up our spec sheet.
Track reconfigure. Get ready for the Junior.
So officials and staff will put the 8th mile flags up so the racers know when to let off, and they'll put the safety barriers down at the end of the quarter for when they would do the return road. Put all safety protocols in place here to look after the junior racers here. See what I'm liking this underglow on the Child's Play in the rocket lane here.
It looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Tommy loves the gadgets. He's a perennial tinkerer. And got a super fast turbocharged Tirana as well. Is running the 6s at 200.
Just doing a procedure at the quarter mile exit gate. Officials give the all clear.
We've got Alex Rafalo in the Aeroflow lane and Chloe Rako in the rocket lane. Alex with a 792 dial in and Chloe with a 772 dial in.
So weave around the burnout box, don't want to get the back tyres wet this.
It's got fancy tail lights too, the Child's Play.
Looks mean, doesn't it? Number 1 qualifier, 771. Currently 6th overall. We've got Alex in the airflow lane. He's currently 8th overall. He's qualified 13th this week, 793. Alex supported by Sydney Waterscapes, and Chloe supported by Autobahn Albion Park and Mum and Dad. Looks like there's some proud parents down there at the line.
It's Chloe's dad and a brother there with her.
Yep.
And Alex with his dad on the start line.
Some final checks in the rocket lane. As they both roll into pre-stage. Both ready to go. Oh, 009 reaction time by Chloe.
65 for Alex with it all to do.
She's still paralleling on. She's going to get this.
Takes the win.
774 at 83. Zane Condello in the airflow lane, currently 4th in standings.
Georgia lifting in the rocket lane.
So we've got Zane dialed in an 810, Georgia in a 919. So we'll see Georgia take off first, and about a second later we'll see the airflow lane for the chase. These junior dragsters, they've got some great paint jobs on them. They look amazing.
Check the tail light out on Zane's car.
But they just remind me of like Top Fueler, like the whole...
yeah, it's trick as.
Yeah.
Oh, they're proper race cars.
Yeah, 100%.
I think they started with lawnmower engines like back in Steve Bush's days.
Were they black and white or they colour?
Oh, Bushy, was it black and white back in those days? Yeah. Give it back.
Just waiting here for Zane to get into...
George has knocked the top light out. On for the deep stage. Goes 087 on the tree.
020 reaction for Zane as well, so still neck and neck.
Zane gives it a quick pedal. Takes the win.
823 at 80, 823 at 73 for Zane. 937 at 69 for Georgia.
So it will be Zane and Chloe in the final of Junior Dragster at round 8.
Junior bikes up next.
Yeah, nice. To remind Rusty of that when he commentates.
Lincoln Delios versus Anastasia Locky. You got 3 versus 4 here. 3rd place versus 4th place. So we're going to have Anastasia dialing on the 918. So she'll be chasing Lincoln with the 12-1. Lincoln's currently, as I said, he's in 4th place with his 11.99. Anastasia's currently in 3rd place with a 9.76. Both staged up, ready to go. 0.43 reaction for Lincoln. 2.61 reaction time for Anastasia. She goes in for the chase. And Lincoln takes the win there. 12.4 at 52. Anastasia finishes at 9.72 at 73. So we got Lincoln moving on. And then coming up now, we'll go Adam Jordan and Joshua Birdshaw, 1 and 2. So the winner of this will be versing Lincoln. As he's Joshua's unfortunately red lit, so it's going to be Adam Jordan taking the win. So it'll be Lincoln and Adam in the final. Adam take the win there, 9.18 at 74. And I said he'll be taking on Lincoln Delios in the final, coming up soon. Very tight competition, this junior competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. All good races.
Don't forget, guys, if you haven't got your merch ready, go have a look at the PDRC merch upstairs, just up near the stairs there. Also remember to follow the PDRC on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
As we set the track back to quarter mile. Next up we have Super Straight quarterfinals. David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina, the 347 Windsor, and Corey Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore with the LS1.
Pretty similar dial-in times too, John.
Sorry?
Pretty similar dial-in times as well.
Yeah, very similar, 1058 to a 1064. Only 600 see.
This will be a case of the best reaction time here, I think.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Both of them getting ready in the pre-stage. Corey's ready in the pre, waiting for David here to get himself situated. He's in pre, both of them post-stage. Here we go. 0-2 on reaction time by Corey. Is it enough for the 0-60 reaction time from David to take the win?
Very close.
Both 6-7 in the 8th. They both come on through.
Oh,
It's Corey's broken out, so it gives David the win, a 10-6-0 at 127.
638 on a, yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Too close.
2000s.
They've got Chris Buttazamet in the VT Commodore in the Aeroflow lanes, dialed in 1192, with Rodney Balgowan in the VE Commodores, dialed in at 1225. It's only about 3/10.
Rodney sponsored by Lake Macquarie Tavern. I'd love to have a pub as a sponsor. 060 light for Chris at 277 for Rodney. He's got it all to do.
Going to be a tough battle for Rodney to try and get. Looks like Chris is going to end up finishing it, and he does. He takes the win at a 12.17 with a 2 at 100.
Yeah, got on the brakes.
And up next, the yellow XY Falcon of Richard Macevic, sorry. He's dialed in at 10.57 with Dave Morton in the HSV Club Sport. He's dialed in at 10.68.
Dave sponsored by DJM Fiberglass and Richard by Modern Style Kitchens. It's a cool looking Falcon ute, Dad. I like it.
Yeah, the can't go wrong with an XY Falcon.
Yeah. Close into dials here too.
Let's say this is definitely a case of 094 reaction time by Richard's definitely going to help him.
146 for David.
Looks like David might be going a bit too quick here.
Yep.
Richard takes the win, 10.63, 123. Brian Ada Singh up next solo run, dialed in at 12.28. Def Technics sponsored and also Area 51 Custom Performance. Powered by a 5.7 LS. 162 reaction time. 506 to the 330. 786 to the 8th. And brings it on home, rolls on through for a 12.27.
Now, well, puts him into the semis regardless.
Yeah. I mean, you may as well give it a hit.
Yeah, why not? Sponsored by Area 51 Custom Performance.
Yep.
All right, now we're into Super Sedan. Adam Hunter from Narellan Vale in the Falcon. Dale Harder-Law from Silverdale in the 85 Mustang, both Ford powered.
Got Adam here dialed in at a 9.53 in the airflow lane. Dale's dialed in the rocket lane with an 8.62. So you'll see Adam take off first, about a second, just shy of a second. Dale will be following. .440 cube versus the 408 cube. They're like, you go first. No, you go first.
Yeah.
Here we go, both staged in.
29 light for Adam and a 36 for Dale.
Great reaction times 029.036. Nothing in it. Just the chase.
Oh.
Dale does take it. He takes the win 8.660, 156. Emma Attard coming in there, the white LC Tirana.
2 white Holdens.
2 old school, great old school.
Yeah.
Brenda Costello, the old EK in the rocket lane, dialed in at 970. Emma's dialed in at 880. So we'll see Brendan take off and Emma in the chase about 1 second later. Tirana will be chasing the EK as Emma's in pre-stage. And she's also in stage. She's trying to give Brendan the warning here. Hurry up, I'll go without you. Both staged in. 0.60 reaction for Brendan. Definitely going to help him try and stay ahead. Stretches it out.
Close.
And he takes the
Brendan
win.
takes the win, and the crew goes off.
975 at 137.
They are very pleased with that.
Sean Mayer.
Good to see.
Dialed in the HP Tirani. He's dialed in at 932. Sean Sabello. He's in the VS Commodore, the LS2. Dialed in at 10.3.
2 Sean's, but 2 different spellings.
Yeah. Yeah. Sean Mayer is sponsored by St Mary's Race Engines. Sean Sabello is sponsored by Sabello Homes. So Sean will be taking off first, and about a second later, Sean will be taking off in the aeroflow. The rocket lane will be taking off. If I said Sean and Sean, no one's going to know any difference. Rocket lane will be taking off first, and about a second later, the aeroflow will be chasing. Sean's in pre-stage. The rocket lane's in pre-stage. He's staged up, ready to go on the rocket lane. Both Sean's are ready to go. 0.09 reaction time by Sean. 0.33 by
009 for Sean Sabello.
Yeah.
And 0.33 for Sean Ma.
And
Sean
Sabello
takes the
broke
win.
up.
Went under.
So Mayer's going to take the win here, 9.36 at 143.
And that will get us down to semi-finals in Super Sedan.
Junior drag bike up next. Adam Jordan versus Joshua Burtonshaw. This is the final. Adam Jordan does his burn in the airflow lane. He's dialed in a 910. And we've got Joshua in the rocket lane. DJ Haulage, Devil's Designs, to Kawasaki Ninja is dialed in a 945.
Yeah, they're definitely having a burnout comp.
First place versus second place here. Who will take the win in the final?
Nice killing tyres, Josh Burtonshaw.
Joshua looks like he may have a slight lead here.
Double breakout.
And Joshua takes out the win with a smaller breakout, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
So that's Joshua Burtonshaw takes out the junior drag bike. Junior Dragster finals coming up now. Red Underglow versus Red Underglow. Zane Candello in the Aeroflow lane takes on Chloe Reiko in the Rocket lane. Zoe's dialed in a 774. Zane's dialed in an 810. As they fire them up. Both of them drive around the burner box. You push back as close as they can without hitting it so they can get as much run up as they can. Chloe's currently leading, so first place versus fourth. They've both put themselves in this final. Hello Trellex over there in New Zealand on the YouTube channel. Jem, are you also on YouTube? Is anyone here monitoring? Well, I am monitoring. It's hello to you, Jem. How are you?
Zane's car's got headlights too. Just noticed on that front-on shot. So was Chloe's. Maybe it was Chloe's I was looking at.
Felix on the YouTube asked how the RX-9 and the Sadec went. I think they both were unable to finish their runs.
Chloe's dialed a 774 and Zane has dialed a 810.
So we'll see Zane leave just a little bit before Chloe. Chloe will be chasing down Zane. See who takes out the final.
Tommy doing a final idle adjustment. All up to the drivers now.
Zane Cadello, Fine Line Motorsports, Postoletti Auto Body, Clerico, Albion Park Autobahn. They're both staged in.
Yeah. Chloe goes red.
So close reaction to 069 reaction to 057. And Zane rolls into an 812 at 81 mile. Well done to all our junior contestants. Getting to stay up past 10 o'clock.
I like how in juniors everybody goes and hugs everyone else on the opposition team. Good sportsmanship.
100%. Yeah, Junior Dragsters is a great community. They all help each other out. Someone needs a certain part, everyone will offer out their assistance.
Absolutely.
And we'll just have the officials here just change the track back over from 8th mile back to quarter mile, bring the flags down and fix the quarter mile gate as we have some cars assembling in the staging lanes.
Can see Supergas coming out in the lanes, which would be semi-finals for Supergas. And quarterfinals for Street Fighter. Hey? So next we have street bike. Ronnie Gilb in the aeroflow lane. Greg Hararden in the rocket lane. Ronnie's dialed at 10:35 and Greg at 10.05.
So this will be another case, John, where it's the best reaction time will probably get the win here. Minion Racing. I like that one.
Yeah. I'm guessing this is semi-finals.
So we've got number 2 qualifier in the rocket lane versus number 4 in the aeroflow lane.
Ronnie takes the win, rolls off for gas.
Up next, we've got Andrew Phillips Hunt, Suzuki Hayabusa.
This must be quarterfinals.
Yeah, Mick Withers with the Road King. Number 5 versus number 8.
Looks like Mick's lost weight.
Where'd he lose it?
I don't know, he lost it somewhere. And he's gone red. 004 red. You hating that? And we have Jesse Barnes on the Suzuki GSX 1300. Jesse was the number 1 qualifier with a 10.007. And he gets the gift run solo. Sponsored by ProTune Motorcycles. And also D-Wood Interiors. It's away with a 268 light. And runs at 10.204 on a 10-1 dial.
So we've got Street Fighter next.
Which is quarterfinals as well.
Wayne Smith, HSV Club Sport in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 1330.
And Glenn Featherston in the Rocket Lane with a 15.40 dial.
Couple of seconds difference there.
Yep. Wayne sponsors my wife. I don't know what my wife keeps doing, sponsoring everyone. And
Minister of Finance and War is that?
Fenwick's Marina in the Rocket Lane.
So we're going to see Glenn take off in the rock. Oh, he's broken out.
Red light.
So hands the win over to Wayne Smith.
With a good A32 light.
Next, a couple of Falcons coming through. The BA versus the FG. Nikas Varellis in his white FG XR6.
And Jack Meta-Civic in the Rocket Lane.
Both dialed in 14s. Nicholas with a 1485, Jack with a 1431. So it'll be similar takeoffs this time. Nicholas off the line. Good reaction time. Both good reaction times. No 25 to no 96.
025 from Jack's going to be hard to catch, but may run off. No, it takes a win. Good work.
Yeah, Jack taking the win there. 1440 S7.
And we have Sean McGregor getting the gift solo in the Airflow lane. Shane sponsored by BNS Waterproofing and is from St Helens Park. Dial 1350. On 30 light. Let's see what it does at the other end.
3-5 Windsor powering over to the quarter mile here. Goes on through.
13.52, you'd be happy with that. Put Shane into the semis. Now we've got semi-finals of Supergas. Luke Romeo versus Anthony in the Calibra in the Airflow lane. He's from Blacklands Ridge, and Luke is from Warumbi.
So we've got Luke here in the Rocket Lane. He's currently third place. Anthony in the Airflow lane. He's currently fifth place. Both dialed in with a 990.
Should be a good race.
Yeah, Holden should definitely win this one.
Holden will win. Holden with a Chevy in it. Tony taking his time staging. He never wants to stage first. He'll just sit there and you'll have to stage first.
Double A reaction time on the
2 for Luke.
See if it helps him out on the back end. Looks like Luke's going to come through.
Tony goes under.
So it gives Luke Romero the win there.
Straight in the final. It'll be a Luke Kansas final because Joe's got the solo now. Know what happened there?
Joe Kettis ready.
Messed the burnout up a little bit
From
there.
Mount Adam. Got that Firebird. Currently fourth place, 990 bowl in. Crowley sponsored by anyone who would like to sponsor him.
Not sure what's going on with Joe's car. They're looking around it. Luckily, he's on a solo.
Joe's just getting himself composed as he gets up to the stage here. Puts himself in the pre-stage now on the road. Taking off.
49 lights. Yep, he's buttoned off a little bit
6-9
there.
in the 8th. Rolls on through for a 10.78.
Yeah. Yeah, seems to be some sort of problem with that car, but he's in the final, so.
Hopefully they can work it out.
Yep.
Hate to come this far and
Yeah. Well, he's won the track championship, so he's got that tied up.
fair.
Be nice to cap it with a win in the final, eh?
Yeah. Couple of bikes up next. Kawasaki in the rocket lane. Just waiting for the go-ahead from the officials here. Here we go, airflow lane, Michael Borg, Kawasaki ZX 12R, and the Jimmy Jock Stewart and the ZX 14R in the rocket lane.
Brings us in a modified bike.
Both given the go-ahead to proceed with the burnout. Michael in the airflow lane's dialed in with a 969. Jimmy is in the rocket lane. He's dialed in with a 1010. Both of them into stage now. To win the Michael Borg in the airflow lane. Who powers on through and crosses over. He broke out, but unfortunately Jimmy already had the red, so 965 with a 1.
First or worst.
And we've got Michael Hunt here on a solo run in the Suzuki GSR 1000. Dialed himself in at a 958.
This is mod bike semi-finals. Michael Borg's already in the final, and Matthew's just got to take the solo into the final.
058 reaction time. 6.2 in the 8th, rolling through into the quarter. 964 with a 144. We go back into some vehicles here. Just waiting for our information to come through. Up next, looks like we've got a solo run. The one signal given through.
This is the modified semi-final.
Looks like it's going back to, yep, they're going back to a run again, sorry. Harrison Fletcher in the orange 27 T bucket. Paulinette, 23 T bucket.
Harrison up from Victoria.
Harrison's dialed in at 906. There we go. Harrison Fletcher's dialed in at 906. Paulinette's dialed in a 755 on the rocket lane. So Harrison's going to take off in about second half later. You're going to see Paul going for the chase. Both of them now finished rolling back, getting ready to stage. Harrison's dialed in with the 906, Paul's in with the 755. Both of them staged. Oh, what a reaction time from Harrison. Definitely going to help him with the deep end. See if Paul can chase it. Harrison's still going in. Nice. He takes the win. 911 with a no at 143. See what the 008 reaction time from the rocket lane also was.
Gets him into the final.
Yep.
Good job.
Brooke Rapasada up next. Pepe Fuels FE Dragster.
Against CJ Davies, both in front engine dragsters. And Craig will tied up the Tech Championship in modified this year.
Both dialed in the 820s. So this was a bit of a little bragging right situation, I guess. CJ's taking the points.
Oh, he'll still want to win the race.
100%.
Craig sponsored by Shane's Race Engines and Brooke by VT Fuels. There'll be one fed in the final.
I was about to say that. The big block versus small block here.
Much difference in the dials.
No. The 820 to 826.
Should be a good race.
They're both staging in. Eyes on the tree. Oh, I want 6 reaction time for Brooke. Go for 2 reaction time for CJ. They've both got nothing in it. Drag race to the end.
Brooke takes the win.
Brooke takes the win. 823 at 164 to an 829 at 158. Well done to Brooke.
Good run. So that puts Brooke in the final. Everyone giving out the love there in the crew.
Yep. Super Street going through now. Chris Buddha-Zammit, VT Commodore versus Brian Addis Singh in the rocket lane.
Everyone's getting hot lapped. Get the show done.
You have a case of deja vu.
Yeah.
Commodore versus Commodore here. Got Chris Zammit in the airflow lane. He's dialed in 1192. Brian Atta has dialed in a 1226 in the rocket lane. Chris in the airflow lane, sponsored by Freno Brothers Transport and Zammit and Ball Racing. Oh, unfortunately, Chris is broken. So broken out there. So Brian Atta will take the win. Ryan crosses the line, comes through with a 12.26 at 112. Chris just point negative 018 on the reaction time there, just a little smidge too soon. And seeing an 035 reaction time. Up next, you've got Richard Matasevic, Yellow XY Falcon.
Matasevic.
Oh, it's brothers?
Would you guess they're brothers? I don't know. Yeah, both from Bringelly. You would assume they're brothers. Both in Fords. Yeah, Richard and David without looking, yes. Both dialed 1059. This will be a bit of a grudge race.
So Matasevic will probably take the win here.
Yeah, maybe.
In the Ford.
Ka-ching.
Both dialed in 10.59, so this is definitely no reactions here. This is definitely grudge match. Here we go. Who will take it?
89 David and a 101 for his brother.
Both 4.3s in the 340, both 6.7s in the 8th. Both 8.8s, and there we go, 10.6. Both of them do a 10.6, but David takes it with a 10.61 to a 10.63.
The margin of victory was 300s, 325.
Excellent work there.
So Matasevic in the final. And we're back in a Street Fighter.
We've got Jack Matasevic up next.
From Bringelly as well. In a Ford.
Shane from St Helens Park, not far away from Bringelly.
I don't know if it's a misprint. I thought it was Sean McGregor.
BNS Waterproofing XW Falcon, Jack Matasevic in the Modern Style Kitchens Ford Falcon. So we've got Shane in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in a 13.50. So he'll be chasing Jack as Jack has a 14.31. So just shy of a second difference here.
For a berth into the final.
Might know with a Matasevic 1, 2, 3 at this rate.
Yeah. Shane's into the final.
Yep, Jack's got the
Running
3 there,
away with
negative
a red line.
018. So Shane just has to finish here to take the win. He does finish and takes the win, 13.72 at 100. Jack finished it with a 14.37 at 98. Solo run here for Wayne Smith.
And he will meet Wayne Smith in the final. $13.3 on the window for Wayne, so be a good final against Shane. Runs it through for a 13.54.
It's got some bikes coming through now for their finals.
No, there'll be another session for them.
A couple of people saying hello on the YouTube page. Shane Walker, Megan Do. Haven't missed the Pro Stock motorbike. The final's coming up soon, I believe. Cassandra congratulating Matt and Angie. Couple of bikes here, just waiting for the entrant numbers to be put through. There we go, Angela Phillips In the Airflow lane versus Jesse Barnes in the Rocket lane.
Is this a street bike final? Or a semi?
It'd be a semi because there's two more here. So Edge has dialed in a 10.80 on a Suzuki Hayabusa. Jesse Barnes, she's dialed in a 10.10.
Jesse's a boy.
What did I say?
You said girl.
Oh, I thought I said he.
I don't know. It's getting late in the night. Might be my hearing impairment.
Angela's on the Suzuki Hayabusa. That's so Jesse Barnes on the GSR 1300. Jesse's sponsored by David Interiors. Angela's sponsored by the family. 0.4 on reaction time of Angela, 0.2 on reaction time from Jesse Barnes. 6.6 for Jesse in the 8th, brings it back into the quarter for a win at 10.17 at 133.
And that puts Jessie into the final. And she'll be against Ronnie Gilb. Ronnie is on the solo.
He's riding his Kawasaki ZR 1100, and he's got a 10.35 that he's trying to get to.
Ronnie's from Wandandian.
Where's Wandandian?
Down the south coast as far
There we
as I
go.
know. Yeah, I think
The Nara? There we go.
it's in New South Wales.
Thanks, John. Bring it through at 6.66 on the 8th, and parry through to the quarter at 10.39 at 131.
On a 10.35 dial, you'd be happy with that.
Yep.
Okay, looks like we're coming up to the Super Sedan semi-final now. Hot lap time. Thanks, mate.
Shout out to Overtaking Lane on YouTube. Actually sit next to me in the chat. FB Adventures. So hello to you. Still nearly over 500 people watching on the YouTube channel. We thank you for your watching. Make sure you guys have subscribed.
So we have Sean Maher in the Airflow lane and Dale Hardlaw in the Rocket lane.
All burnt out by Dale.
Ford versus Holden action. Sean has a 9.35 on his window and Dale has a 8.65 on his.
So we'll see Sean leave first and Dale chasing down about half a second later. So both go into pre-stage. Sean with the St. Mary's race engines. Nothing after the reaction times. It's still going to come down to the quarter. Looks like Dale's powering through and he's broken out. So he's given the win to Sean on 9.36 at 143. Dale finished off with an 8.61 at 157. So just a tiny short of his 8.65 dial. Sometimes that's the tough part of it.
Yeah. If you win the tree, you're going to push them to a break.
If you're neck and neck with them,
hopefully.
you got to keep going. A couple of cars now coming through the tunnel.
This will be the next pairing in this semi-final. So Brendan Costello in the rocket lane. And he's going to get the solo into the final.
The old 61 EK Holden. Got a 9.7 chosen dial.
I don't think Brendan's ever been in the final.
Looks like family and crew behind, showing the support.
Looks like the whole Aeroflow race shop's there.
Comes through 6.18 and the 8th goes through into the quarter. He eases off and rolls into a 9.93 at 111.
Very nice. That will be a good final.
Good result there for Mr. Costello. As we move over quickly into the bikes again. It'll be Matthew Hunt in the GSR 1000, Michael Borg on the Kawasaki Z12R. Both of them are still in medallions. We've got Matthew Hunt, he's got the 9.58. Michael's doing the 9.65. So not a lot in it from the reaction time. It's going to be a case of the reaction time taking the win. If they can both power through. Yep. Going, so winner of this will take the final. So winner of this will take out modified bike for today.
Someone will get all the chocolates.
I think that reaction time from Michael Borg in Rocket Lane.
104
He's just got the edge here in the 8th. See if he keeps the edge here.
Oh.
He does. He takes the edge and he takes the win there. 9.67 at 132 from Michael Borg, taking the win.
Yeah, Matthew runs a 9.58 with a 1 on a 9.58 dial in, but his reaction time let him down. So now we have our top sportsman final.
Wait for the numbers, the entrant numbers to come through here. Get a Larry in the Rocket Lane. Top sportsman final.
And George Matta in the Aeroflow lane.
George Matta's dialed in his LX trying with a 794. Joe Gadolari's dialed in with an 856. Gadolari's in his VL Commodore with the 555 Chev. George in his LH with the big block 632. George Matta, sponsored by A Civil, Al's Race Glides, Dual Tech Solutions. Gadolari and the Rocket Lane, sponsored by Cost Constructions, Model Store ASV Contractors, and P. Kumar Group.
And George is out there with plenty of cheer squad.
$7.94 for an 856. We'll see the Rocket Lane lead first. That might help him out with a win here if George doesn't chase it down. Will he get to him? Oh. He doesn't get to him, unfortunately. Very close there. 859 with a 6 at 158. George came in second there with an 801 at 173.
Congratulations to Joe Gadolari on the win.
Good tough run there from George and Joe. Couple of bikes coming through now for their final, I believe. Darren Foley on the Suzuki Hayabusa versus Alex Borg on his Hayabusa. No bumps for these. Both of them in the extreme bike division. Darren's currently first in the standings at the moment with his 674 that previously. Alex is his 680. Both of them given the signal to proceed with their burnout. Darren Foley's sponsored by Rams Head Service and CHE Precision. Alex and the Rocket Lane sponsored by Azapati Rams Head and Bell Renovations. It's an extreme bike final. Darren Foley, Alex Borg.
Both 6-second bikes.
Both locked in. Here we go. 055 round 036 for Darren. Darren looks like he's stretching it out here. And he does. He takes the win.
672.
672 at 219. Alex finishes with a 706 at 201. Congratulations, Darren. So moving on here, we've got the solo here for Ronnie Gill, Kawasaki ZZR 1100, Jesse Barnes,
Street bike final.
1300. Very similar dial-ins as well, 1035 to a 1010. So it's just going to be a case of keeping an eye on the tree and your reaction time, and we can keep it out for the win.
Jesse, another one out of the junior dragster system.
Okay.
Not that long ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Yep. On the Pro Tune motorcycle, David Interiors Suzuki. RPM Moto for Ronnie. Both going to pre-stage. Both locked in.
light for Ronnie.
Looks like Jesse might get this.
And Jesse does, rolls out of it for a 10-4.
So Jesse takes it there, 10.40 at 123. Ronnie a little bit too quick there with his 10.32 at 130.
Congratulations, Jesse Barnes, on the win.
As the photographers go wild.
Yeah.
Round of applause for our competitors as they come back down the return road. Jesse Barnes, Ronnie Gill coming back. I'm going to switch over, guys, to a quick break where we get ready for our finals. Shout out to everyone watching on the PDRC YouTube channel. If you're down there, give it a subscribe. Let us know you're there. Don't forget to follow the PDRC Pro on the Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Hopefully you've got some merch from today. The hoodie, T-shirt, hat. Special thanks to Cackling Pipes Photography for your photography day. It was much appreciated. Bike comes back on the return road. We have a look at the big screen here. Special thanks here to Enviro Waste Services, your liquid waste specialists. Thanks to NDRC, the National Drag Racing Championship, for allowing these competitions to take place under their system and their points. Thanks to Overtaken Lane on the YouTube channel for their media service today. Make sure you give them a follow on YouTube, Overtaking Lane. Rusty Media Solutions. Rusty have helped put all this together for the production for the live stream and for the event itself. So special thanks to Rusty. Shout out to Sydney Dragway for hosting our event today. We appreciate it. So Sydney Dragway does all the major drag racing events in Sydney. Upcoming events for Sydney Dragway on Friday the 6th of December. We've got the bike night. So if you have a bike, come down with a group of mates, do some racing against each other. 24th of November, we've got the Race for Real Sunday session. It's featuring the Musashi car show. So if you've got a show car you wish to display, make sure you get in early and give it all your details. Coming up the 27th of November, we've got the V8s versus Inline 6 theme night. So if you've got a V8, you've got an Inline 6, bring it down, give it a run. And we've got on the 20th of December, thank God it's Friday, the Camilleri edition, 20th of December 2024. And with that, we'll cross back down. We've got some final action happening. As we've got Super Street final. Just waiting for the information to come through. Got the VY Commodore versus the Falcon. Was it Cortina? Yeah. Brian has Singh, Maz Civic in the Rocket Lane. Shout out to Paulie on YouTube. Paulie, it's not over yet, mate. Don't leave us. Hello to Sally. As unfortunately, Singh has taken the red, hands over the ring to the Rocket Lane.
And Mr. Makdessi wins. Congratulations.
Sally says she's a massive fan of the Overtaken Lane YouTube channel. Make sure you give it a follow.
Next we have our Street Fighter final. Wayne Smith in the red Commodore and Shane McGregor in the red Falcon. Wayne dials a 13.35 and Shane a 13.50.
Very close dial-ins. BNS Waterproofing XW Falcon for Shane. Wayne Smith sponsored by his wife, or my wife.
Both guys have been pretty close to the number all night, so this will be decided on the start line, I think.
Wayne and Shane. Oh, very similar reaction on to you.
138 for Shane, 151 for Wayne. This will be tight at the finish line.
Looks like Shane's got him so far from the 8th. But if he follows it through the quarter, he doesn't. Wayne Smith takes the win. 13.53 at 103.
Shane's ran off a little bit, but still, congratulations. Wayne on the win and Shane for the runner-up.
Next up, Brooke Riposada in her front-end register versus Harrison Fletcher in the 27 Ford T-Bucket. Tough burnouts there. So Brooke styled in at an 8.21. So she'll be leaving after Harrison because Harrison's got a 9.07. Harrison will take off first. Brooke going for the chase. The front end Drax has got a big block 464. Harrison's got the score block 383. Brooke from Sydney, Southwest Sydney, Gregory Hills. Harrison's from Victoria. As the teams just do a little adjustment here on Brooke's car. Get ready to line her up on the stage. booked the win. Takes the win. She just goes quicker, but yeah, she goes below her bracket, but she still does an 8.2 at 164. Negative 001.
Oh, that's
Can't
brutal.
pick it, could you?
Still walks away with the runner-up trophy, so it's not all bad. And congratulations to Brooke on the win.
Yeah. And congratulations, Harrison, on a tough competition there. That was.
Yeah, made the trip from Victoria worthwhile.
I can hear the crowd going wild for Brooke.
Yeah.
Couple of woo-woos in the crowd.
Gets Boosted Outlaws final next, I think. Let's see Gareth's wife out there out the front.
Getting ready to fire it up. Officials giving the signal to roll in for the burnout. Wow, color there in the burnout. For good measure. Looks like he's going to be doing a solo here. Gareth rolling back, getting ready to stage. Crew have a quick look over here, make sure everything's good to go for him, make sure he's comfortable.
678 dial in for Gareth.
Good old Bantam altered. Hemi 521. Gareth from Currants Hill.
We're assuming this is the final Boosted Outlaws.
Well, he's doing a solo, so I don't know what's.
Whoever he was racing must have front
No.
had a problem.
See if Gareth just takes the line or if he goes for the hit.
Nah, Gareth will drive it through. Take the win for Aeroflow Race Shop.
Yeah, Aeroflow crew, stand behind.
Yep.
Get behind Gareth. As he gets in, locks in, off he goes. 019, the reaction time there. Pedals it as he gets close to the wall. There we go. Pedals it back in 7.26 at 1:48.
A nice altered pass.
Just get the. As we wait for Gareth to roll out from the finish line around the return road. Solid number there from Gareth, as we said before. 7.26 with the 9 at 1:48. So up next here, you got Sean Mayer in his Holden HB Tirana, presented by St Mary's Race Engines. And in the Rocket Lane, we've got Brendan Costello in the Rocket Lane here, 61 for Holden. Sean's dialed in with a 935 in the Aeroflow lane. We've got Brendan in the Rocket Lane with a dial in of 9.7. Both of them just sitting past the burnout, getting ready for their burnouts. Give them the signal. Costello in the
Smack
UK.
and burnout from Brendan.
Yep. So as I said before, mate, Sean in the Aeroflow lane, he's got his 935 dial in. Brendan in the Rocket lane, he's got his 970. So we'll probably see Brendan leave just slightly before Sean does. Being so close in dial-in is going to be a case of reaction time versus reaction time here, and who can push it out to the end. Just a quick check over of Brendan's car, given the all clear. Both of them into pre-stage, getting ready for stage. They're both locked in, ready to go. Oh, 007 reaction from Brendan Costello. Hope that reaction pushes him through.
This will be tight at the finish line.
He's got it at the 8th. Does he get the quarter? He does. Oh, he doesn't.
Sean wins.
Sean powered around for a 9.36 for the one at 139. Brendan coming through for a 9.79 at 136.
Brandon ran a little bit off. 79 on a 70.
Just a case of when you think you've got it, you've got it.
007 would win you most races.
100%.
Congrats on the win to Sean Maher.
Next to the cars coming through the tunnel. We'll grab those numbers.
It'll be the Super Gas final.
Coming up now, we've got Joe Canceretti versus Luke Romeo. Joe's in his Pontiac Firebird with the dial-in of 990, as does Luke with his 990 in his VP Commodore. Third versus fourth here. Joe's getting himself situated at the front here. We've got Luke Romeo here getting ready in the staging box. He's sponsored by In Touch Automotive, personal auto partner on VP Race Fuels.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a track spray.
Quick round of applause for our competitors coming down the return road. Congratulations on your wins. As our officials and maintenance guys come back down the airfield lanes, just spraying down the track, making sure it's nice and ready for upcoming races. Brooke Rabasada coming back on the return. Might take a quick opportunity to look at the big screen and support our sponsors for the night. PDRC's the merch store. Make sure if you haven't got merch, if it is still open, go check it out. Beanies, hats, hoodies. Don't forget to like, subscribe on the PDRC YouTube channel. Thanks to Enviro Waste Services, liquid waste specialists in Sydney. The NRDC, National Drag Racing Championships, for facilitating us to run these with their points and their rules. Overtake Lane YouTube channel, thank you for your media services tonight, for you out the whole day actually, much appreciated. Don't forget to have a look at Overtake Lane on the YouTube. Rusty Media Solutions for organising this event with all the media team and the crews and the assistance of the PDRC to make this event happen today. Sydney Dragway for providing such an awesome facility for the night. Looking forward to a great final. And some coming up events here. You've got the bike night, 6th of December, Friday 6th of December. If you've got a group of friends with some bikes, want to come on down, do some grudge racing against each other. 24th of November, we've got the Sunday sessions with the Musashi Car Show. If you've had a car club or part of a crew that want to bring their cars along, make sure you enter on the Oztex website. Check it out. 27th of November, we've got the V8 versus Inline 6 theme night. So if you have a V8 or an Inline 6, you are eligible for discounted entries. So great opportunity to come with a mate and have a go. And on the 20th of December, thank God it's Friday, the Clean Edition. If you're into your burnouts, it's a great opportunity to come down and have a look and check it out. So we're just getting the officials and the crew to checking out the end of the track here as the tractors come down for a clean. A couple of crew members coming out to inspect the track now that it's been sprayed down. As our tractors come down, do a quick U-turn to head back up. So we've got Joe and Luke getting themselves ready. Super gas.
The Super Gas final will be the last of the sportsman finals for tonight. And then we'll hand over to the PDRC guys. Adam, it's been a pleasure working with you today.
Thank you, John. Thank you for putting up with me.
And I don't know where Liz has disappeared to. Might be having a nana nap or something. It's been good working with Liz. Oh, he's wandering down there. Look, I can see him on the camera. Making his way back up.
Special thanks to all the crowd that came today. Thank you so much for staying with us today. Your attendance was much appreciated.
Yeah, the weather didn't look that crash hot during the day, did it?
We appreciate you guys sticking through the thick and thin of the weather. Shout out to all our viewers on the YouTube and on the Facebook pages throughout the day. It's been great to have a chat with you guys via the live stream chats. Won't be much longer here. We'll look like we'll be underway quite soon once these tractors come back down. Just a reminder for the guys that are watching the stream on the Sydney Dragway official page, make sure you head over to the PDRC page, as we'll be finishing up here and changing over streams to the PDRC Pro Racing Championship. So we'll supply you guys with a link so you guys can be able to come over and continue watching. There we go there. Actually jump on over as this side's about to finish. We appreciate you guys coming on board. We appreciate all the users coming on. Panelman, Roger Brown. Appreciate you guys coming through. Some guy named Stuart White.
Who's he?
I don't know, some guy commenting in the YouTube section.
Some skinny little kid, isn't he?
So, good to see him on here. But I said make sure you check out that link there. We are going to be closing it off quite soon after the end of this.
Yeah, the tractors are getting parked, so we can't be far away.
They fire up their engines for the super gas. Joe Catanzanetti, Pontiac Firebird, Luke Crowley, VP Commodore. Both of them with the 990 dial. So it'll be a clash of the reaction times here. Start burnout by both.
Luke Romeo, not long out of junior dragster, driving the car that his dad drove last season.
Both coming into stage now, pre-stage. Oh, 038, 039 reaction time. Yeah, he's on the tree. Looks like he's pushed out. He is. Joe going to come back around. He takes the win, Joe. 990.
To
164.
16912, margin of victory of 9,000ths of a second. Great racing.
That's the ones we like to see.
Congratulations to Joe on the win and Luke on the runner-up. I'm signing off now. Thanks you guys for having me. I'll see you later.
And as we get our commentary team all ready to go for our PDRC finals coming up soon, accompanied by Matt Kavanagh in the commentary box. Looks like there's going to be some fantastic racing laying on tonight, Matt.
Mate, it's still to come. Our finals here, Pro Bike, are getting in the lanes, and it's about to get the action started here. Big finals, of course, we've got the, it's going to be in Pro Bike. We'll see a C final, a B final, and, of course, the A final, which is the big one for the most amount of points in the championship. Scotty White looks like he's going to be on a solo run for this one, so we'll see him come out. We've had a couple of moments there for Scotty White throughout this weekend. We saw him where he just let the clutch out just a fraction as Rusty Gregory joins me back here in the commentary. Finals time, Rusty. Scotty White, it's been 2 runs that haven't gone to plan. It's a borrowed motor, but this time he's just going to try and push it down there.
Yes, well, it's it's a bit of an interesting one, this one, because Scott White, he's had a bit of a mixed bag, as he touched on. Reckons, did he say it would have been a PB earlier on today? One of the earlier runs.
He said it was a good run. He said, but, you know, the problem is the good runs are smooth, they always feel slower.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's true. That is true. It's certainly been a killer start to this new engine program, that's for sure. Does he have to give the engine back at the end of the weekend? I don't know.
I don't know about that one. Maybe we might see him at another round. You never know.
Was supposed to be taking on Locky Island on this race, but unfortunately not meant to be this time around for Locky. This is a pretty solid pass and a 7:32 at 180 miles per hour, and Scott White will take the C final here for round 1 of the PDRC Pro Bike Championship. Still got another 2 pairs left to come. It is Tony Frost, who will be taking on Paul Andrews, I believe. Tony Frost, unfortunately, that last time out just I think he rolled the beams, and that really cost him because he probably would have made it through to the A final here tonight, which is, look, it's less than ideal way to start your championship, but at the same time, you want to make sure that, well, at least if you're going to do it at the start of the season, so you've got the time to try and recover.
It was one of those moments where he was in pre-stage, rolled into full stage just a moment and rolled back. So he didn't roll through the beams.
Rolled back from the beams.
Yeah.
Rolled out of the beams.
That's what caused the red light there, unfortunately for him. So Scotty White gets down there, which is great to see him just get the bike back to where it has been, obviously on that borrowed engine. Just maybe going back to some basics there for Scotty. Just try and get the bike down there, not throw everything at it. He's a good... I think he'd just like to do laps in this one, Scotty White. Frosty, though, he's about to get the burnout underway in the 4th work group. Suzuki taking on Paul Andrews in the Andrews Automotive Suzuki Pro Bike. Sydney Dragway, it's cooling down outside as well. The track, well, it has tightened right up after the scorching sun we had in it this afternoon.
It's been a weird day. It's almost been Melbourne weather. We had wet stuff in the morning. We had blistering sun in the afternoon, and then starting to cool off a little bit. Not what you call cold by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly cooling off. But very different conditions for all 3 runs today for these professional series races. So Tony Frost taking on Paul Andrews. On paper, Tony Frost has probably got the advantage here, running that 7:47 in the first round of racing. But you know, Paul Andrews, he's got a PB down around the 7.3 second zone. He can certainly knock one out if he needs to. This should be a good race.
Andrews, he's already in pre-stage, starting to go through that routine. We wait Frosty just to roll in.
And I bet you he doesn't roll backwards this time.
Definitely won't be that. Great start there from Frosty. It's the advantage on the reaction time, 0.83. Increment's looking good, actually. Frosty might go all right here, 7.73 to 7.91. Frosty will get the win.
Yeah, both bikes were kind of porpoising off the start line there, just bouncing up and down a little bit. Not quite the cleanest launch on either side of the Christmas tree, but at the same time, a win is a win, and there's no such thing as an ugly win. Tony Frost gets the B final win here in Pro Bike, and it is now the one for the Christmas trees. There's a gold and a platinum Christmas tree on offer here for the winner and runner-up of this race, Jason Lee and Luke Crowley. Now, Luke Crowley, what can we say? Went 7.11 and a 7.10. He is Mr. Consistency. He's won everything there is to win in Pro Bike over the years, and he is certainly at the point now where you'd have to say he's got to be starting to be discussed in the GOAT status in pro stock motorcycle in this country. There's a few names that are sort of on that holy grail of motorcycle racing. You'd have to think Les Donnan has won, and Luke Crowley is certainly up there after everything that he's achieved over the last couple of years. He's going to take on Jason Lee, former Australian champion in his own right, won the 1999 Australian Championship, raced up until the mid-2000s, had a little bit of a break, just a little bit, and then said, you know what, let's go racing again. Got the call up from Trevor Birrell, and when Trevor Birrell rings you and says, do you want to come and ride my bike, you don't say no. You do not say
to
no.
a name like that, do you? He has just... he's built and engineered so many bikes that have been fast, hasn't he? He's been behind, the force behind so many championship winners as well.
100%. Jason Lee out of South Australia. Luke Crowley out of Southeast Queensland. Both bikes in. Big reaction time advantage to Jason Lee. I think Luke Crowley might have spun a little bit there. I don't know that Crowley's going to chase him down, and he won't. A whole shot win to Jason Lee. 0.37 on the tree, and absolutely tattoos Luke Crowley to the Christmas tree. 7.31 beats a 7.30. Best side-by-side race of the weekend. And Luke Crowley, I don't know whether something distracted him on the start line, but 278 on the tree. That is late for Luke. And, man, that's the upset of the weekend for mine.
Very uncharacteristic, isn't it, for Luke Crowley? But he's given a win away, and what a fantastic return to pro bike for Jason Lee. As we move on to the next pro category, it's going to be pro stock. 400 cubes of naturally aspirated V8 goodness. Of course, carbureted, no fuel injection on these beasts. We are about to hear some big RPM, over 10,000 RPM, as they warm the tyres up.
All right, so Mario Polito will take on the rookie Thomas Leake as we say goodbye to Matty Cav. He's going to go down and grab the remote mic and go and do some interviews down there with our winners and runners-up. So Mario Polito on a solo pass here. Let's have a look at your matchups for the final rounds. Mario Polito will take on Thomas Leake in the D final. That's the one that we've got in front of us right now. Ray Oxley is going to be coming up in the C final in the not too distant future. He will be taking on Tony Polito, but we've got the blue cars out on track. Thomas Leake has been having a pretty good start to his professional drag racing career. He's been racing for a very long time now, running in top sports, and very experienced in these style of cars. In fact, his car is a former pro stock car in its own right. Was campaigned by Mike Edwards in the United States, and then Rick Chilton in pro stock out here. So he's familiar with the cars, but at the same time, you got to jump in one of these things, shift gears, leave off the clutch. It's a very different situation to what he's got in the setup in his top sportsman car. Mario Polito has not had a great weekend. I think that's the understatement. Yet to really log any kind of a representative run. A 12-second run in the first round of racing was shut down, I believe, on the start line in the second round. And the big final is coming up in the not too distant future. John Barbagallo taking on Rob Dekert. Just waiting on Thomas Leake to make his way into stage here, really taking their time setting the car up. I guess when you've got a rookie driver, you really want to kind of make sure that the car is set up well. In the PDRC, the all-run format, it is D, C, B, and A finals only. We don't, if you're outside the top 8 in the points after the second round of racing, you don't get to come out and play for any more points. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes. It is a very ruthless game. It's a cutthroat game. But that's the game that we play. We will see some cars coming out at the very tail of the PDRC championship categories to do some grudge runs. Now, Mario Polito's gone in and double bulbed here. Thomas Leake is really taking his time. Clean green's advantage to Leake, getting a little bit out of the groove down there, as is Mario Polito, but Polito on a very nice run, and a 7.06 for Mario Polito gets the win, 194 miles per hour. That's a nice way to finish the weekend on what has been a very, very difficult weekend for Mario Polito. 7.06, 194 miles per hour. 7.09 for Thomas Leake. That's a very solid pass in its own right over there. Mile an hour still down, so I think he might still be dropping the chutes just a touch early down there. 181 up on the boards, but still, nonetheless, a great side-by-side race here in the D Final 4 PDRC Pro Stock. Time to move into the C Final now. Ray Oxley and Tony Polito. Ray Oxley will be lining up in the Aeroflow lane, closest to camera. That's him that you can see on screen now. Still a relative newcomer to Pro Stock, has got a full season under his belt now and is looking to do the entire season once again. Of course, coming from down around Leeton, actually places him in a pretty ideal position geographically to chase the championship. He will be taking on Tony Polito, the Motorsport Parts and Services Ford Escort, 399 cubic inch Ford underneath the bonnet. Oxley with a 7.14 in the first round of racing, dipped into the 7.0s last time out. And Tony Polito, 7.08, great run in the first round of racing at 193 miles per hour. So when you look at the points, the way they shook out, Oxley was on 46 points, Tony Polito on 45 coming into this round. Mario Polito just missed out on a berth in the C final by about 3 points. So those ET points, they are vastly important when it comes to your positioning in these fields. Clean Green's big reaction time advantage to Ray Oxley. He's out in front. I think Polito might drive around him in the deep. No, he won't. It's a whole shot win. Another whole shot win. Ray Oxley chalks one up for the drivers. A 7.18. 192 beats a 7.08. 0.25 on the tree for Ray Oxley. Great light. Tony Polito was a bunch late. That's the only way to describe it. 0.148 on the tree. And in pro stock terms, well, let's face it, you may as well give it up from there, because if everything goes to plan, it will not work out in your favour. It is the B final now, and this is an interesting one. Two guys who we definitely expected to be at the pointy end of the field. Chris Sardis and Rick Chilton. Oh, ugly burnout for Chris Sardis down there. And in fact, I'm just trying to listen to the car. It sounds like it might have even gone away just a little bit there. Rick Chilton, on the other hand, a 7.0 in the last round of racing, or 7.00, I think it was. Sardis knocked out a 6.95, was second quick of the round, only bested by Rob Dekert with a 6.95 with a 5, so 1,000th of a second difference. But Sardis has been a touch erratic with his reaction times. First round of racing was beaten on a hole shot, and that really put a bit of a skewer through his entire day here at Sydney Dragway. Based on the times, if he would have got the win in that first round of racing, he actually probably would have ended up in the final round. Did lose on a hole shot in the first round of racing to John Barbagallo. Rick Chilton, on the other hand, hasn't been doing too much wrong over on that side of the racetrack. Got 2 wins from 2 in the first 2 rounds of racing, but the difference being that the ET was what got John Barbagallo into the final round with that 6.98 in round 2. So Rick's wife, Donna, waves him in, says, all right, let's go racing. Peter Ridgway does the same for Chris Sardis. Sardis is actually staged up way over to the left-hand side of the groove here. Clean Green's advantage for Sardis. 0.74 on the tree. I don't think Chilton's going to be able to drive around him here, and a 6.99 gets the win against a 7.04. Chris Sardis first off the start line, first to the finish line. Rick Chilton a little bit late on the tree, 1.07. He actually was first to the 60-foot timers with a 1.004 to a 1.01 short time. And the two were just about welded together. Margin of victory, 0.081 of a second. So about a car and a half length at the finish line down there. Of course, we do have our pro bike riders that are pulling up at the victory lane over there. I can see Matty Cav is down there with, I believe, our runner-up Luke Crowley. We'll come to you after the pro stock final round, Matty. So John Barbagallo will line up closest to screen. In the white Ford Escort, Rob Dekert. The Unique Motor Body Repairs Pontiac GXP lining up in the Rocket Industries lane. Such a cool looking car, this one. He is the reigning champion. He had a career best year last year. Only stepped into Pro Stock a couple of years ago, but vastly experienced sportsman competitor, and has certainly made the transition to Pro Stock without too many issues whatsoever, that's for sure. Paul Drady, the crew chief on this car, and tell you what, you talk about a well-prepared team, they are certainly that and more. John Barbagallo, on the other hand, he's on his return to Pro Stock here this weekend. It is his first time running the full championship. Did run at the Winter Nationals last season. But in terms of racing the full championship, and of course coming here to Sydney Dragway as well, we haven't seen him for quite some time down south. And the man from Ayr in North Queensland, the man they call the Rooster, John Barbagallo, will be going home with a tree. The only thing left to decide is the colour of it. Barbagallo edging towards stage. Still very warm conditions despite it being quite late in the evening here after a couple of weather delays and all down throughout the day. It's not too often we get to go racing this late at night. Midnight mayhem at Sydney Dragway has that. John Barbagallo, the ZX2 Escort, taking on Rob Dekert, the Pontiac GXP. Are we going to see any games on the start line? Both very cagey races. We're sitting in pre-stage, no one's moving. Barbagallo goes in. Dekert not far behind. Big reaction time advantage to John Barbagallo. Dekert was way out of the group. I think Barbagallo's in front. I don't think he's going to chase him down. He does. A 6.99 whole shot win, gets the win. 93 ten-thousandths of a second. Wow, what a race. 6.95 for Rob Dekert in the losing effort, but a 6.99 combined with an 0.54 reaction time advantage had almost half a tenth of a second up his sleeve, and that is the race of the weekend for mine. Fantastic way to round out Pro Stock, and congratulations to the Rooster, John Barbagallo, your champion in Pro Stock today. Speaking of which, we're going to go down to Matty Cav, who has got our Pro Bike finalists right now.
Oh, look, Luke Crowley, we don't know what happened on the lights there, but you're having a little bit of a snooze. You handed a win over to this man.
Yeah, we got a little bit unfortunate there, but we took a big bite at the tune-up, and I think we missed it. So that happens when you're trying to revolve the earth, and these guys are going to be right there clipping on our tails. So
You wouldn't have it any other way.
not at all.
There we go, Luke Crowley, runner-up in Pro Bike.
It is time now for the D final in Pro Mod, and Greg Tsakiridis will take on Stephen Petrovski. Greg Tsakiridis, unfortunately, looks like he's tried to do the burnout down there and it's just been held up. Not quite sure what the issue is, whether... Okay, so he's trying to bring it up on boost down there. Okay, we're going to have another crack at the burnout. So Greg Tsakiridis and Steve Petrovski. Petrovski moving into the water now. It's fantastic looking Yanko Camaro. It's just such a wicked piece of machinery, as is the Mustang for Greg Tsakiridis. So I've got a feeling that Steve Petrovski's car might be a touch wounded down here because he is not doing a burnout. He is just going to go up there and put the thing in the beams. So that says to me he might be hoping for a red light from Greg Tsakiridis, which look, it has happened a number of times today. Red lights, well, unexpected red lights. But they're going to go up there and put it. I don't think they're going to send it down the racetrack, but they'll at least try and put a little bit of pressure on Greg Tsakiridis with the Ice Group CV Performance Ford Mustang. Tsakiridis has had a mixed day today. I think that's fair to say. A loss in the first round of racing, picked up a win last time out. Did make it through to the D final, which in itself is a pretty fair effort because with the field of 15 Pro Mod cars here this weekend, was always going to be tough. Tsakiridis on a nice pass right down the centre of the lane and a 595 at 244 miles per hour. Steve Petrosky, on the other hand, never really came up on boost, and I think they knew they had a bit of a problem there. So your D finalist in Pro Mod today, Greg Tsakiridis, down to you, Matty.
Yeah, we're down here with Jason Lee, the winner in Pro Bike, mate. An unbelievable return to form here because it's been a number of years.
Yeah, it's been about 15, 16 years. We rode, obviously, last season, but good to come out to the first meeting and actually get some points.
What's it like having that gold Christmas tree?
Yeah, it's good. It's great to have a gold Christmas tree. Very hard to win, so quite honoured to have one there to go on the cabinet.
We're going to let you and Trevor get back to the pits and celebrate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Awesome job, Matty. Might get Grant Stevens over there to take a photo of Jason Lee as well, our winner. As we see Neil Murphy and Steve Smith firing up here. Neil Murphy having a really good day. There was actually a fair bit of contention in the Pro Mod ranks about exactly who finished where, because this is how tight the points were. So Zoran, Gajic and Peter Gratz were out in front. Zoran Gajic, 75 points. Grabbed a bunch of those elapsed time. Peter Gratz was on 69 coming in, actually tied with Craig Burns. And this is why ET is so important, because when it's tied, it comes down to the quickest ET in the second round of racing. That was Peter Gratz by less than 200ths of a second. Nasser Matta on 66 points. Steve Smith on 64 points. Neil Murphy on 48, Greg Tsakiridis on 47, and Steve Petrosky on 45. So the difference between a D final and a B final, and really an A final, is only a matter of 25 points across the day. Very, very tight, and that is the beauty of the all-run format. Neil Murphy, with that beautiful blue Camaro, has certainly got this thing sorted. Knocked out low ET of the first round of racing, and that was actually the difference in what got him into this final round. Steve Smith, on the other hand, with the red Mustang over there, has been knocking out some really solid passes all day long. 6-1-2 in the last round, and unfortunately, still looking for his first 5-second pass, but he's not going to be too far away from it, especially if he keeps performing the way that he is. He's got the Proline 540 cubic inch engine on board. Neil Murphy with the Brad Anderson Engineering 521 cubic inch screw-blown Hemi has done some racing in Door Slammer as well. So Steve Smith in the Mustang. Can he knock out his first 5? Neil Murphy. Can he deliver on another 580? Knocked out a PB in the last round of racing. Big reaction time advantage for Steve Smith. He's getting very close to the centre line down there. He's still going to get the win with a 6-1-4. But I tell you what, he made his crew take a few deep breaths there. Got very close to the centre line. And a 6-1-4 gets the win, Neil Murphy. The car just went silent by the sound of it, and unfortunately just not able to make his way down the racetrack. He'll be pushed back, and I guess he will save it for another day. But for Steve Smith, gets the win in the C final here and takes home a nice bag of points for his efforts. So that is a real shame for Neil Murphy. But still been a good weekend nonetheless. Been challenging for a lot of different races over this weekend because of the weather. It's been the same for everybody, but it's just been one of those things. But Neil Murphy, unfortunately, pushes the car back. Still take nothing away from Steve Smith. Looking at some of the comments on the PDRC YouTube channel, big shout out to Rob Oberg, who was watching on the stream. Name that we know very, very well here in the commentary box. And a big hello to everybody who is watching. Still a bunch of people watching online, so thank you for staying with us. We know it's late, or it could be early, depending on where you're from. As we move into the B final round now, Craig Burns taking on Nasser Matta. Craig Burns, your reigning champion in PDRC Pro Mod. Burns in that beautiful silver Mustang, the villain, as it's been nicknamed, Nasser Matta, the A Civil Australia Drill Tech, our Racebikes Bespoke Financial Advisory, 1937 Chevy Business Coupe. This is going to be a good matchup because we've seen Nasser Matta dip deep into the 5-second zone. In the first round of racing, 5.96, we saw a 5.91 out of him at Grudge Kings a couple of weeks ago, so we know it's got the performance in it. Craig Burns, on the other hand, 5.96 in the second round of racing to go along with his 6.03. Hasn't been the quickest car all weekend, but has certainly been the most consistent, or one of the most consistent, I should say. The A final coming away in the not too distant future. That will be Zoran Gajic taking on Peter Gratz. So Matta in stage. Craig Burns not too far away from putting it in the beams himself. Two very much family orientated teams. Red light for Nasser Matta and very loose. Craig Burns flirting with the centre line down there. He doesn't get it and goes through for a 5.91. Craig Burns will win the B final here. 5.91 after that red light. Nasser Matta a 6.72. Good side-by-side pass. Just a little bit off with the reaction time there by Nasser Matta. You don't want to know by how much. 001 red on the tree. That's as tight as you can get it. Matty Cave, you're down there with our Pro Stock finalists.
Yeah, we are. I've got to go find him. Where's John gone? Oh, he's right over here. Come over here. John Barbagallo, what an unbelievable return to Pro Stock. I mean, we're just seeing familiar names come out in this round at PDRC. And you slayed a giant.
Hey, you know, Rob, Chris, all those guys, you know, they've been the bar. So, you know, to run Chris, then run Rob, you know, we're just trying our best. And, you know, luckily, you know, our crew, it just, the job they do on the race car, it's flawless. And I've been just really concentrating to drive good. And, you know, to come up trumps against Rob on the first round of the series is awesome.
I tell you what, that guy that you slowed down for in Queensland, keep bringing him.
I will. Look at him. I reckon we should sell him a car.
Awesome to hear John Barbagallo with that smile on his face. He is absolutely stoked with that win, and so he should be, making his return to Pro Stock here this weekend. But right now it is Pro Mod time, the final round. This is the one for the big trophies. Peter Gratz, that absolutely gorgeous Plymouth Cuda, backing his way up, has knocked out a PB here this afternoon of a 5.94. Jeff Cuttajar helping him out as always, and everything they've been doing with this car has been working towards this kind of performance. And this is his first final round in PDRC or NDRC competition. Of course, long-time competitor in Top Door Slammer back in the 90s, but stepping back up into a Pro Mod car that is probably running a bunch quicker than he ever ran back then. He's taking on Zoran Gajic, who's a former national champion in this category. Very experienced racer, was one of the most consistent cars throughout the day, was a high points earner by a bunch in this first round of the PDRC Championship. 75 points coming into this final. Peter Gratz on 69, so it's a fairly dominating performance, but ultimately it comes down to who gets the win here. Will be your championship leader after one round of the series. Of course, we head to Adelaide in February for round 2. Gratz in pre-stage now. Zoran will roll it forward. They've staged the car up a little bit, pointing towards the right down there. As he bumps it in, set for a start. Clean greens, very tight on reaction times. I think Peter Gratz might get around him here. No, he doesn't. 5.89 gets the win. 5.89 for Zoran Gajic. Perfect way to start off his championship season. And a 5.94 for Peter Gratz. Nothing to hang his head about there. That is consistent 5-second runs for him. But a 5.89 for Zoran Gajic gets the win. How about the reaction times? 0.39 for Gajic, 0.42 for Peter Gratz. 3 thousandths of a difference at the start line. 53 thousandths of a second difference at the finish line. Great way to finish out Pro Stock here at the PDRC. Matty Cave, you've got our Pro Stock runner-up Rob Dekert, which I'm sure is disappointing, but it's still a trophy at the end of the day.
What an introduction from Rusty Gregory, hey, Rob?
100%.
What was the go there? Rob Barbagallo, great to have him back in the Pro Stock series, but he got you on the lights.
He did. I've been struggling all weekend on the lights, and he's a good racer, and he deserves what he's got.
Well, it's a title defence this season. How's that going to go?
Yeah, well, we'll give it a go, and that's all we can do.
All right, good luck next round.
Thank you.
Moving into Pro Alcohol now. Matchups for the final round will be Shane Phillips taking on Cruz Lovering, who I believe it looks like he's not going to be able to make it out for this round of racing. Brett White to take on Wayne Price. John Canoli up against Jake Donnelly, and the final round will be Russell Mills up against Chris Hargrave. So Shane Phillips just rolling up to the beams here, and I think he's just going to accept the green light and bank the points, which, got to be honest, I didn't expect. I thought Shane would be wanting to run as many laps as he could in this car, but that being said, it could be that there is an issue with the car that we don't know about. So he accepts the green light and he will shut the car off. So that is a bit of an anticlimactic way to take the win. Of course, under the rules, you do need to accept the green light. And when you are on a solo pass, accepting the green light is enough to bank the point. So Shane Phillips will be your winner in the C final for Pro Alcohol. We've still got some great matchups coming up next, though. I'll tell you what. Really looking forward to this. Of course, this is the D final, not the C final. The C final will be Brett White taking on Wayne Price. The B final will be John Canoli up against Jake Donnelly. And then the one for all the lollies will be Russell Mills up against Chris Hargrave, which, let's face it, is a great way to finish things off for Pro Alcohol here tonight. And after that, we will have Pro Import coming out for their final session. And a couple of cars, I believe, tagging onto the back as well in terms of competitors who didn't make any of the final rounds, but they will be doing just some grudge runs or test runs at the back of the field. So we are just about at the pointy end of the program here in the PDRC series. Matty, still nice and warm out there at the moment. It's not exactly what you'd call a cool night, but very, very different conditions to what we've had throughout the rest of the day.
It's much nicer than it was earlier today, to be quite honest. It's very comfortable down here at ground level. The best thing about being down here, Rusty, is the smell of race fuel and tyre smoke. You don't get it up there.
I'm a little bit jealous, if I'm being honest. More
Yeah,
than a
I know
little bit.
you are. You're a little bit jealous. I get to hang out with the winners. I get to smell the race fuel. No, look, temperature's absolutely perfect at the moment. It's not too cold. It's not too warm. Track conditions, everyone's out checking them. I can hear plenty of noises from shoes as they try and walk along. So it's pretty sticky out there.
Yes, the track has certainly got some teeth, that's for sure. It's holding everything these teams can throw at it. In fact, I don't think I remember one car bombing the tyres off the start line today at all. The track has been in absolutely A1 shape, with the Sydney track crew doing a great job alongside the PDRC crew, led by Justin Simpson and Andrew Kosos, our chief starter down there.
Yeah, look, they're doing a fantastic job. We know how it goes. I love to see the crew now running down. Look at Mark. He's a pillar of fitness. Come on, Mark. Hurry up. Keep running.
He's multi-talented, isn't he?
We're all waiting on you. Pricey said he's going to crack open a red if he wins this race.
Is he? You shouldn't mention red before a drag race. I'm just saying, Matt Kavanagh. That's the commentator's curse right there. I mean, I know Mark Allen has an affinity for the red, but as we move into pro alcohol now, it is Brett White taking on Wayne Price. Wayne Price with that absolutely stunning Dodge Charger funny car. A few people asking on the stream, is pro alcohol running 1,000 foot or quarter mile? It is quarter mile. Quarter mile all the way. All of our PDRC categories do run quarter mile. So Brett White, bit of a mixed bag for him this weekend. A 683 in the second round of racing. But in the first round, knocked out a 588 with a very, very early shut-off. It was just before it shut the car off. It was planned just to do a check-out pass, make sure that everything was working the way it was intended. Racing for Fine Line Motorsports, Newbie Engineering, Western Brakes, Bodicott Chassis. Also Horvath Smash Repairs on board, helping the team out as well. Wayne Price, on the other hand, KCK Lubricants, Alki Pro. You can see Greg Gower down there as well, helping this team out this weekend. And On-Site Automotive. Knocked out an outstanding 554 in the first round of racing, 262 miles per hour. But unfortunately for Wayne, was shut down on the start line in the second round of racing, which is why he finds himself in the C final. Based on the performances that we were seeing out of him, he could well have been in the A or the B final, but just didn't quite go his way. But definitely making some solid improvements and some solid learnings with this car. So Brett White in, Wayne Price in. The revs will start to build here. C final coming your way for Pro Alcohol. Good, clean race, both sides of the racetrack, and a 5:53 for Wayne Price, 263 miles. Thank you very much. 5:87 for Brett White with the shoots out early, 232 miles per hour. But a 5:53, they are starting to find the potential of this car, and it is starting to really work for him. And it's a case of what might have been, because if he knocked out that 5:53 in round 2 of racing and got the win, he probably would have found himself in the A final. So a great way to set themselves up for this championship season. I'm sure we will see Wayne Price throughout the year, and is certainly a contender in Pro Alcohol now. B final. John Canoli taking on Jake Donnelly, the battle of the Camaro funny cars. So Donnelly racing for Gulf Western Oil, man from Tamborini, Queensland. Back to Queenslanders, although JC, I think we can still try and claim him as New South Welshman down here. Grew up in the southwest suburbs of Sydney, and it's the Crossroads Motorsport race team that they used to run under. Fantastic looking car, this one, racing for A Civil and JTS Racing. Donnelly for Donnelly Blasting Services. Kachow, as we've nicknamed him up here in the commentary box. When this car is on, it is undoubtedly, in fact, both of these cars, undoubtedly two of the quickest alcohol funny cars that we've got in this country. No doubt about it. John Canoli went deep into the 530s, probably a long time before anybody else did, to be honest. At one point held the title of the quickest alcohol funny car in the land and one of the quickest in the world. Donnelly, on the other hand, is on the comeback trail. He's on the comeback trail after pretty significant accident at Willowbank Raceway last year, and it looks like we've got a solo pass. So John Canoli is being shut down here on the start line, and Jake Donnelly going to be going on his own. Nice launch and a very nice pass, 552, 265 miles per hour. That is outstanding. 552, 265 miles per hour. Looking at the incremental times, 056 on the tree, 977 to the 60, and 3.67 to the 8th mile marker, which is ironically exactly what John Canoli did in the second round of racing before he shut the car off. So two very, very good cars that we've got on track there. We're going to go down to Matty Cave with our runner-up in Pro Mod. I'm going to guess that you've got a very happy Peter Yahoo Gratz.
I think he is very happy. It was a big weekend for you. A lot of work for the team just to be here.
Yeah, thanks a lot, mate. Look, first of all, congratulations to Zoran on his great win. I think I beat him on the light, which was great, and I thought I had him, but I knew he'd catch me in the deep end. Look, great thanks to my crew, Daryl, Tex, Scotty, Marco, who have been tirelessly working with me over the last couple of weeks to get the car sorted. We've had so many issues with it. And a great thank you to Jeff Cutterjar, because his tuning ability is unequalled, and without his help we'd be nowhere. So it's a team effort, and I just want to thank my crew and Jeff, and thank you for you guys for putting on a great show tonight, and we can be part of it.
Mate, from the PDRC, we love having you as part of Pro Mod, and we hope to see you here again.
Well, look, I came back in after an 18-year break, and we've just mainly came back to have some fun, not necessarily to win, but just to try and go quicker as we came along. And we've been slowly doing that, and hopefully we can get it down to a 585 without too much drama and be up there with the real quick guys.
I'm sure you're not too far away. Good luck.
Well, yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, great work, Matty. It's great to hear how much fun Gratz is having with this deal out here. As he said, come out to have a bit of fun, and all of a sudden he's winning trophies. It doesn't take long for drag racers to get serious about drag racing. It's funny how that happens, isn't it? A little bit of a clean-up going on down there in the Aeroflow lane. Hopefully we will have enough time to grab Zoran as well and present his gold Christmas tree to him. Because that is, it's been an outstanding effort from Zoran Gajic in Pro Mod all weekend long. Super consistent car. And still a bunch of people, considering we are about to tick into Sunday morning in the not-too-distant future. And we have got the A final of Pro Alcohol coming away. And then, of course, Pro Import as well with their final runs of the evening. Just waiting for the fire-up signal down here. If we do fire these cars, we might just wait until after the A final for Pro Alcohol to present Zoran's trophy to him.
I reckon we've got 5 minutes.
You
here.
reckon you got 5 minutes, Matty?
Mate, he doesn't take 5 minutes. Zoran Gajic is
Hang
fast. Oh, no.
Hang on. We'll come back to you, Matty. We will come back to you. As soon as you made the call, they fired the cars. And let's be honest, it is the A final for Pro Alcohol, so we do need to pay it its dues. Chris Hargrave taking on Russell Mills. Probably the two most consistent cars throughout the course of the day. Russell Mills, a 552 and a 551 up on the boards. 2 wins from 2, comes in on 76 points. Chris Hargrave, on the other hand, a 564 and a 557 in the first 2 rounds of racing. He was on 72 points. Stout burnouts on both sides of the racetrack. Russell Mills in the front engine dragster. Chris Hargrave, the Mustang funny car, racing for Middy's Electrical. Royal Lubricants and Wild Ink. Got to think on paper that Russell Mills has probably got an advantage here just in terms of outright pace, but Chris Hargrave is one of those guys, he will knock you down with consistency. 557 in that last round of racing. One of the quicker runs we've seen out of Chris for a little while, and has finished top 3 in the championship the last 2 years running. So he is certainly a guy to watch. In the meantime, you got Russell Mills in the streamlined front engine drag. So yes, if you're watching from elsewhere in the world and you haven't seen this thing before, Russell is a unique thinker. That's the way to describe it. He's got some ideas and he's not afraid to try them. And well, let's be honest, it works. He won the championship last year. He's found himself in another final here at the first round of the series. So whatever he's doing, it's obviously working. And I mean, Russell's not a guy to follow the herd. He's not a sheep. He tries his own ideas. I mean, hell, the guy won in top alcohol or pro alcohol with a 1956 Crown Victoria body on a funny car. He's not a guy who does things anyone else's way. Both cars in pre-stage now. Set for a start. Mills in the dragster, the funny car of Hargraves alongside him. Big reaction time advantage to Chris Hargrave, but I think the dragster is driving around him at the stripe, and it is. Russell Mills gets the win, and that is a 553 to a 560. Although, let me tell you, the margin of victory, 95 ten-thousandths of a second at the stripe. That was tight. That was all courtesy of an 028 reaction time advantage for Chris Hargrave, 085 on the tree for Russell Mills, and we have got ourselves a championship race here in Pro Alcohol. Matty Cav, down to you. Sorry, Zoran, we had to get that one out of the way.
From a man with so many words to a man of few words. Zoran Gajic, another win in Pro Mod. You're making a habit of this.
Yeah, it's going good. I'm very happy. First round back, and to get the win is exceptionally very happy.
Oh, look, and the crew, look, they're ecstatic. You just want to get back and celebrate, I know, but what are you going to do to make this car any more consistent?
Nothing we can do much more. It's pretty consistent. That's the plan, keep it consistent, and we'll keep winning races.
Well, let's hope we keep talking to you at the end of these races. Good luck. Well done from the PDRC.
We do have a little bit of a break just while we do a quick drag on the racetrack to clear up any of the clutch dust, and then we'll jump into the final category for the evening, and that is Pro Import. Your matchups will be George Raham taking on Sam Sadec in the C final, Eddie Howich up against Jason Both in the B final, and of course the A final will see Frank Tarabay taking on Paul Mahay. It is certainly late, and happy Sunday to anybody that's here in Sydney. Morning, everyone. Nice to see you. That's true. We just ticked over into a 3-day event. Very good. George Raham has got the car fired up down there, as does Sam Sadec, and they're just warming the thing up. We've got the sleds out there, just knocking any clutch dust that might be down the centre of the groove off before we send these cars down the racetrack. It's been an outstanding event, without a shadow of a doubt. So incredible racing across the board from every one of our, not just PDRC categories, but also the New South Wales Championship Series, because, you know, those guys, it is their grand final. They've been running over 8 rounds over the course of the season, and yeah, for the the New South Wales Championship Series, doing an outstanding job, and congratulations to all the winners and runners-up, not just of the event, but also of the championships as well. Won't be too far away, and we should be firing these cars up. The tractors are pulling off the racetrack. Can see that the door is shut for George Raham. He's going to be taking on his customer, Sam Sadec. A little bit different in the engine combination, though. Small block for George Raham, 20B, up against Sam Sadec in the big block with the quad rotor, 26B rotor. Okay, you're on Sam Sadec. He loves a burnout with this Camaro. He's been getting pretty good at him as well. Nicely done from George Raham too. Out to the 330-foot mark. Nice, big, smoky skids. They have certainly got a different engine note to them, these two cars. Sam Sadec, of course, with the quad rotor on board. That 69 Camaro again. We're upsetting some people in Pro Import here this weekend. We've got all different types of engine combinations in all different types of race cars. The RX-9 of George Raham with the triple rotor, the 20B in it. Neither driver really getting down the track in representative fashion, but they are both absolutely set on kill. They want to put these things in the beams and send them. Particularly Sam Sadec. He wants to prove that this quad rotor concept will work. And he wants to prove that it's certainly going to be quick when they get this combination sorted. Both cars in, set for a start. Reaction time advantage to Sam Sadec. Little bit of a pedal for the Camaro, and he gets back into it. A little bit of smoke out of it at the other end, but 712, 184 miles per hour with 3 very, very, very big pedals in it as well. It looks like there's a bit of smoke come out of the car at the top end of the racetrack. But can't quite see what is going on down there, but looks like Eddie Howich is going to be the next car up. As we see George Raham just pulling it up down there at the top end of the racetrack.
You're not quite sure what happened with Sam Sadec down there, Rusty. It just sounded like he had to get off the accelerator because it was getting out of the groove, and then it just bogged down every time he tried to accelerate. It just didn't want to come back on boost and give it all that power it's got. So that might be what happened, but there is a big smoke screen down there.
It's been an awesome day, and great to see not quite a representative run, but certainly moving in the right direction for Sam Sadec there. Sure, they're going to have something to prove next time they roll out. Next up, it is going to be Eddie Howich taking on Jason Both. I think both might be not able to front for this round. So Eddie Howich in the Enviro Waste Services car will be on a solo pass, the 2J powered RX-7. Nice big sideways skid for Eddie there. Certainly enjoying his time here at Sydney Dragway, that's for sure. Of course, he is our partner here for this event, the Enviro Waste Services Group. Pro Import category. Enviro throwing down $2,000 for the winner of the A final. It's either going to be Frank Tarabay or Paul Mahay. I really appreciate the team from Enviro for doing that. That was such a big sideways skid for Eddie Howich there. Love to see that. Part of the Gas Racing stable. Can see Joe Signorelli down there. As well as Steve Mundy. Plenty of the other guys who are part of not just this car, but Zoran's car as well. And, of course, the Gas Racing Celica of Paul Mahay, which will be coming up in the not-too-distant future. So a solo pass this time around for Eddie out of North Rocks in New South Wales. Racing for Gas Racing and Elite Race Parts. Enviro Racing as well on board. We are very, very close to the conclusion of proceedings here this evening. See a few people commenting on the live stream that we're missing a bit of Matuk action tonight. We need the Don here. Well, tell Anthony. He was going to be here, but unfortunately had a few issues and was not able to get the car here. We're also supposed to have Zeus, the CRD car, but it did clash with the prior commitment over in the United States with Jun 2, the GTR. So Eddie Howich in, leaves the line very nicely. 107 to the 60, moving around a bunch down there, but a very nice pass, 647. Big confidence builder there for Eddie Howich, 220 miles per hour, and chutes come out on time, and everything does what it's supposed to for Eddie Howich. That's a very, very solid pass. We're going to move into the A final now, the last of our A finals for the PDRC Championship. Round 1. And it is Paul Mahay and Frank Tarabay. A few comments on the stream in regards to the camera angles that we're using. We're just having a couple of technical issues here with some of our cameras. So we're going to bring you the best coverage that we absolutely can with what we've got available. But I'll tell you what, if you're not happy with it, we'll give you your money back. And keep an eye out as well in the coming weeks. We are going to put together some minis out of each of our PDRC championship categories. And that is highlights from the day's racing. So we'll be putting that together over the coming weeks as we approach round 2 of the championship down in Adelaide on February 8th and 9th next year. Sounds like it's a long way away, but it certainly is not. Frank Tarabay on screen. One half of this final round in Pro Import, and Paul Mahay. Nice big skid in the Toyota Celica. 2JZ powered car, fuel tech on board, Gas Racing, Precision Turbo. This is going to be an absolutely killer race. Paul Mahay had been sitting around the 6.1 second zone all day long. Frank Tarabay just a little bit quicker, 5.97. To be the #1 qualifier, was into the 5s as well in the second round of racing. Appreciate the kind comments on the YouTube channel. We do have our Pro Alcohol finalist down there waiting to collect their trophies with Matt Kavanagh. We'll come to you very, very shortly, guys. Appreciate the patience. We know it's been a long day for everyone, but we do definitely appreciate all of our racers and the people that are watching online as well. Still hundreds and hundreds of people watching online, which is absolutely incredible. Let us know where you're watching from, and tell you what, we might even give you a shout out if you can be the furthest away or the most remote. In fact, I'd say Rob Oberg's probably got dibs on that one at the moment. He's somewhere on a boat in Malaysia, enjoying the life, that's for sure. So Paul Mahay lining up in the Aeroflow lane. The Celica up against Frank Tarabay, the car that was formerly campaigned by Lizzie Musi, a very popular racer out of the US, especially in the street outlaws scene. Frank's converted across to 2J power, but has maintained the rest of the look of the car, just out of respect for Lizzie. Both cars in. Big reaction time advantage to Paul Mahay. What a race. I think Mahay's going to get there. 6:04 whole shot win. 5.99 for Frank Tarabay. He was a bit late on the tree, and a 6:04 gets it in the A final of Enviro Waste Services Pro Import. Congratulations to Paul Mahay and the Gas Racing team, and a 5.99 in the losing effort for Frank Tarabay. We're going to go down to Matty Cav, who I think has got Chris Hargrave in the Middies funny car.
Chris, absolutely incredible start to the season. I mean, you couldn't come up against someone who's so consistent, but to be runner-up in the Middies electrical funny car, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good start for the season for us. We're wrapped. Fantastic.
What a return for you and the team. You had your son racing here this weekend. There's so many people you need to thank, isn't there?
Yeah, I got to thank my crew. They're the best. We get out here. We love this. This is what we do. This is our holidays. I just want to thank, I want to thank Middies Electrical, Royal Precision Lubricants. They're on board. That we love their product. That makes our car go fast. So why not? I want to thank D&T. He supplies our fuel. He's here. He's supporting us. So just love it.
In the background, we've got a bit of a pop, don't we? Look, man, fantastic to have you. Good stash of points to start the season off. Can't wait to see you in Adelaide.
Thanks, guys. We can't wait to get out there.
There you go. Chris Hargrave, we'll get a couple of photos down here. What an incredible start for him in the Middies electrical funny car. That was a large pop.
Just a couple of grudge cars coming out for a race. Clint George in his Pro Stock car going to be doing a run down here. It was a pretty significant little backfire, I think it was, for Clint George. Nice big smoky burnout. And we will pull Russell Mills forward. Our winner in Pro Alcohol will present his trophy after this run, just to do everything that we need to do here. I don't know how many more cars we've got left to come through the tunnel, but certainly has been an incredible day. I want to send a big, big thank you out to all of our racers, not just in the PDRC series, but also in the New South Wales Championship Series as well. Thank you so much for your patience throughout the day. We know the weather has been a pain in the you-know-what. The A55, as Wade Ornger would say, but we got there. We got there in the end. That's the most important thing. I want to say massive, massive thank you as well to everybody who watched on the streams, whether it was on the Sydney Dragway official page, whether it was on the PDRC YouTube page, or whether it was on Facebook as well. Massive thank you to you guys. I want to send a special shout out as well to the entire PDRC crew who come out here to make this work. It's a big job. I don't think anybody quite knows how hard it is until you've done it. As we see Clint George just absolutely bogged down there. But a massive, massive thank you to the PDRC crew. I know on behalf of Jason Hedges, we really appreciate everything you've done. And as well, thank you to the Overtaking Lane crew for the incredible stream that they've put together. Matty Cav, we're going to come down to you for one more interview with Russell Mills, your Pro Alcohol winner.
Well, this is our winner in Pro Alcohol, Russell Mills. What a fantastic event. This car, 51s back-to-back.
Well, that sounds great. I wasn't too sure of the ET. Didn't quite do the best start I've ever done, but firstly, thank you to the PDRC and all the people that organise these great events. Obviously, Sydney Dragway, one of the best in the world. So obviously the crews, I couldn't do it without them, as everybody says, but I really do mean that. So thank you to everybody, all the volunteers down the end that roll the chutes, you guys that do all the publicity. It's fantastic.
Well, hopefully see you in round number 2 because you get a championship to defend.
I do, that's right. It's got to get used to that. So, no, I'll be down there trying my hardest.
Always great to see your smiling face. Let's not go anywhere, Rusty, because right now I do have our Pro Import guys down here. I'm going to grab a couple of trophies because there's a fair bit of noise on the start line. This one's been hotly contested. Where are they? I can hear them still making plenty of noise in the background.
Well, I don't even know if you've got the right finalists down there because I can see Eddie Howich's car.
Oh, there's cash. I can see some gold notes down here. Have a look at this. Eddie Howich has brought down the winning cash. Paul Mahay, these are your trophies as well. Winner, Pro Import, the first time we've had it. That was an incredible final, and you got him on the lights.
Man, honestly, I put some in it, and I thought it would probably go a mid-95, but I knew I had to hit the tree because he's been consistently fast all day, and the gas racing Celica never let us down, man. My crew killed themselves, and look, thanks to the PDRC for holding this event and inviting us. I wasn't coming because I had no parts, and we thrashed and got it together this week, and I'm glad we did.
I tell you what, an incredible way to finish off with Pro Import. That was so close to the end as well.
Yeah, good deal. Thanks a lot, guys, and thanks to our sponsors, Precision Turbo, Fuel Tech, Nitto, and Enviro for sponsoring the bracket.
Beers are on you, I hear. Lobster. Lobster is what we hear. While we got that, let's grab our runner-up as well. Is he down here? Is Frank made it back?
Not sure if Frank has made it
no,
back.
No, he hasn't come back. The boys have come to celebrate. How's that for a Pro Import final?
I do want to say a massive, massive thank you as well to Eddie and the entire Enviro Waste crew because what they did, they didn't have to. They put their hand in their pocket and they said, you know what, we want to support what you're doing with Pro Import. We're trying to give you guys a place to race and we really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for everything you've done this weekend. It's been absolutely incredible to have you as part of the PDRC. But with that, I think we are just about done here at Sydney Dragway tonight or this morning, whatever time it is. It's been a long day. A massive thank you to everybody involved from Sydney Dragway across the PDRC, the Overtaking Lane crew. Matty Cove, been awesome working with you and, of course, the entire commentary team here at Sydney Dragway as well. Thank you to all of the officials and all of the girls, especially up in race control, because I know it can be a very, very stressful job. Thanks to everybody. We'll be back with the PDRC in February down in Adelaide. Get your tickets. They're on sale now. We'll see you next time from the Pro Drag Racing Championship.